I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you stand like a fool, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you stand like a fool, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and this is the DPA Open Mic. Welcome back to the DPA Open Mic, and this is the episode number 25. And I hope you enjoy the music just now. That is by Dracu, also known as Albino, and you can actually follow him. Probably look at the chat. I think I already posted. Yeah, at what? Let me see. I cannot even remember. What is this? Telegram. I mean his YouTube channel. Okay. Later I will paste it again if you want to follow his music. Oh, sorry, it's Dracu1 at Dracu1. So let me just paste it in, just in case for those that are new, who just came in and didn't see the YouTube channel for Dracu. The title today is, of course, title is always for sure. But the Wagner's shovels are really overpowered. I think we need to have UN sanctions on shovels. Shovels should never be used in war anymore. Overpowered. So we're gonna. So this stream, this DPA Open Mic, is on the main channel as well as on the DPA Open Mic channel, and the link to join the Open Mic will be on the DPA Open Mic's channel stream live chat. So if you want to join the chat, you have to be subscribed and join the DPA Open Mic channels stream. And this is also multicast onto Twitter, because I think Twitter is not too bad. If you stream to Twitter, maybe you can get more people to join and get acquainted to the DPA Open Mic universe, as well as at Rumble. So let me check. Is there 6 people is watching on Rumble right now? So Rumble is a new thing, so it's always good to have your eggs in different baskets. So I think I can't say hi. Oh, I saw Gonzalo Lira. Hi, Gonzalo. Yeah, there's so many people. How to say hi to everyone? Let's not waste time, okay? So because if I'm gonna say hi, it's gonna take like a good 2 minutes. So I'm gonna drop the link. So let me pull out my copy and paste text so that I don't have to like rethink what to type again. Let me go to oops, wrong. Oh no. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna copy this link to join the Open Mic. You have okay. So this is this one, and the live stream. This one, copy, paste here. Okay. I dropped the link on the main channel, DPA YouTube, DPA's main YouTube channel, to the link to the Open Mic channel. So I'm now going to copy and paste the link to the DPA Open Mic channel with the invite link to join the Open Mic. And Pia, and then I Pia, and then I pinned. It's posted now, so it's on the DPA Open Mics live chat now, so you can actually join at any time. So yeah, so we have someone in already. Hi, Atrio.
Yo, oh shit, I'm already in.
Yeah, you're the first. Hi, Maddie.
Hey, brother.
Maddie, what's up?
Yeah. So today is a little bit later because just now I had an interview. So it was a 2 hours interview, so I didn't have the chance to like do it. Hi, Prata. Oh,
Prata.
all the regulars are all jumping in. Like,
Yeah. Yeah,
hey,
because we
hi,
were all
Tom.
discussing in the pre open mic session. So another hint for those who want to join. The pre open mics are good warm ups to the open mic.
Someone's got a lot of double bounce right now.
Again?
What you say, Tom? We
Well,
didn't catch
somebody's
you.
echoing. Yeah.
So a lot of people just in and out, jump in and out. I have to put in the earphone. So So how? So
Hello, everybody.
what do you want? Then, so what do you guys think about Bakhmut? I haven't really checked since my last Bakhmut update. I suddenly saw on Twitter people say the percentage is now left 15% under Ukrainian control.
Well, I just wanted to be clear about did those high rises that were on the kind of in the center on the west part of Bakhmut, have they completely fallen?
Center.
Well, it's not.
Not
Well,
too
the
sure which one
the
you're talking
center
about.
is really got. It was the center of what the Ukrainians still held, and there was some high-rise buildings there. I don't know if those had fallen yet. Because if the Russians took those, then it doesn't seem like there's any point in trying to hold any more of the city at all. Just, get out.
Hi, Semillon. So
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, is the volume a bit too loud or?
If the
It's
volume
good.
are too loud or not,
Perfect.
chat. If you think anyone is too loud or too soft, do comment on the chat. I will keep track. I will try to adjust. I have limited abilities to adjust the volume of the mics for individual speakers.
Oh, by the way, sorry about interrupting.
Semillon, can you introduce yourself? You're new here, right?
I'm Francisco from Argentina. Currently living in Buenos Aires. I'm just like your usual IT guy. But rather than the usual IT guy that actually develops, I'm the one that goes around helping those IT guys that develop fix whatever issues they run into. So essentially, if suddenly your computer breaks, I'm the first guy that you call. Yeah, I'm that kind of guy.
You're the guy that I
Buen
hate.
dia from Argentina.
Yeah, I am the guy that essentially you call and I tell you, did you try to turn it off and back on again?
Yeah.
Anyways, continue with what you were saying. I think it was a trio. I couldn't really listen because I muted the stream.
Yeah, no, so yeah, just buenos dias, from Argentina.
Yep,
Yeah.
indeed.
Does all Argentinians speak very good English like you? Like you don't
No.
sound like.
No.
And honestly, I don't believe I quite nailed the accent. I tried to nail the US accent a bit, but I verged between the US and British accent.
Yeah.
You sound a
Don't
little more.
bother.
You sound a little more U.S. though. I think. As
You
an
mean it's
American,
because of the Falklands?
What happened?
Is it because of the Falklands?
No, not actually. It's just I just stuck with a whole bunch of people from US. Like, I have someone on Discord that's an ex-Air Force guy that I talk with. Well, just when you talk a whole bunch with people from US, you end up getting the words around, nailing the accent, getting the slang, etc., etc.
just stay away from the New Yorkers, otherwise you're going to sound funny.
Oh yeah. I got told to avoid that area.
I was trying to use that area.
Let's see. If the Germans didn't manage to get the Soviets to stop using shovels in World War II, what makes you think that Ukrainians will manage to get the Russians to stop using shovels nowadays?
You can do the other way around, right? You can encourage the Ukrainians to use the shovel. So, yeah,
Shovels
you
are
can even the odds.
What can I say? They dig dirt. You can use them to bonk people. I mean,
the Mark I depleted uranium 500-pound kilo shovel. I love this stuff. It's funny.
Well, we gotta stop hatred of shovels. I mean, as an American, we don't tolerate hate, so you can't hate shovels. It's not.
When I hear,
hey, they worked in the Battle of the Somme and the Battle of Verdun, and that's what we're seeing right now because
guys,
right now we're doing.
When I hear something funny here, so I know that you guys don't recognize shovels as this, but in Argentina we have a saying: when someone doesn't want to work, we say he's allergic to the shovel.
We have in Portugal a similar expression. Don't worry, very similar. It means the same. Yes.
Oh, right, Prada. You were from Germany, right?
Yes, I work from Germany, but I'm Portuguese. And my name is also Francisco, like you.
Well, it makes sense, seeing as Portuguese and Spanish are kind of related in terms of Latin. Sourced from the same Iberian region, so makes sense. Though, if I recall correctly, Portuguese was a bit more influenced by Arabic. Is that right?
No, the other way around.
Oh,
Hey. No.
Everyone's getting into this now, eh?
Portugal, Algarve, which is the southern part of Portugal, was conquered in the 1270s, more or less. And Portugal has the same frontiers, the continental Portugal, the European Portugal, has the same frontiers since that time. It's the oldest country in Europe. And Spain just got the Arabs out in the 1500s.
okay, yeah, it makes sense what you say.
And it's like just
But
the
it was
Algarve
twice.
is a
It
bit
was
more Arab.
It was at the second attempt because the Franks already tried to push the Arabs out, and then the second attempt was significantly more successful.
I love how Portugal was one of the biggest country back in the days, and now they are just like Cyprus.
They reduced Portugal to nothing. That's quite true, Vosh. Hello to you, Allah. Yes, it's
Hi,
it's
Carlos.
quite sad to see. Hello, Carlos. It's quite sad to see how Portugal has been reduced to. Oh, this is a new.
Yes,
This is a new
I like that.
configuration.
I like that.
Yeah, that was a nice.
Cool, thanks.
Because
Anyway,
if this layout, your face is bigger. If it's like this, everybody is just smaller. But you get to see the
Then
Spanish flag.
again,
Yeah, but no, the background is not important.
So now we go so now we go Spanish, Argentinian.
yeah, Argentina, and the Portuguese, and a great guy from.
I got
he
called
muted
out by
himself.
Coping.
So Prata fell away for a bit.
Prata, you're muted.
Prata, you're muted.
If you look at the background from Vosh, you see a port wine, a vodka, a Spanish wine, and several Portuguese wines. Hendrick's gin, so it's very British. Yeah. He's very international.
We do rum.
He colonized all the different wines.
Yeah,
Yeah, I collect
but he
wine.
doesn't drink. He
collect
doesn't
wine.
drink.
Can you see that, Prata? Proper Portuguese wine.
I was saying that
Copings, yeah.
Portugal is quite a sad case because it reduced itself to nothing, although 10 years ago it had a lot of influence. Well, not influence. It was taking part in a lot of these discussions within the developing country. And nowadays, especially when the socialists come to power, this discussion about developing countries, like Portugal, a developing country, has completely went out of the everyday discussion. And in that sense, Portugal was reduced to nothing. But I think Spain is almost the same thing. But Carlos probably will have to say about it. There was some bad experience trying to connect a little bit more to South America. And since 10 years ago, Spain also almost completely disappeared from the South American political discussion as well. But this is my impression.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like,
Wyatt, one sec.
my name is Carlos. I'm a political science student here in Israel, in Haifa.
Oh yeah, you came last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, so I'm introducing as well. Like,
how come I cannot recognize you? You are
It's
the
the
same.
angle.
It's the
It's
spectacle.
the angle.
no, that's because I'm with the glasses. Like, today, I'm like, no, my beard is getting like, looks like, I don't know, looking like a bit like Taliban or something out here.
He's in disguise.
Yeah.
He's a Mossad.
If you feel unsafe, you can say, sorry, I'm Arab. And then what will you say?
To be honest, like security here, like it's before coming into Israel, like the border is really, really, I don't know, strict, annoying. You figure out which term you want to use. but then again, it's my first time coming to Israel. But once I've been here, super chill. Nobody asked me for ID or like. Sometimes like you're in the past, like when you enter the university, a guy with a submachine gun comes in, but like he just looks around and comes off. And I don't know, it's very chill, but you can tell that it's like near war zones.
But you have to have your papers on you your identification on you all the time in Israel.
I mean, technically yes, but I haven't had any issues here. And one day I told them I'm a student at the university, and they're like, okay.
But Haifa is a special
Well, technically,
place.
actually, IJS, let me specify that because you don't necessarily need. They usually have to walk around with an ID card or a passport or something like that. But if you do have Israelis like a identity card, so I assume Carlos might be having a non-citizen. Do you have something called a Teodat Zehut?
No. I have a piece of paper that says that I came here on a day and a stamp on my passport. That's it.
Right. So do you have because then you are probably having a non-citizen ID number. So you can, if you have at least I know people who kind of have like the identity card registered with the passport photos and all that. So if you are stopped by security of any sort in Israel, then you can use just the you can just merely memorize the number, and you will be fine usually. Also, as to why you are not stopped or getting too much issues, I can tell you right away it's your appearances. If you had been a little bit more Arab looking, I can assure you would have
Yeah. Most people, even at the consulate, when I was getting the visa, they asked me like several times if I was Jewish, and like they really went on it. Like, but are you sure? Like your family's like, look, I got to a point after like 5-6 times. I was like, look, maybe 500 years ago, but as Prata said, like,
Spanish.
not that I know of.
It's supposed to look like Spanish. It's supposed to look like Moroccan.
If you're trying to get you to convert, if you keep asking me, I'll sign up. Where do I sign? I'll become Jewish. So stop asking.
Yeah, honestly, like, for what I was doing is like, I wish I was Jewish, like I wouldn't have to be doing this like deal here. This like, for the visa, having to pay and everything. If I were Jewish, I would be like, bro, give me a passport and don't ask me questions.
Well, you'll be good.
No, that's not entirely the case. Actually, it's easier now to come with an Israeli passport up until June. Then they will revert back to the pre-COVID era, because prior to COVID, when you entered Ben Gurion, if you had an Israeli passport, you were obliged to go on a certain line, which was usually a lot more cumbersome than if you had a United States or European passport. But now it is more or less like you just stated it's more simplified due to the COVID things. But as far as I got it, they will have the intentions of changing that back to pre-COVID era. And I can tell you, like I when I entered Israel, they had because my mother is from Israel, but before she managed to renounce her citizenship, the Israeli government, they just basically took it upon themselves to register me as a citizen there. So when I come with a Norwegian passport, they would be like, oh, well, we have you on this register here, and they will give me a whole bunch of bullshit, and then eventually they'll just have to kind of concede and allow me to enter, because
don't they really, ask you always if you ever have been to Israel several times, and who do you know, and all that?
No, they don't need to, because they have all that registered. Like that's what I'm saying.
So you are already on the register of the Israelis that you are.
I am so much on the register that while I was serving the Norwegian army, the Israeli military police went to my grandmother, because my mother, before she renounced her citizenship, they had kind of picked me up and just assigned my address to be where her address was prior to her renouncing the citizenship. So in their eyes, I was actually supposed to.
She was born there.
So you should be serving in the Israeli military by right.
According to them, I was supposed to be serving. So while I was serving in the Norwegian army, the Israeli military police came to my grandmother and almost arrested my uncle. Had to kind of like, no, Coping is in Norway. He's not even from here, and whatever. And so it's yeah.
You didn't tell them, hey, nice coat.
Yeah, I've had several issues with several issues.
So you missed your chance to kill some Palestinians, you know.
I don't need to miss that shot. I had actually Palestinian neighbors when I lived in Israel, and I had some pretty close associates in my hometown that were also Palestinians. So my affinity for shooting Palestinians isn't. Yeah. Also, the Norwegian service, that's just 1 year. In Israel, if you're a man, you have to serve for 3 years. So I coped up on that one. Even women actually have to serve for up to 2 years there. So yeah, and you know, if you can omit that one, who wouldn't? Like, unless you, like you said, Bosch, if you want to kill Palestinians, then maybe.
I don't. I want to save them.
Right now,
I want to
you're
save
spared
them.
from the fallout from that.
Sorry.
Are you by now spared from the fallout from that? The situation with your grandmother and such. Like, you no longer have any issues.
Yeah, now, like, so I was actually in Israel here at the end of March, so it's just a few weeks ago, really. And it was because of the COVID exception, it was noticeably easier for me to, because I don't go come often to Israel. It's more like every 5 years, shall we say, on average. So, and by the time you mentioned the thing with my grandmother, so here I don't have a registered address or any of that thing in Israel anymore. I don't have a. I have like I had a paper that exempted me from military service, which was quite an ordeal to go through because it was, you know,
Yeah, I
still
can
easier
imagine.
than for most. Yeah, it was still easier than for most people, but you know, I had to kind of prove that yeah, I'm currently serving in the Norwegian army and blah blah blah, and so, but now I can just travel down there with the same ease as Carlos. But before that, it would be usually like a yeah, they will make an issue whenever I arrive. So yeah.
I mean,
Especially, I think is what you said at the beginning. They open a file, you know. When I went there to like check in at El Al, like Israeli like flag carrier airline, they started like asking me about all the trips I've done, asking about like I went to like Indonesia because I went there with my family. Like I was like, I can show you pictures. Like, no, we don't have to. Did anybody give you a gift? Do you know anybody from like a list of like Arab countries? And I was just like, at the beginning, I was like, I don't know what they're trying to figure out. I'm just answering. And then after like a little bit, I'm like, okay, these people, they're just asking like these stupid questions to see like if I get angry, if I get nervous. I'm like, but Israel's a country from the outside you think it's very wow, it's gonna be very strict, it's gonna be like paramilitary state or something. It's so unorganized.
Maybe it's the Indonesian part. Because if you go to Indonesia, then maybe because Indonesia, I don't think they have
Islamic.
I don't think they have diplomatic relationship with Israel as well. And they are the majority Muslim country, which is why I think they are wondering if you are like some freedom fighter or what. No.
Actually, many European countries allows you to get the second passport because if you need to travel to Israel, so that you don't show stamps that you were in other Muslim countries.
Yeah, I was about to mention this.
They will ask you questions all the time. They even they even invite you to go to a cabin, dress you completely naked, whatever. I heard really strange stories, but it's quite interesting.
Keep going.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's more difficult to get out of Israel than to get in. To get in is actually quite easy, but to get out, they will check all your baggage, everything you have.
Intel it has a fab in Israel. So we were actually receiving training or how do you say that preparations to also travel to Israel for the installation of several of systems from Intel. And then we were being trained and conditioned. It's like, you would need to have a second passport because one of your parents is from an Islamic country, and therefore you should do this, and then you should try to silence about that. And then they were basically conditioning and training you how to get into Israel, but also how to get out of Israel, and then the stories that come with it. Then you think, maybe just no, it's not worth it. It's just select someone else, because what Prata says is true. And then the company which I was working for, they actually also help you get the second passport because some countries actually have laws restricting you from just applying them. So you can only do that via either a company or if you have actual necessity. So if you're an athlete who has been to an Islamic country, particularly Iran or some of them, then you would need to have a second passport if you are applicable for a sports event in then Israel. So you would need to cross-reference with 2 passports, but then it needs to be confirmed that you actually need it. So there's a whole regulation for it, but it's crazy.
An interesting factor of that you're pointing out is that the inverse is also true. So because my Norwegian passport has shown that I have been in Israel, that is likely to give me issues if I'm visiting Arab countries. And so they kind of the same is true if you're going to any Muslim countries. If you have anything pertaining to Israel, you might want to have like you have to kind of get yourself some form of exempt, or I haven't really tried, but as far as I get it, it's that's they would typically not allow it unless you go to certain countries like Morocco. And then Morocco is an interesting one here because Morocco has geopolitically, they are tied to the U.S. very much, like increasingly tied to the U.S. like Israel was. And they have a lot of the same political circumstances in the sense that they have occupied territory in West Sahara, where they are, with this is tremendously ironic. They are. We
have a panel about it with Coping, an amazing panel. So you guys go watch it. We talk about this with the problem of Algeria. With Voz as well. Voz was also there. We talked about Algeria and Morocco and all those problems. So you guys, this could be interesting if you are interested on it. Go look into the panels and watch our video. Go on, Coping. Sorry.
Yes. Please. What Prat is saying, please do, because we are a couple men down. Our North Africans have Algerians and Moroccans. They like to kind of kill each other, but since ours are so friendly, they wipe themselves out. So our Moroccan is now he has been sent out to, because he's a military dude, so he's been sent out within Moroccan territory, and Ayman is kind of restricted by other stuff. So if you want, it will be very, very appreciated if you want to get on. But I'll just finish this thing, which I think is an interesting detail, that Morocco is settling. They're trying to settle in Western Sahara, and it's not too dissimilar from how the Israelis are trying to get a demographic majority, except that in Morocco, they're actually acquiring a demographic majority. And one of the ways they're doing it is by resettling Palestinians. So Palestinians who kind of, for whatever reason, left Israel, Palestine, and ended up in Morocco, they tend to be sent to West Sahara. So they basically got those who have gotten settled out by the Israelis are being used as a settler instrument by the Moroccan, which is, So that explains to some extent how Morocco is such a good friend of the United States, I guess.
By the way, Coping, could you share a link to that panel that Prada was talking about? Or Prada yourself, could you share?
Sure.
Yeah. You're going to find it when you join the chat.
No, it's also on one of DPA channels. So you just search it through and then you will find it.
Okay.
I hope we soon will have also we'll go deeper inside Africa, and we have now a guy from Nigeria, very intelligent.
Hello, Vaughn.
He'll give us some really good insights. So that probably is going to be the next episode of that series.
Yeah. So now with Semillon entering the chat, we can also look onto a South American panel.
No, wait. We have something about Africa today, really big.
Yes, actually, yes, this is very true.
Sudan.
Yes, I was reading about it.
I want to talk about that. How the odds that the CIA go a hand on that thing.
I'm not sure, actually.
Could someone inform the rest of us who are ignorant about what you're talking about? Like, give me the TLDR on that.
So a quick update. So in Sudan, Sudan actually got out of a civil war and split up in 2 countries. but both North and South were quite unstable after the separation. But two political leaders, particularly from the military, who were actually fighting off the previous government, now are in conflict with each other on how to form the modern military, or how to implement the paramilitary into the regular army. And then that actually caused, in this case, a military conflict that now has escalated so far that it is actually, you could consider it the potential of a new civil war in North Sudan.
Which faction is the United States backing?
That's why I'm not really convinced if it's United States.
CIA is the reason they can't split in two. You know that. So,
right, but who do they want? Who does the CIA or the Pentagon, whatever? Who do they want in power?
That's the thing.
Okay.
We never know, because they always play both sides, you know.
Yes, I think that's the point. They play both sides. They are not friendly with any of the sides. Now, what we're seeing here is something much bigger.
Yeah, it's so the current situation in Sudan is definitely not necessarily one side gets all the benefits from CIA or whatever. So I'm still not really convinced if CIA is behind it, because the political rivalry or military rivalry has been a problem in Sudan over a very long period. So we could also consider this as a situation that has been developing over the course of time after the liberation of South Sudan, but also considering the political instability from Sudan in general, as this country has been in war for decades.
Yes, exactly, Trejo. And we shouldn't also forget that the government in Iran was actually planning, or did send weapons, Soviet-style weapons that they just bought from from Russia to Ukraine. And
okay, what I wanted to say is that actually I believe this has nothing, well, not entirely anything, but very little to do with external influences. I think it's mostly an internal clash of interest within the country, but the important part is what comes of this, like what the different parties start supporting. I think there will be external forces influencing this conflict, but I don't think that the conflict itself was sparked by external forces.
I studied in Moscow, like you all guys, Russian. I was in the Pushkin Institute, and in 2019 until the beginning of the pandemic, and I had this guy in the canteen that was always jumped to sit with us. He was from Sudan. He could speak English perfectly. Really nice guy, very intelligent. He was from the army. And I presume that the army is with Russia. So we know that the actual government that's there now wanted to sell weapons to Ukraine. And this probably didn't come very well, I would say. So let's wait and see what really was happening there.
So I read that P4J4 say that the Russians made an agreement with Sudan to build a naval base. Then today they started fighting. So
this is where the CIA comes in.
So anyone has read the news about what's actually
but
happening?
also consider that so from South Sudan, even though not mingled into this war, because South Sudan was supposed to or is in the works of joining the East African Union. So several East African unions do have somewhat of an interest into this conflict, because it can have an implication onto their union as well. So from a different perspective.
I don't see in Africa, in terms of Sudan, I don't see many actors involved. Well, Egypt doesn't really play a role in Sudan, although they are very near to each other. But if we take into consideration Al-Sisi, he is for stability. He doesn't want any wars. He doesn't want to take part in anything. Well, according to the papers from Jacques Teixeira, they were saying that Egypt was selling weapons to Russia. I doubt it. Doesn't sound like.
Your Portuguese accent came in when you say Teixeira.
You know, I think one thing about all these stories about all these countries supposedly selling weapons to Russia. I mean, it's the same thing I said about Israel. You know, they're like, oh, they might be selling the strike missile to them or this or that. It's like, you got to figure Israel, you know, they do have a military industrial complex. It's pretty tight. They build a lot of good shit. But think about it. They might calculate, because it's a numbers game for them, we only need 10,000 strikes. So they don't really have a surplus to donate to Ukraine if something happens. They got 10,000 because they think it's going to take 2 to kill 1 tank, so there's 5,000 tanks, whatever the number is on whatever particular item. I would imagine the same thing is for Egypt, but even worse because they were defeated 3 times pretty badly, so they had to completely rebuild. I mean, the idea that these guys have deep pockets to go donate weapons to Ukraine or really anybody else is kind of a joke. I mean, they're probably got enough for, you know, a good week or 2 of battle in a lot of these places, and then that's it, depending on how hard it goes.
What they might do is like send a small amount, like just a token amount, to say, "Oh, look, we support the right side. We're on the right side of history." But as far as
there's a benefit to them, they would, you know, like they could get something else for it.
It's very interesting. We should take into attention that not Argentina, Brazil, and Chile were very united in saying we don't want to take part on this, and this is the position of almost all African countries, all Arab countries, most of Asia. We don't want to take part on these. The profit of sending us a small shipment of making someone happy for a partition of a second is ridiculous.
No, but because Israel is so strongly aligned with the United States
and with
that it would
Russia.
I'm sorry.
And with Russia, there's a lot of Russians here in Israel, and Israel. I think the main reason why they will not send weapons is because even if it's a token account,
there's a huge amount of Ukrainians in Israel too.
Yeah, but overall, Israel has a strategic sort of like a relationship with Russia, where Russia keeps the Iranians a bit at bay, especially when it comes to Syria and what sort of weapons are allowed in. In exchange, Israel doesn't send weapons to Ukraine, and even if they send a token amount to make the Ukrainians happy, make CNN happy, and everybody in the West, then the Russians can just start sending, you know, some like tornadoes, some smart, some MLRS, give more tech, and that's a big headache for Israel. Israel doesn't want that. Right now, I am literally 50 miles away from the Syrian border, 20 from Lebanon. Imagine if they put that.
Can you give us some? What is the political situation right now in Israel, like with Bibi? Like how? What's
so? The way I say it is that in Israel right now, there's like 2 military. It's like 2 juntas, yeah, like almost 2 dictatorships. One is the Bibi and his government, which is really, really influenced by ultra-Orthodox, by like Messianic parties, like very radical Zionism. And on the other hand, you have the judges, which right now the judges have so much power in Israel. And Netanyahu wants to do a reform, but the reform is too much too quickly. But a reform is necessary. And the way I say is like, yes, there's a lot of protest, but at the same time, this is Israel's finest democracy hour, because both groups hate each other and nobody's dying on the streets. There's been very peaceful protest. I've seen on TV, yeah, maybe like 2 guys get injured or something, but very, very, very peaceful. Nothing like France, not even like in Spain or Portugal. Sometimes they're a bit more like active in the protest. No, here, all peaceful. So yeah, it's people dramatize a lot, like, oh, Israel's going to become a dictatorship. If it was a dictatorship, they would be like killing each other.
But aren't a lot of people pissed at Bibi because, like, is he still head of the Likud party? Yeah, and then he made the alliance with the Orthodox party, and that historically that wasn't the case with him, right? Because he was mostly a secularist, and then
and now he's catering a lot to them.
Yeah, and I think that's causing a little bit of uneasiness because he was like, he was very secular, I think, in his views, or at least that's
So now with the protest, it's very hard to tell how many people really are concerned about democracy and what's the actual danger compared to how many people are there because they want Bibi out. So it's as I say here, half type of a situation.
Well, it's a funny. I remember years ago, I knew a guy that was, he was involved in all the protests in the United States in the '60s. He was an older guy. He's actually still alive. He's like 80 or something. But he was telling me that it goes, the guys mostly showed up to these protests to get laid.
Oh,
are you serious?
I'm serious because it was like that the '60s and
if you go to Tel Aviv, everybody's looking for sex.
It all comes down to that, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there was some believers, but he was like, that's where the women are, man. So the guys would all join up and say, yeah, we want, freedom and, what was, I don't even know.
Hey, JS, are you trying to put an anti-feminist slant by saying the protests are caused by women? And so the guys are just going to be catering to whatever opinion the women have in hopes that they will get laid?
Well, Coping, you know me. I am all about the feminists, man. I'm all about the feminists. Everybody here knows that about me. So you can't Coping. That was a cheap shot for you to even insinuate that.
No, not at all. I was insinuating that you are a real gentleman who knows the woman's mind, right?
Look at the mind of Victoria Nuland.
Yes,
there's the perfect example.
We're talking about women, Vaughn.
A woman's mind that shouldn't be in politics.
Victoria Nuland is not a woman.
Why women shouldn't be involved in anything. Maybe dog catchers.
Yeah, Victoria Nuland is a demon, not a woman. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest, I'd rather chill with the Azov guys than Victoria Nuland. I've got more chance with the Azov.
I want to learn how to invest from Nancy Pelosi.
What was that about Nancy Pelosi?
I was saying that I want to learn how to invest from Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I tell you, the secret is if you want to be successful at investing, what you do is you get a seat in the House of U.S. Representatives, and you make sure that you're appointed to all the subcommittees, and that's how you become successful. And you find out who. So if you want to become rich in the United States, become a congressman.
Think about all the motherfuckers that probably got rich on the defense committees and shit, because here's the new thing coming out from Raytheon if you can get it in the budget in 2 years from now. Yeah. So it looks all nice and clean, I didn't just invest yesterday. I invested like 2 years ago, right after that committee hearing that was in a skiff. It's like, fuck you motherfuckers.
Yeah, like how does someone? She's worth like $300 million, and she has a salary of like $120,000 a year, and how do you go from that? Like even if she never spent a penny, she's still.
And you're like, well, her husband's an investor. I'm like, yeah, I bet he fucking is.
Yeah, he is, and that's.
You can talk to her for 5 fucking minutes and find out the real deal's like. So what are you putting money in this month? Well, I'm not going to happen right away. But 3 years down the road, these motherfuckers
Vaughn, they just.
$20 billion on rail guns.
They just investigated her husband for some shady deal that they're actually looking into now. He's connected to all sorts of shit, and that's the one thing nobody brings it up. You know what I mean?
Never pay the price. I guarantee this motherfucker's dirty as hell. Here it is. Fucking, that's him. Woo! You ain't got shit.
When he got pulled over for drunk driving,
American justice has been sucking a dick since Bill Clinton.
You just posted a comment. Can you explain the meaning, please? We, the United States, should have extended a hand to the Russians. Then instead, did we our best humiliate the Russians when the Soviet Union failed? Why did you write that?
Because there was. No, it was me. They were talking about it, the collapse and the disasters of it. And I remember the time when when Putin was there standing, I can't remember who he was, and he kind of awfully said, maybe we could join NATO. And it came across as kind of a joke, but if you look at the way Putin responded, it made him look, it humiliated him, and he's never fucking forgot that. And that's the one thing. We went, one second, Vaughn. We went in there and just tore up and just took any industry we wanted. Go ahead, Vaughn.
I was just going to say real quick, yeah, I mean, after the wall came down and the Soviet Union collapsed, I mean, I was like, I'm thinking back then, because, I'm an American, here's the enemies. Well, now's a good time to, mend fences with Russia and maybe leverage them against China, even though China probably wasn't as much of a geopolitical or economic threat now that they were then, less then. But I'm just saying, it's like, and what did we do? We went into the Baltics, we went into all these places and basically just shit all over their backyard and created problems. I mean, we didn't even try to help them, calm it down or nothing. It was just like, fuck you, let it run wild. And if it works for you, it works. If it don't, it don't. I mean, I always thought that was a shitty thing. It's like, and it's not to be like, racist or culturally anything like that, but it's like, Caucasian, America, Europe, you think they'd have more in common with Russia, and that would be a natural way for them to come together eventually down the road, just like, maybe someday Africa would unify and Asia would unify a little bit more, maybe not under one person. But I'm just saying, it just seemed like, they're like, the war's over, why wouldn't you work together? And they totally fucking shit all over it.
But let's not forget.
I can actually tell you one reason.
But you got India, China, all these other motherfuckers are like, yeah, you could be working with us, but nope.
Yeah. Van, let's not forget that after all that, Putin extended a hand to Bush, and he trusted Bush until Bush betrayed him. And I think since then, the Russians have been very, very
shit, they built a fucking monument for 9/11, in Russia for 9/11 or some shit, like a huge ass fucking fancy ass monument. It's like they were supposedly tight. It's like, and nobody ever did shit. It was like they just kept going Cold War mentality. Fuck Russia, fuck Russia, fuck Russia.
I can actually give you one good reason why you, like, for example, NATO. If Russia had been a part of NATO, this war in Ukraine, I'm pretty sure most of us can agree it probably would not have happened. But one reason that the United States would not allow Russia to be a part is because, unlike all the other little nations that are fairly easy to control, if Russia had become a part of NATO, if Russia became part of NATO, it would have been geographically the more natural ally for the natural trading partner for all of Europe, as we can see with this war. So with this war. Yes.
Sorry, guys. And if you think about the Eastern Bloc if that was the case of NATO, all those little countries would have been way better equipped militarily and had brought something to the table, because they were all part of Warsaw Pact after that.
The problem is,
let it go down.
You see, the problem is that the United States would have lost control over Europe if Russia was a part of NATO. That is the main reason that they didn't, because over time Europe would be gravitating, and this was already an issue during the Cold War. So like these gas pipelines, so that they started off actually during the Cold War. Well, they're supposed to be enemies. So obviously, if they become NATO allies and trade increases, that's why the United States tried to kind of stop this Nord Stream stuff. We don't want you to be doing that. It's primarily because the United States noticed that, economically at least, Europe will be gravitating more towards Russia. And so that was the main reason that they didn't become... Semillon, you held your hand up.
That's true.
Okay, so 3 things here. Dracu, if I may. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say a short proposition. NATO, Russia to NATO makes no sense, guys. NATO has no sense with Russia in it, because NATO is against Russia. That's NATO. Even if Russia come to NATO, then there is no sense for NATO.
NATO needs an enemy.
If they actually lived up to what they claim to be and what they claim to represent, then they would have let Russia in, because obviously you're right, they would have eventually taken control. But really, something that big would have been a stabilizing force across the entire southern part of Europe and Southwest Asia, because it would have been consolidated But I mean, it's all woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, like I said, I never got why we fucking just went and turned into total dicks to Russia. I mean, I'm not saying we could have been best friends, but gosh, I mean, not really tried to do anything. You know, I mean, maybe once in a while, like a plane crashed or something sunk, he's like, yeah, we'll help you rescue the guys or whatever. But even then, it's like hardly shit.
I mean,
Hey, Draco. Wait. Semillon was trying to give a shot and he was not able. So
yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so first thing, on a point that was made a couple minutes ago, if you want easy money, just go along with the main political party, like the one pulling the strings. Just play along, do your political career there. If you play along, that's easy money, dude. Like, there you go. And you'll probably get some easy investment advice. There you
stay. If you do it, you're gonna stay there forever because there is no way out. Once you're in,
they take care of their own.
But that's easy money.
Like the mob.
Yeah, easy money, but some of these people, they got money now, but they can't get out. I see people, they all their life was like fighting for anti-war. I hate war. Now they are promoting it.
Yeah. Okay, second point. U.S. did Russia dirty, yeah. But there was a ton of Russians that played along with it. Okay, so it is true that the US and European countries, mainly Germany, came in and absolutely destroyed everything that was on the East. Everything was just absolutely collapsed there. And I don't mean like they came in and with bulldozers and destroyed everything, but bought every single property that they could.
Yeah, at pennies on the dollar, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
they just undermined it. They just undermined the entire everything.
Yeah, it's not just let's call it the West. It's a bit weird to call it that, but let's call it the West that came into Russia and destroyed everything. Some Russians
it was picked clean. It was picked clean for profit.
Yeah,
like picked clean for profit, like vultures on it.
You're talking about
well, the way they went about this is very similar to how the United States generally operates with. Like, you may wonder, why do the United States have such an open lobbying system that enables other countries to come and influence? This has primarily to do with the U.S. being a predominant power. So it can go both ways. And what it enables for the United States is to have social connections to the elites in the countries that they are, whatever meddling in. And that's why they want this form of representative democracy we have, because as you may have noticed, one thing is that it isn't particularly representative or democratic, but another very glaringly obvious factor here is that it is very susceptible to external influence. So this is one of the reasons the United States is very keen on this form of democracy, that you guys trying to kind of have land redistribution and stuff like, oh, no, that's communism. You guys trying to take care of each other, oh, that's communism.
I remember Nicaragua.
Yes, perfect example, and then many more of them. So like, what was happening with Russia was basically the neoliberal shock therapy, and Putin was in on it. That was why he wanted to be a part of NATO. He didn't like, hey, you guys are threatening our interest by breaching this promise of not going eastwards. He was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, we are already becoming a part of the United States.
If you have enemies, you can join the enemies.
Well, the Russia had already, but Prato, keep this in mind. Russia had altered its constitution to fashion it much more similarly to the United States. And what happened under Yeltsin was that he was given, it's sort of similar to what happened under Obama, that the president got extended power, so he could kind of do several acts of wars without the Congress getting involved. So like this is actually one of the reasons that Putin had so much power when he came to power, because Yeltsin had managed to reframe the judicial reforms during the period, because he was slipping. The power was slipping because the Russians were dying left and right from all the negative externalities caused by this economic restructuring, and so more political repression was enabled. And this was actually one of the things that kind of helped Putin stay in power, and come back again, actually. So It's
yeah, but coping. Sorry there. There was no other way. You know what Semillon was talking about? It was not like the Russians. It was a bunch of criminals that would play with anybody. It doesn't matter with whom they would play. They would play with the Russians, with the Chinese. It doesn't matter. They would play with the ones who had money. And Putin came to power and said to these guys, he put it inside of a room and said, either you play with the state or I kill you. And he did that. If you look at those people, the guys that didn't want to work with the state, they live nowadays in London, almost all of them in London, and they live extremely
they're in Tel Aviv as well.
And they live extremely well. They stole so much money. They live extremely well. They don't need to work a single day in their lives.
Now, something
what's the deal with the Lebanese bank? The banking thing with Lebanon, is that just basically a harder version of what's kind of happened a few weeks ago, but it's on an ongoing basis for them?
Well, one Israeli dropped off, so I don't know.
Was that a question?
I don't know enough about it to answer intelligently, so I'll whoever else knows tell.
Just I've seen stories that over the last few months, like all these people in Lebanon are like going in banks and like taking their money and having street fights over money, and they're having all kinds of crazy problems. So I don't know if it's something like what we had going on here, but on a catastrophic scale, and it's happening all the time, like when Greece had all the problems all the time. Is it something like that, or is it something more serious?
Sort of, yes. I don't know it in detail, but what I do know is that there's been a lot of political inertia and against corruption in Lebanon, which has gone quite rampant, and this had cost people. Actually, there was, if I'm not mistaken, it might still be going on, but they had at least over a year of sustained demonstrations. Like they were calling actually not for just a reform. They wanted a constitutional reform, and they wanted the entire political establishment removed. So it's kind of like if you like you said about the bank, the Silicon Valley Bank is further bank consolidation, and we are probably going to see more of that occurring because the banks are there's a mechanism already for bailing them out. And this sort of corruption, ultimately, the United States is such an immensely rich country that it doesn't. It's taken a lot more decades for it to show in the fabrics of American society the high level corruption going on. But in Lebanon, this was quite evident fairly much earlier on. And so this is what it was concomitant. This protest in Lebanon, they were occurring during the same time as Chile was having sustained demonstrations where the population there actually also demanded a constitutional reform, and
that was 2 years ago, right?
But
someone was saying in the chat they don't have the resources or the industrial, economy to support their currency. But what about the oil and gas fields off the coast? Is they getting any piece of that action?
That's the point, Van. Well, Lebanon is an extreme sectorized society. Different groups of Muslims, different groups of Christians and Muslims. But let's not forget different groups of Muslims, different groups of Christians. They all go against each other all the time. It's very difficult to find a consensus. The president has to be always Christian. The prime minister has to be Muslim. It's a very complicated country. And that's where Coping was saying, well, they thought they needed some reforms to bring a more democratic elected systems. The problem is, they believe the Christians are out. They were immigrating in big numbers. But in a few months ago, some statistics showed that the Christians are actually growing again. So there's a lot of preoccupation. I don't know if you heard as well. They changed the time. So Christian communities will have a timeline, a Muslim community will have an hour different timeline. It's amazing. This country now has 2 different times, one for Christians, one for Muslims.
I don't understand. What do you mean time? Yeah,
like an hour behind or some
What
shit?
does it mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why.
Well,
That's
do you
what I
know,
always.
some places, it's about where your position in the planet. Some places have 1 time more, 2 hours more, and so on. What do you call it?
Like Central Times, Eastern Time, Western. So they're basically going to be like an hour behind or ahead, just to be fucking different.
Christians or Muslims, exactly. It's
To own them. They're going to own them now.
But it's clear for you that this is not making any economical problems. The fact that they have different times.
No, the country is completely crazy. You see, you were saying
but
about
not because of the time. This is because of because of this is because of the Hillary Clinton. No, it's because of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
But Fawn was saying that they were having street fights for money. But if we all go looking, they are having street fights for bread. Yes.
For whatever.
Bakeries have huge queues, and people fight on the queues. Who has the moral right to stay in the queue? A Palestinian is the same last person that can stay in the queue. Do you have videos all over the internet seeing how Lebanese, doesn't matter if it is Christian or Muslim, are putting up Palestinians out to the end of the queue because they don't deserve to get bread?
Not because they don't deserve to have bread. It's because they are foreigners in the country. They have no citizenship.
Of course, true.
Yes.
Well, yes,
that's the reason why they are doing this. because they don't have enough. We shouldn't forget that Lebanon was the country which sustained all the country around Lebanon. The South Sahara. All the Sahara's country were sustained by Lebanon.
Who was talking about oil and gas? Who said about oil and gas? Atreyo? Was that you? No, who
not me.
No, it was Vaughn.
Vaughn
has a question about it.
Yeah, but that's good because this is what's happening. They are looking at new resources in Lebanon like they never had before. And everybody's getting crazy to get that bunch of new resources connected with the state.
I actually saw there were some issues with that with Israel because Israel had somehow managed to get an agreement with the Lebanese government regarding the gas fields outside of Lebanon, which I think it was predictably Hezbollah that had quite a lot to say about that. And Hezbollah is like the most powerful entity in Lebanon. So like what Prata was saying, he said Christians and Muslims, but it's not just Christian and Muslims. It's also the Sunni and Shia, actually. So they have three. It was like the president is a Christian, the prime minister is a Sunni, and then the other whatever is a Shia, or however. But that is how they've set it up. And one of the reasons is this is the best way they could cope with the aftermath of the civil war. So actually, why is my mother from Israel, but I am Norwegian? Well, that's because of the Lebanese, the civil war going on in Lebanon. And so my father was in the UN peacekeeping forces and stationed out there.
You mean like in the 1980s? You're going back to 1980s?
Yeah. So and it was a pretty chaotic. I still just get like, oh, well, what the fuck was? How did they even manage that stuff? And he told me like you could be in like one village and you could expect problems coming from that side, but then and he was fortunate that he was relieved from duty and left before Israel invaded, because when they came, unlike when the UN forces were there because he was in one of the combat units there, like the better equipped ones. So when the UN was asked to respond in order to kind of keep the calm there, he was part. Norbat was what it was called. And he had people that he served with and friends there that could say like when the Israelis were on their way, they say basically you step aside or we crush you, and they would definitely have just simply mowed over that. Like they would not be able to resist the Israelis. And
reminds me of the Chinese. Reminds me of the Chinese to a certain extent, with all the memes of the tank.
Breaking the news. We have a chat for $10 from Bobby Yaga. I am thinking Iran and Israel
will be meeting soon. facilitated by Russia and China.
Okay.
Well,
United States is not gonna let that happen.
Yes.
I don't think United States have a choice, because if you look at how Iran and Saudi Arabia
I
met,
agree with you,
it
Wyatt.
was in secret. It was in secret. Nobody know that happened until they already agreed on everything. Then suddenly the foreign minister just shake hand.
Yeah, if the United States
I
knew
mean-
about it, they would have nuked all the countries before they
The
would have allowed
foreign
it.
minister was
United
in
States hates
Moscow.
peace, man. United
The
States.
foreign, yeah,
Do
the
you
foreign
feel-
minister was in
do you-
Moscow, and some delegates were discussing it in Tehran. It's amazing, and nobody knew about it. Great. Well,
Let
Do you really?
Let me
do you
ask you
really,
this,
Do
though.
you really think United States is gonna let Israel and Iran sit in the same table and talk about peace?
I mean,
Yeah.
at
Well,
most
yeah.
they can apply soft
it-
power, but
I
No,
can
no,
easily
no.
explain that.
One thing I would say is this, is that Israel has to think of itself right now, because if we are proving right now that the U.S. cannot just bail it out if it ever came to conflict. They are an island surrounded by natural enemies if we look at it through the cultural prospect of it.
But
Russia
they got nukes. Nobody's
is-
gonna fuck with them.
All right,
I
but
mean, they
that,
got
but
nukes.
see,
End of story. I mean, they're untouchable. I mean, you
Yeah.
fucking take them out. They're taking the whole region down with them, and maybe even parts of Europe. Who knows? Maybe they even fucking shoot at us too.
I
fuck.
mean,
Yeah, they have
They're
this.
not
but
gonna-
still, they
fuck with us,
they
even
don't.
though they got nukes.
Hey guys, I don't
If they're
think
that desperate to
Israel is
protect
capable.
themselves, then the bottom
I
line
was
is they
making
got
a point.
nukes.
I don't think Israel is capable to sustain a long-term war. Israel is capable to sustain strikes, short attacks like the 7 Days War. But if they should now fight for months, they are not capable to sustain such a war. But the problem that I see in this whole region is, for me, I am still very precocious. How I say okay?
You are precarious, Dracu.
Prudent. I don't trust the Saudis, because the Saudis are like the Saudis. They are totally dependent on the United States, and they look like, actually, they said they want to BRICS. They want there and they want there, and then if they get inside, they will be capable to fuck up these organizations from inside. You know, like
Actually, Dracu,
I
Dracu,
agree
what you're
with
pointing
you,
out is
but,
correct.
Draco,
And I think,
you're right.
I think
You're
you guys should know
completely right.
something that Dracu pointed out there, and this is Saudi Arabia, because especially for Americans and a lot of the people in the West, the notion that Israel is like the highest priority for the United States is a misnomer. The biggest priority for the United States is actually Saudi Arabia. So if Saudi Arabia and Iran are starting to have peace and Saudi Arabia is starting to veer off, I'm referring back to the super chat here. Will Russia and China be able to mediate a form of peace between Israel and Iran? That is actually now, especially with Saudi Arabia, doing it. It's actually way more likely for Israel to do so as well. So yeah, Semillon.
Okay, so first and foremost, doesn't really matter that Israel has nukes. They already fucked with them when they had nukes already, so it's nothing new to fuck with a nuclear power
No,
when
I'm
you
talking
yourself
about
don't
like if
have
there's
nukes.
never going to be like a final push. You know,
Okay,
like
yeah, that
yeah,
is
that's all
true.
I'm saying. It's like they're not
Yeah,
going to go.
Semillon,
Yeah, it's
Semillon,
something.
think about-
Semillon, hold on a second. No, Semillon, there's something called the Samson Protocol, where the Israelis have it set up that if the Israeli country was ever about to collapse because of military invasion, they nuke everybody, not just everybody in the Middle East, not just the country that attacks them. So the reason they do that is like, let's say Syria, for example, somehow was able to be on the verge of storming Tel Aviv, everybody would get nuked. So that's the way of Syria.
Yeah, it's a deterrence so that everyone keeps an eye on everyone.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's a Samson Protocol.
Yeah, in other matters, in terms of the possibility for Russia and China to be able to open a table between Iran and Israel, it's already technically open for a while now, so it's nothing new. It's just that things are getting smoother now.
I really hope that happens.
Yeah,
I'm
but I don't
tired.
know. Are there some rumors about tryings from Russia and China to mediate between Iran and Israel? Because I didn't heard about something like that. For me, this is not yet an option.
Could they work a deal with Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Russia on the oil fields, like develop it, like give them a real sweetheart deal on the
US
setup?
kinda killed its own legitimate. What was the word? Legitimate.
Legitimate.
Legitimacy.
Legitimate. Sorry, what Mehdi said. Either ways, they already killed that, the US that is. So any soft power that they had, it's kind of going out the drain by the minute with their actions lately. They can recover, of course, and they still have the hard power. Like, I don't know, they can try to mess things up in a few of these countries. Of course, that won't play very well in the press and overall in the world media, but they can still do it. They can still mess with the power arrangements in the region. But I don't think they'll do it. Of course, I don't have a reason why I say this, but I don't think they will. It's up to you to believe what I'm saying or not, and I'll actually let everyone else speak. Sorry if I talk too much. Go ahead.
What's the deal with the attack on Al-Aqsa? I mean, is that just extremists attacking it and the government basically not intervening, or is that more in depth?
This is a common ploy to get a distraction from this is a political distraction often occurring. So they essentially go on, like Ariel Sharon did this, went on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and knowing fully well that would be provoking the Palestinian response. And so when the Palestinians respond, then they use that as political clout to kind of like, oh yeah, we have to protect ourselves, because they're constantly propagandized into believing that, oh, they're going to get IRL. So they're constantly propagandized to be convinced, like, oh, the Palestinians, the only thing they think about is wiping out all Israelis. Ariel, mon ami, how are you?
Pour les enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé.
Don't you start. Don't you start.
I'm gonna go watch Casablanca.
It's still waiting. Just to add something about the potential relations between Israel and Iran, kind of potential rapprochement, I don't think it will occur, because for the Israeli, they are waiting for Iran to recognize them.
It's not just
Iran
the Israelis
does not
created
recognize
an
the existence of the
identity
state of Israel. Wait.
Yeah.
They don't recognize the existence of the state of Israel.
What would happen
for
if
the
Israeli?
It is also difficult to get a direct talk with the Iranians, and vice versa. For the Iranians, it's difficult to have a direct talk with the Israelis. You need middlemen between them.
It's more than that. They created an identity. The Israeli political difference branch. They created an identity based on anti-Iranian ideas. It's very difficult to go through all that and explain their people that they are not anti-Iranian anymore. So it will be very difficult. I agree with Errol, definitely. Iran and
a direct talk between those two parties is all but realistic. Is all but realistic. And also you have to add the new factor. You have to add the new factor, the rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which has a huge implication with what the Arab Gulf countries have signed with Donald Trump, the Abraham Accords. Those accords are being thrown in the junk. So now Israel was the only one who was not happy to see the rapprochement between two countries. Yeah, it's good to have peace between people, but Israeli weren't so happy to see that, because they will be the next target. They understand that.
Well, I don't think the Israelis are against peace per se. I think that they're just worried about if two countries make peace that are potentially their enemies, they just kind of, how do you say, like, two countries could now gang up on them as opposed to it would just be two separate countries, two combined countries ganging up on them. But I don't really think that. I think Israel right now has a lot of problems of its own, and Israel has always been very geopolitically centric on itself. So.
I'm not agreeing with that, GS. I think Israel is doing everything underground. Israel is not acting openly like the others. They are acting underground, and then 10 years after that, we are hearing from some historians which are writing some books. Oh, that was this issue was created by Israel. So,
but that doesn't change what GS was saying. This is Drew, you're right, but that doesn't change what GS was saying. He was very right. Go on, GS. You keep saying.
No, I agree with Dracu and Prada. Like I agree what you're saying. I think I didn't express myself clearly. Basically, what I'm saying is Israel. Yes, they are always operating on the down low. They have the Mossad. They've perfected the art of manipulating other state entities. But ultimately, my point is that the Israelis they're going to do what's right for Israel above all else.
Always. Everything that Israel is doing is coming to their advantage. Somehow, sometimes it will come to their advantage.
That's my point. Is if it was of others, that's the problem.
Maybe they don't care whether it's to the detriment and benefit of others. But my point is Israel would sell out the United States if it was the best interest of Israel. Like if the United States said, well, we don't want you to make peace with X, Y, or Z country, but if the Israelis viewed that making peace in their best interest, they would tell the United States to go F yourself.
Wow, can they do that on live TV, please?
Without the United States, Israel is no more. You have countries who don't recognize the existence of Israel. Most of them there are very few. You have Algeria, which still doesn't recognize the state of Israel. You have Iran since the Islamic Revolution there, but you have also North Korea. And North Korea don't recognize Israel for other reasons. Not because they are Jew, they don't give a fuck about Jew or Muslims. It's because for the North Korean, their point of view, Israel is the creation of the imperialistic American to bring shit in the Middle East. That's how they see the thing.
Actually, we have a super chat.
They know wrong. They know wrong.
We have a super chat. I want to read it out before we go forward. Israel's main feature is flexibility to survive. I think that's pretty spot on. Yep. Thank you, NGS.
Yep, that's true enough.
Really in any case, if you don't mind me, it's to have the money, to have the weapons, to have the organization, and they just impose their will to their neighbors. That's why they are still there. It's because they are the strongest in that part of the world.
Yes, but if they did...
Hello.
Yeah, I wanted to real quick change the area of discussion. This time what I wanted to talk about, it's not what you guys think, it's actually what are the current power dynamics in Africa? Like on the whole entire continent. What are the powers playing there?
Could you narrow that down a little bit? It's too big of a continent to talk about it cohesively.
There is 50.
At least North Africa.
54
Let's narrow it down to that.
Are you asking about Semillon? Are you asking about who are the regional powers in a? Because Africa is such a big country that you kind of. Yeah. So if you want to have the biggest regional power in Western Africa, right? So the regional power in West Africa would be Nigeria, whereas in Central Africa that would be Congo. And if you go to East Africa, that would be Ethiopia.
Hold on.
No, that's bullshit.
Congo. Say again about Congo.
Yeah, forget
Okay, let me correct that.
Forget about Congo.
Congo has no power, man.
Rwanda
that's
is
true.
a regional
Congo has
power.
no power, but it is it's a natural regional power, just like
Nobody
Germany
has
would be.
power in Central
In
Africa.
West Africa, it's not Nigeria which is the power. It's France.
Yeah, Congo.
It's
Which
France the biggest power in West
Coping?
Africa.
Yes.
Hold on, you guys are not incorrect. But what Semillon was asking.
Which Congo?
I'm just gonna answer.
Kinshasa. I'm sure you talk about Kinshasa.
Yeah,
Kinshasa.
no, it's not a big
The other
power.
one, no one cares.
It's just a big victim.
So the natural regional countries, right? So just Germany is a natural regional leader of a country in Europe, right? Just its geographic positioning and its size makes it a natural regional leader. Just like Russia is in its area, just like the United States is in North America, just like Brazil is in South America. So in Africa, you would.
I'm sorry.
So here in Africa, you would have, without all the external meddling occurring,
England?
then asking who would be the natural regional leaders. The country.
England? I want to bring up though, England though. That's not always the same.
Guys, hold on. There is a new guy here. Let him say something.
Yes,
about himself.
Mr. Lambo,
please
are you
introduce
still
yourself.
lagging or?
Come on.
He's not talking.
Yeah, he's lagging so badly.
I think it's frozen.
Let's go back to the story about Africa, and I think Voz do Povo will be very good at explaining it. I believe there is no single leader anywhere about in Africa. There are very few important places like Senegal, Ethiopia, like Coping was saying. I don't agree with Congo
South
and
Africa.
South Africa. Yes,
South Africa is now fucked up.
And
Angola is part of South and Central Africa.
Can I clarify the question that I was making?
And I can tell you, in Central Africa, Angola is the powerful country there.
Yes, I think that too.
Yes, Angola is the quiet power. They don't talk too much. They are very smooth. They're very discreet. They are acting everywhere. And they are quiet.
Don't forget that Angola participates in 4 coups in Africa. Twice in Congo, Kinshasa, in Ivory Coast, and in Zambia. That's the power of Angola.
Don't forget,
Ivory Coast is not even close to Angola. It's not even close.
Don't forget,
if you wanted to clarify your point, you're just gonna have to jump in and do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Actually asking here is. Oh, sorry. Who am I talking?
So sorry, Semillon. So to come back to the point you made earlier, so there is no clear power dynamic like in Europe or in Asia, but there are forming in Africa. So currently, the East African Union, which is basically a union between several African countries in Southeast Africa. So that's Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and the later South Sudan is also a member, but also the Republic of Congo is joining them. So Kinshasa, Congo. So basically, they are trying to become a power bloc to create a more natural power dynamic on the African continent, into the likes of, for example, China or the EU in some formal way. But
that's a mirage. That will never happen.
It's very early. I have faith. I trust. I believe in this union simply because. So if you exclude Congo from the
Atreo.
No, wait.
But you are telling us now about your dreams, please.
No.
It's actually important what he's saying because it pertains to the question that I was going to make, which is, so the question that I was making is, by power dynamics, I was referring to, there is currently a Africa Rush 2.0 going on. There are external parties that are rushing into Africa, and there are now, not like before, internal parties within Africa that are vying for power within Africa itself. It's not like before where only external parties have power over Africa. Now there are internal parties, and I wanted to know what's the current outlook of that. You have the Western African
it's
Union.
too vague right now. It's so gray. No one can know.
Yeah.
Even the people are on the ground. That's
I think
I have a question for everybody, and I want to ask this. If I could.
Nobody has the power at this moment. There is no single country that really has either the economical power or the ideological power to come over. South Africa tries it all the time.
Oh no, Prata. Angola is in my opinion, the most structured country in Africa right now.
Of course it is, Draco. Because
also military.
Military is South Africa. Don't mess about. Military is South Africa.
Let me ask the question I want to ask, because it's pertinent to this, and it's pertinent to the Ukraine. It's pertinent everywhere, because that was a decent. I questioned it by when I said England about how we were talking about power structure and stuff. But are we going to get to the point where we actually have to let these power structures fight it out to be able to find out who's dominant in a region? Because it almost seems like we get there anyway. And if you're like the United States can't be sticking its nose in where natural Russian territory is. And I get it. And that's the thing. Do we let the regions fight it out and just stay out of it? Or do you implicate yourself in it to make it change into your favor and forever have those problems?
Of course, the United States is going to stick their nose in it because that's what the United States always does. But I think you're right in the point that, of course, nature abhors a vacuum of any type, including power.
Yeah.
So of course, there's
But also from
I think we can all agree on that. But I do just want to say this thing about China has been, I don't know the specifics of it, but Russia's not going to mess with Africa because they don't really need Africa, okay? China views Africa as a huge amount of untapped resources, and specifically resources that they do not have.
Sorry, JS. Russia needs Africa to make Europe suffer.
Not just that, but also consider South America. So this is the point I wanted to come earlier, very early, with Semillon from South America. He is there, so he can read and discuss the local sentiment from the Spanish-speaking world in Latin America.
Yes.
So consider that Russia and China
Brazil,
are
which is
active there.
Portuguese-speaking world. That's right. The problem in the Spanish-speaking world, you have Mexico. That's the biggest
This country needs democracy.
All the other ones are under Brazilian influence, which actually is a very very discreet and doesn't want to take a position. It's a weak player. Angola is not a weak player, but Brazil is a weak player.
But consider that the dynamics is already changing with Lula and Xi Jinping considering or agreeing to use the UN.
I came over to you today. Sorry for interjecting. Sorry for interjecting, but what Atreyo is pointing out there's actually, I got some updates from today. So Lula had a meeting over with the BRICS banks and so forth over with Xi, and he set out straight out that it is ridiculous to be operating by the US dollar with the, I'm paraphrasing because I barely came over the article before I came here, but he basically made a public statement that, we're going to stop with the US dollar. And they had, I think it was like well over a dozen points that they made agreements with China, from anything from environmental regulation to technology trade to the use of the currency and so forth. So Brazil is now firmly reasserting itself within BRICS. So yes, please, Semillon.
Okay, so it's not only that they made deal with China, but also they are making deals with Argentina to use a common currency between the two. So they are trying to influence other countries within the region to abandon the use of the US dollar, at least for continental trade, for the South continent.
You mean they'll still just swap in their own currencies?
Not quite. They are making at least, that's what I am understanding. Might be wrong. they are making a different currency for both countries to use. It'll be
a de facto
like
currency.
they'll adopt their own
I
national
think unless
currency.
that currency is backed by something like gold, I think that's a disaster.
I'm sure Brazil did the same with Argentina.
Excuse me?
Yeah, so the thing
Brazil
is,
goes the same deal with Argentina.
Yeah.
Yes, but the thing what Semillon was talking about is not a real coin. If you guys, you were European, you would remember the ECU, which is something that existed for a long time inside the European Union, when there was still no euro. When we made business, we priced everything in ECU when we were dealing inside of Europe. ECU didn't exist, but this was like a reference price. So it didn't matter how much the Portuguese kudu or the German mark were devaluating, but they were trying not to devaluate. They would pay in the stipulated reference price of EQ. Southeast Asia already has this for a long time. They have like a basket, a reference basket with many coins inside, and in the contracts they don't say one coin of Malaysia, one coin of Indonesia or from Philippines. They say one coin of this basket. This basket doesn't exist. It just means that these baskets keep changing the money, and you pay with your national currency instead of dollars. Dollars is here. Look, in most of the international commerce, you don't really pay in dollars. You pay in dollars because you're obliged in order to make the physical transference of money from one place to another. What you are trying to do in Brazil is to transfer this money from one place to another without using dollars.
I think you're saying without pegging to the dollar.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes.
And you know what's even funnier?
The point of not using dollar is not to use dollar. That's the point of not using dollar.
You can still peg to the dollar without using dollar. This is quite true, but most countries will have to transfer to exchange their coins into dollars, pay dollars to the place where you have to play, the country where you have to play, and they will change to the other coin.
Yeah, that's the actual situation now. That means...
explain. Let me explain. So what Prata is saying here is that we're
I
operating.
know what Prata is saying, Coping. You don't have to explain to me that. I know exactly.
So when we're talking
I know
about,
exactly.
for example,
so if you want to explain to someone else, you can explain it, but please not to me. I understand what Prata was saying.
No, but maybe back to the point.
Maybe others do not.
No.
Because one thing to note, because the important thing here is the pegging to the dollar. So take the Chinese yuan as an example. It is actually pegged to the US dollar, the pound, and like several of the global reserve currencies. But the main reserve currency is the dollar, right? And so this thing about BRICS necessarily trying to de-dollarize, there's some caveats to that, because as you all know, China has also been it has a separate currency to enable it to devalue its own currency. And this is the reason for that, because if the Chinese yuan ended up becoming a global reserve currency, Vlad, if the Chinese yuan, let's say the Chinese yuan became a global reserve currency, then the trade that occurs, just like with the dollar, it would necessarily appreciate the value of that currency. And that would have a very negative impact on the export industry of China, which, as we all know, that is China's thing. So
the Chinese control that process. Nobody else controls that process. And Wade has talked about it several times. The Chinese have two coins, an external coin and an internal coin. Wait, where are you? You're not listening to us. Wait.
Wyatt is too busy with the others.
Oh, okay. Because eyes are looking to somewhere else. That's fine.
It's just moderating.
Yeah, because I have to keep tracking everything that is happening around.
Yes,
there's actually 4 different streams.
Your eyes were not to the camera, so it was strange.
In case you did not know, Wyatt is also communicating on the Telegram. He does DM while he's on these live streams with us. So that's why he's so absent. He's not just on the chats, as you also see him. He's also
I'm on
DMing
Twitter. I'm on Rumble.
Yeah, sure.
By the way,
he's all
over. This is why we know
there is a guy in chat. His name is Luis Aldemis. He's making good point. If he could just make a super chat with one of his questions, would spice up this.
With what? Which one? Tell us. Which one?
His name is Luis Aldemis.
Yeah, but I see only one comment of him.
He's making a lot of good points.
Oh, I recognize Luis Aldemis from actually commenting on our de-dollarisation panel, and maybe also the post-Ukraine war. Here we go. Yes, that's a.
Yeah, this is the super chat. I clicked the wrong one.
Baba
I only
Yaga.
put super chats on.
That's an interesting name.
Baba is correct.
Who's Magic Man?
Former super chat text.
Actually, who is
The
Magic Man?
Telegram is actually addictive. We have members who have kind of broken off a little bit temporarily because, like, it is indeed addictive. So, like, I fear to get on the Telegram group because I know, like, oh shit, I might pull an all-nighter here talking with all these interesting people. So, it's yeah. But the Luis Aldemis, Bosch, were you referring to the comment where he said, yes, the renminbi can't technically replace the US dollar yet? Was that the one you were referring to? Vosh was trying to highlight one in the comment section, that Luis Aldemis, who he thought made a lot of good points. And I was wondering what kind of comment was it in particular that Vosh was referring to? Because I see one here where, yes, the renminbi can't technically replace the US dollar yet, but maybe it was another point you were referring to.
Personally, my understanding is that they can't because the Chinese financial system is not linked to the global economy. So because you have to understand there's a lot of rich people in China, but they are rich in renminbi. If you allow them to link with the outside world, they are going to transfer all the wealth. They are going to transfer all the wealth out of the country immediately because they are afraid of the dictatorship. They are afraid of the Communist Party. They want their money to be parked in safe places like Singapore, Switzerland, United States, places where they have actual control over their money. So this capital outflow is a danger for them. United States, yes.
Yeah.
So this capital
United
outflow
States
is dangerous
is a very
for Communist Party.
They're running with the Russians. Exactly. They're running with the Russian, with the
Chinese are the
Russians, which were bringing all their money outside, and these bastards betrayed their country at the first moment. But anyways, Wade said something different. It's not just about the rich people. It's that the Communist Party controls the exchange rates, has the wish, as they please, which is something different.
So if you actually free float your currency, then you have lesser control over your currency. So that is a bit of a problem. Then you need to have a lot of financial reserves to allow you to manipulate your currency value, like what Singapore does. So we have to throw money if your currency drop, you have to push it up. If it's going too high, you have to push it down, and you have to have a lot of reserve to be able to do that because China is very huge. So for them, if they have a massive capital outflow, then their currency will start to collapse. It's very hard to push it up. So it's a short-term pain, I would say. I think it can become a reserve currency if the whole world decide to use renminbi at the same time. But the thing is that no countries want renminbi. So that's the thing.
Yes, and it's not just that. I think
China
you understand. I think
want
many people want to understand the unipole world in the multipole. It won't work like that. I think gold will play a big role from now on, but there is no RMB, there is no Russian, there is no ruble, there won't be any Brazilian, Argentina payment, there won't be, that will command the world. Many things will be together and people will crush. Also, the talk about the BRICS currency, that currency will never appear in paper. It's a basket. It won't exist.
the point is that decoupling from the dollar doesn't necessarily mean that regions of the world need a replacement currency, but at least the freedom to.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that was the point why I mentioned also the South American nations, particularly the Spanish-speaking world, because even though not Portugal, but Brazil is already taking actions with aligning a free trade with China in a different currency outside of the dollar, and then Argentina joining or wanting to join the BRICS or in negotiations of it, it would signify at least a second South American country willing to oppose the dollar as an alternative currency use, which might not be the renminbi, but it could be something else, or the Argentinian currency.
There's no need to use dollar or euro outside the exchange probabilities of using this money. So I just need dollar if I want to deal with the US, and that's it.
Yeah.
And a few other countries that use dollar as their peg. I don't need euro to deal with any country that doesn't need any euro. This is a bullshit. And
that's
this is
why
what
India, that's why India is doing it right now. They all deal with Africa outside of dollar. Countries in Africa doesn't need to deal with India inside dollars.
So I want to share, how difficult the situation is for China as well. So for example, we can always think that we are all buying China stuff, right? No, the whole world is buying China stuff. So you think that they want the renminbi because so we take renminbi and then we buy your goods with renminbi. The reality is China don't want renminbi. China wants US dollar. So we can do the currency exchange. You give them the renminbi, they actually don't want their own money. They want other people's money because so that they can use those real money to buy actual resources. Because if you offer Australia renminbi, I want to buy your resources with renminbi, they might not want it because they want flexibility, right? Because that's the whole point of the reserve currency. You can use it to buy anything. If you take renminbi, you can only buy consumer goods, and that is the conundrum for the renminbi. Then I want to say something.
Wyatts, you have to explain me. Wyatts, please.
It's
a question for Wyatts.
Don't explode.
People disrespect the order.
If a country has a surplus of, they exchange $2 million, but the surplus is just $300. These countries will exchange their coins until $300. The $300 will be paid in another currency. So a country that has big connections with China will accept RMBs very gladly, but just to the point that their balance is corrected is at the same moment. After that, they want another coin to be sure and to be able to exchange to other places.
Yeah, whatever. Wyatts, you have to explain me the differences between renminbi and yuan.
It's the same thing.
It's so yuan is just a term for money. Renminbi is the official name of the currency. So in Taiwan we also use the term yuan.
So what's the second currency?
So renminbi simply in Chinese direct translation is the people's currency. So P is actually currency.
Yeah,
so
that's what is used inside China. But when China is buying oil and gas to Russia,
I think
are they using the same currency as for the people of in China, or is it a special money used specifically for making business between countries to countries?
So in the past, they all traded in US dollars. So now I'm not too sure because they did the currency swap, and then they are by right using each other's currency. But I'm not sure how it works exactly.
As far as I understood it's like what Jota pointed out that the currency swap they are up until. RL, they are the same. It's just a matter of definition. Like this is amount of Chinese yuan is the CNH that you can use outside that they can use for trade. So that is that's just their semantics internally. and then so this is the amount of yuan you can use externally, and if you have this type of yuan,
then Coping, you have to explain me why you have two different short name for those currencies, because yuan have its own shorter name. It's like US dollars is USD. You have renminbi, which is RMI, and then you have yuan, which is I don't know what.
CNH.
It's different. Exactly.
No,
then you have to explain me why you have two different things in official financial records. That means it's two different currencies used for different things.
So
you can convert the renminbi to the Chinese yuan and then use it for foreign trade, but you cannot.
Voila, thank you.
Yes, it is exactly that simple, but they use it internally, so to prevent capital flow. So that's pretty much to answer your question. It alludes to what Wyatt was saying earlier. It is to prevent the money from going out, right? So it's still the same money.
That's the internet problem. So a Russian who has yuan in his pocket can't go to China and buy stuff inside China because it's renminbi.
Yes,
no,
but
it's the same.
At the moment, it is the same. At the moment, it is the same. It might change. We don't know. But at the moment, one RMB is the same as one yuan.
No, so there is actually what RL says is actually somewhat correct. There's actually two currencies, two renminbi. There is actually an exchange rate between the two, but it's very minute, very, very little. Like I'm looking now at MSN Money, is one CNY to 0.9994 CNH. If I'm not wrong, CNH is the offshore. CNH is the onshore. CNY is the offshore. Yeah, sorry, I don't know which way. H is the one with Hong Kong. So CNH is the one that is overseas. Is traded in Hong Kong.
We need Drew here. Drew is the one who can explain.
So I want to clarify. I want to clarify one thing. So the term yuan is just a term for money. Renminbi is the official name for the Chinese currency, and then
I understand
yuan
that.
is also used in Taiwan.
But then you have to explain me why the financial markets are labeling two different currencies, renminbi and yuan. Different name. They have the both name.
Yes,
I think you need to check.
I understand renminbi is the money used by Chinese in China. I understand that.
At this moment, it's not important because most of the time it is the same. But you are right. Somewhere in time it may change, and the Chinese are prepared for it.
I think the reason for it.
I think there's a misunderstanding. Wait. Renminbi simply is the name of the currency. Simply is like the United States dollars. That is just the name. The word dollar is yuan. So both onshore and offshore is both called yuan. They are both yuans. There's no difference between renminbi and yuan. They are the same thing. It's just a name. Renminbi is the official name. It's just like the People's Liberation Army, but it's just Chinese Army, something like this. It's actually the same thing. So there is, however, something sort of like two different currency with slightly different value, which is a CNY and CNH. So CNY is the one used within China. CNH is the one traded in Hong Kong. So if you want to go into, if you want to go into China, you may actually exchange at Hong Kong. It's a very good rate to buy into China, the money that they use within China. It's just something like that. Someone is trying to enter, but they can't enter because there's already full slots. Who?
I can swap. I have to leave soon.
Because he didn't talk the whole while.
Dracu, you're muted all the time.
Whatever else.
Dracu,
yeah. So, but anyways, I will say my goodbyes.
Isn't that good thing?
See ya, Trey.
Bye, Trio.
Yeah, guys, it was a nice chat.
China, sorry. I think why China chose to do this artificial thing with their currency is because they want to have a sure currency for their own country for the inside country. So I think the Chinese government don't want that the internal currency has influences from the external business, which is made by the like the game. How you say it? Where are doing the the Börse.
What's your language? There's kids here.
Stock exchange, the Börse.
Yeah, so they don't want internal currency to be influenced by like a game, you know. So they want to be very stable inside of the country, but in order to do business outside, they need another kind of currency which they can use and put at game, like or everybody is doing. So I think China is very smart here.
So
okay, Dracu, we got someone new. Let him.
Let Misterlambo speak.
Finally, he's on with good camera connection, internet connection. Misterlambo, do you want to like introduce yourself? Can you hear us? Hello, Misterlambo, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I have a little delay here, I think.
There you go.
Nice to meet you. I'm from Misterlambo. My real name is Gaetan, but I don't know if
you have to turn off the YouTube.
To pronounce it very well.
You have to turn off your YouTube.
Turn out your YouTube.
Or just let it run, but mute it. Mute the YouTube because we're getting double on. But just let it.
I have problems with everything today.
You'll get there. Don't worry. We all have it.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Francophone
I can't really hear with my headphones now. I don't know what the fuck is wrong. Okay. So I'm gonna just quick present myself. Errol, je pense qu'on est tous les deux de la Belgique.
Alors, tu as l'onglet YouTube.
No, I am just a big nerd that's watching everything on YouTube, and I follow everything about defense politics Asia.
You have to use StreamYard, because if you look at YouTube, YouTube has a delay. YouTube has a delay, like
about 30 seconds.
Yes, so you have to use
sometimes 30.
Yeah, you have to use StreamYard.
Just close your YouTube tab. Just close it.
Yeah, because my headphones, my ears doesn't work, so I don't know what's happening here.
We can hear you, no problem.
Plug and unplug.
Oh no, I'm not just a YouTube guy.
I think
I'm gonna come back later, but I just busy. I'm gonna explain myself later.
First.
But I'm gonna make first that my earphones work very well.
Just introduce yourself.
Just close the YouTube.
Introduce yourself first.
I'm gonna keep you up at the stream, and I'm gonna come back later. I'm gonna first try to solve my issue here.
Okay.
So sorry.
You don't have issue, Misterlambo.
It's fine.
Okay,
that's no problem. The problem is
to
that you have a YouTube tab and StreamYard. Just close the YouTube.
So I think he cannot hear from the StreamYard. I think that's his problem. He cannot hear from the StreamYard.
I've got the same problem when I'm using my wireless.
No, it's for my cell phone. It's just a problem with my cell phone. It's only with my cell phone, so it's.
Yeah, don't worry. Over time, you will start to invest better phone, better mics, better earphones.
I'm gonna leave you. Continue the chat, and sorry for that.
Yeah,
but are you not hearing us?
Mute yourself, because.
Yeah. So. I think if you cannot, then I'm gonna take you out, and then I'm gonna put JS.
Okay, Prata, you were saying something.
Yeah, so
you're muted.
You're muted.
What was I saying?
I forgot.
I don't remember.
I think you were talking about. I think you were talking about porno or something.
About?
Yeah, I think about porno.
No, it's not.
Oh, stop.
No, stock exchanges. That's what he was talking about.
But to go back to the global south and the African continent in particular, the big tendencies will be those who will still be under the grip of the West and the others.
Okay, but let's talk.
The general thing you will see in Africa.
We have another guy, which is called VM from Germany, and he doesn't talk.
Yeah, it's eating.
Vlad.
Yeah. So I have one question, if you mind.
Hey.
Baerbock came from Germany to lecture China. What do you think about this? I mean, I didn't read the news, so.
Ridiculous. This woman is garbage. Sorry there.
Yeah.
360 degrees.
We love that girl. She's the best.
She's garbage. This woman should have been put it in under the hurt and forgotten forever.
She has a nice boom. She has a nice boom.
I would fuck her.
Nice. I like boom.
You see, this is why the French sound the way they do. Is because they think like that language sounds. It sounds schmutzig, right?
VM. Baerbock has a very nice
everyone
here
will fuck up.
Really good. Something that I can
especially in her white dress. Nice bottom. Very nice.
Yeah, nice.
Okay,
and
let's not get Wyatt's channel banned or no strikes against Wyatt channel.
Guys, the question is, did she do much?
Except for her bottom, she has nothing good.
Wait. Did you look at VM reaction? He's very German. No reaction at all. That's also Baerbock.
Yes, VM. Could you explain? Could you explain why is it that the Germans are such stoic people?
To me, it's a question?
Yes.
I don't know, like, I think a lot of Germans understand what's going on, but don't want to talk about it. And the other part is just brainwashed to oblivion, so they just can't.
Well, I meant on a more
why they don't want to talk about it.
But also German people, like, how come Germans have no sense of humor? Or did you just kill all the funny people during the Holocaust?
Nah. Germans have sense of humor. You need to look at German people like it's a typical Western people, right? So there's no real difference.
Oh no, the Germans and the Irish are very, very different. I'm Irish. There's no similarities between German and Irish.
No, you're not.
So may I ask you something? May I ask you something, VM? Why do you have a French accent?
French accent?
Yes.
No, it doesn't sound French at all.
Hey,
from Germany, may I ask?
So for those guys,
sorry guys, I know our Germans
right?
are speaking English.
So wait. If you guys don't know, Vlad is actually one of the earlier regulars, so he haven't come on for a very, very long time. So
yes, I know that.
He's actually not German. He's actually, I think, Ukrainian German, right?
I'm from Kramatorsk.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know that. I thought you were like VM. I thought you were a Kraut.
That's so horrible.
It's so funny, right? When I see you guys trying to disturb him for being German, I was like, what the fuck, man?
Do
I look German?
He's not having a German accent while he's speaking German. I recognize this because I'm living in Austria. I know how German-speaking people
French accent, Dracu, because I can recognize.
He's a pirated German.
No, everyone in England sounds like English.
When original English people are speaking French, you recognize this is an English people.
Okay,
Yes,
Dracu,
but
do you hear that I am from Norway? Can you hear that I am from Norway?
No.
Yeah, but you sound like an American.
Norway accent is not an accent.
You mean Norton?
Are you joking? Have you heard Stoltenberg?
Do you know?
To go to war. We have to go and kill some Russians. That's how. And this is like the Norwegian dialect. You can hear distinctly, like if they are from where Stoltenberg is from. He's from the Oslo area. You can recognize that on his English accent. Whereas in my accent, you
have a very good accent. You have a very good
accent.
I have American advantage because I have family in the United
You
States.
sound like you're from the
US. You have American accent.
You do.
Yes, I have an unfair advantage because I have a family in the United States, and I used to travel a lot over there because my father was working as in the airline company. So we had cheap cheap travel and incentive to go to the United States. So that's one of the reasons I kind of tend to know a bit more about the United States.
Is that your father behind you? Is that your father, which is circulating behind you? Oh no,
no, it's just a friend.
No one's
business.
Okay.
But I can tell you, he did find it. Yes, thank you, NGS, for the super chat. But I can tell you, he did find it a bit interesting listening to us. So yeah, we might see him on a later stage. So
then you will be like Ellen number 2. No, yes, Ellen's dad also appeared.
Guys, to my question, I have still a question.
VM reaction actually with the Russians, because the Russians never laugh when we talk a joke, unless you know them.
Have you ever seen a Russian person laughing?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw
but
a lot.
You need to know them, and they will take you like for granted, accept you, and they will laugh. If they don't know you, they will stuck. And that's it.
Yeah.
You wanted to say something. Go on.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a
People
question.
always baffle me.
Yeah. I wanted about Baerbock. Did she do considerable damage to Germany visiting China? Because now, when we're decoupling from Russia, it's not that great for the economy, right? But when we're decoupling from China, it's just game over. Like, I hear this a lot in the news and stuff. Because the other dependency, we get a lot of goods from China, and we have also a lot of businesses in China. For example, all the car manufacturers. Yeah. So this is like when she goes there, I don't think that the Chinese liked her visit a lot. So, but they can just say, yeah, whatever, it's Baerbock. Business continues as usual. Or did she do damage?
Go in the peasant line, like when she went through, like she landed there.
Ursula.
There was Ursula.
This was Ursula. They humiliated her.
They don't recognize the EU. The Chinese.
I
don't
think
EU.
Do you remember this woman who said, "I don't care if my voters are against the war. I will support the war no matter what." That German. That was Baerbock. She said straight up, "I don't care if my constituents say that don't want us to get into war."
She's supposed to be anti-war. She's from Green Party.
Yes,
this is a hypocrisy there, right?
So there's a problem with it for the Germans in China right now, because of the car industry. Because from what I gathered from a different YouTube channel, and I think 2 different YouTube channels already, one of them is totally neutral. He's just talking about cars, like anything about the car industry. So apparently, that in China, right, they are now doing this massive price war within China. All the cars are currently being sold below cost price. Below. That means every single car dealer is now losing money. But if they do not price it below, they can't even get the cars out of their garage. So just explain a bit of context, because in China, car dealership works differently. They buy the car first, then they sell. So they totally own the stocks. They do. It's not like how most of the car dealers in the rest of the world, where they take the car and then they just take a cut. In China, they buy the car and then they sell. So the problem is now that they buy the car, they cannot sell because the economy is very bad in China. And then so they started to have this massive price war. They are selling below cost price. Yeah. So
and the
economy is very bad. A lot of people lose their job.
I find it very interesting how you're saying. This is something that has already happened before, around 2019. It was not just the Chinese, the Russians as well, and some other countries. So the Russians are the 10th biggest car market. And they went really low. Yes, really low after a while. But I think if I understand the car market, in many countries you have like an exponential grow and then a decrease grow. Yes, this is important.
The problem is not about the cheap price. The problem is they are trying. So the conspiracy theory now is that they are trying to kill off all the foreign car makers. So that's the plan. So when you sell everything below cost price, the foreign car makers will all collapse. And that
hold
was
on,
that
Mike,
is
can
the-
you
What
clarify
is
one
that
thing?
beginning to
Because
happen?
you said at one moment the economy was so bad, so they couldn't sell it.
Yes.
But now what you're saying, it sounds
So
to me
they,
more
they
like
sell
it's
it
a
below
mandate.
cost price. So imagine now you can buy a car at $10,000. Would you buy it?
Yeah,
Totally
where can I
no
buy
car
a
for
car
that.
for $10,000?
But hold on, are you talking
Yeah,
about a
for-
mandated change that caused the prices to go down, or is it like the market
So
generally?
so
like,
what happened is that one of the province started it. They have this grant or whatever. They just push for a very cheap cars. People from other provinces started to go into this province to buy car, and then nobody is buying cars from the other provinces. So all the provinces started to discount.
Oh, so
and
like
everybody
a
is
spiral,
making a loss.
Contagion,
Yes.
like a debt spiral, as they call it.
And the thing is, you have to sell away the car, because if not, you cannot get new cars in, because like I said, the dealership, they buy the car to sell. So everybody's selling below cost price.
And why?
And
Yeah,
in
but
the
this is
process, they're
natural.
fueling away.
Why?
in the
What
United
do you
States,
think?
the
What do you
dealerships
think is
work the
happening
same way
out
about
here in the
cars?
West?
Like, if for
What do you
example,
think
like
is happening at the
when I
moment in the West?
I
bought
want
my
to answer
car,
VM. I want to answer VM about his question. Annalena
Damage is
Baerbock
big.
just before trip in China invited a kind of foreign minister of China in Germany. Yeah, and what was very interesting to see was the flags. Only German flags and Chinese flags, no European flags.
But VM,
that might indicate something.
VM, you should be the best informed about what Annalena Baerbock done in China, because I have no clue. I am not interested of her.
He
So
wanted
what?
her
I
protection,
think she
Dracu.
was
He wasn't
receiving
trying
China.
Following her bottom.
I love,
I like her butt. I like her butt, but
I love when she get a time talk, because I know something fun is gonna come out of her mouth. So
I like the way she get the stairs down from the airplane when she's moving her hips.
Carlos.
I find it very interesting how she was seen in the German press. So the first reaction was great. She's very powerful. She beat the Chinese. She told the truth. And then the second reaction was like, "Oh my God, what did she say? What did she do? She was so aggressive. What did she do? Needed that to do? What
What
was
she
that?
said? What she said there? What was what she said there?
She's a bitch.
Because of the
If
great.
you
She
look at
generally
what
wants
she
to go
has
to war.
tweeted, she said things in public to the Chinese were awful, more than openly offensive. And the
Oh, really?
Chinese, yes, and the Chinese didn't really react. They were like, okay, I don't care. We don't sell weapons to parties in war. Like they started very well, and then the foreign Chinese minister was very polite until he got very unpolite, telling a couple of truths in a very indirect way. And that woman just destroyed every kind of diplomatic connections with Germany. It's very bad. I don't believe the Chinese will invite this person again, ever, or accept
hope
her
so.
trip again.
I hope so that they
I
send
don't think she
people
was
with brain
invited.
cells
I
to
don't think
China.
she was invited at all.
Let's see VM, because you were saying something, and then you Vosh, because you are right as well.
Yeah, so it was a bad trip, right? For Germany, like for Germany's face, because I think in China they can differentiate between like the smart people, like the business people, because Germany is working with China like for a very long time, and then they know like the German government is right now it's so I don't know, it's just bad, right? So
I think you are actually hitting on it there, because the Chinese would just have no problem accepting her, because they can, if she wants to make a scene of it, they have no problem accepting that. But the Germans, having taken such a strong stance and she doing it, yes, it's very embarrassing that she, of all people, is like, oh, by the way, no, the Chinese are just fine. After having said what the Plata just pointed out, right? Like she's a flip-flopper of a like insane dimensions, right? Like she's ostensibly on the party that is anti-war, but she has the most hawkish statements regarding the war. Like there's a through and through hypocrisy there. And so China can easily exploit that. For them, that doesn't matter because, like you said, not only can they distinguish who are the clever people, but they also recognize institutions first, the countries and the apparatuses first, before they care about who is the person there. So take a contrast, a strong contrast. Zelensky refusing to negotiate with Russia until Putin gets down, right? That's like irrespective. Like they kind of personalize it in a way. China is very unlikely to do that. Yes, RL, please.
No, about the political establishment in Germany, it just showed how vassalized to the United States they are. They even go against the economic, industrial, and technological interest of Germany. No problem.
It's worse.
No
this woman went to China for a U.S. stunt against all German interests. This woman is a hoax, but the other minister Habeck is falling down now.
Well,
so I can't imagine this woman to stay on.
Prada and VM, maybe you were more in tune being on continental Europe. How much influence does this person have inside of Germany?
So for me,
the power.
I can't really tell because you see it like, I don't know, in the TV or in the mainstream media. I can't really tell because it's like she's just there and talking nonsense, and next day you don't see her at all. Like,
but does
the
average German on the street, like, do they think she's someone that they believe is a good person or a good politician, or they think she's a nut job?
We're back to this 50-50, right? Like 50% of Germans we just don't like her, but better be quiet and stuff. And the other 50 are just brainwashed and they're like, Baerbock good.
Why
does that go by partisan?
But I think in Germany her popularity is sinking because she's telling too much stupid stuff. She's a bad politician. She's like bad in everything.
But she don't care.
German people scared to be cancelled.
She's just one question there. I mean, she don't care of her political future career. She don't care.
No, she doesn't. But as
she will be replaced by someone else.
Yes, but what VM was answering, was kind of important here. I would like him to answer. Hold on. So VM, could you please add on to your answer there, because you said it's like pretty much 50-50. I was curious, is that 50-50 along partisan lines?
I can't tell, to be honest, because Germans honestly don't really like to talk about the stuff because it's sensitive stuff, right? So, or do you have
like? Scared?
I think right now the Germans are very confused. I think the German people are very confused right now about their politics.
I don't think they're confused at all.
Oh yes, no, I don't think about. I don't talk about the politicians. I am talking about normal people. I think the normal German are very confused about the politics their country is making right now. I don't think they are really understanding what's happened with them.
They know what's going on.
Great point, which is about how do people understand this, and VM was saying it. You see, the problem is that the press sells Baerbock always as great, and everybody understands she's bullshit. That's a problem. The same for Habeck. He's never really criticized unless he really did shit.
Even just look at the pro-Ukrainian panel. Wyatts had. Just look at the pro-Ukrainian panel. You got what? 2 Germans, Chakel, and another one. I mean,
the thing about Germany is
applauding Baerbock.
Yeah,
RL, that's a really good point. But VM, you want to say something on that, please? I want to hear it.
One more data point for your analysis. So the Germans had like this long trust in their governments because they had a long history of Merkel. And what Merkel did well, she also played like both sides, like East and West. And the funny thing is, Germany was so up there, like economically and stuff, and people I don't want to say they are not poor, you know. We still have money, you know. We're not hungry or
You had this
like
long period of prosperity, but now
Yes.
all of a sudden you have inflation.
yes,
at
and
10%.
now we're getting hammered with this Ukraine war and stuff, and yeah, it's just like I said, we're coming to this 50-50, like 50% propaganda, but you have also like smart people who are like, I can kind of see through the bullshit, but not really, because they don't really care, because they still have jobs, they still can do stuff, you know.
Right, but as soon
If
as
German,
Trust me, these people, they don't want to lose their job, because once you open your job,
no, that's not what I
come
meant.
after
But
you. They're gonna come after you.
Historically speaking, it has been very dangerous for the rest of the world when Germans are unemployed. Okay, I have precedent for this. There was an incident that happens. You may have heard about it in the 1930s, and there was a lot.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe you did hear about it. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. But it was very dangerous for the rest of the world when a large number of Germans were poor and unemployed. Bad things can happen. I'm just laying that out there.
This is the point. The decline of Germany is slow. It's slow and controlled. You know.
I just wanted.
The Germans
try
want
to
work.
understand. Try to understand the point that I was trying to make. The Germans right now are really confused. They are don't knowing when should they react. When is the moment coming for them to react? They have they have to feel it. Rata, please.
Austrian.
Let me make my point.
The Germans are much
Actually,
for just for Austria. The Germans
can
are
you
in
let
a
me
much
make my
worse
point,
place.
please? Can you let me? Thank you, brother. So it's like the Germans are now getting a negative economical situation, energetical situation, social problems. They have a real big social problems because of the influence of the foreign guys that are coming from Africa. They have real big problems, and they should very slow. The population is beginning to understand what's happened, but this process is getting very, very slow. And the Germans,
Africa knew what's going on from the
You mean
beginning.
Middle East, right? Middle East.
Yes, of course, but the Germans don't know because they didn't expect this.
They know.
Yes, the population don't really understand what's happening.
Yeah, it's a slow decline. This is the point. It's not a shock, you know. It's a slow decline. It's a try, like.
And they will have to react somehow in the next future, in the near future, and the problem that I have with the German reaction is when the Germans are beginning to react, then the shit will blow up.
I don't think so. Not yet.
That's the problem.
If you follow the European Parliament, most of them in their countries, German is the only parliament I can see the opposition talk about it. No other country. I've never seen France asking question, why are we supporting Ukraine? Here in England, they don't talk about it at all. In France, they don't talk about it at all.
No, actually, boss, it was the Irish. It was the two Irish.
No, that's the EU Parliament. I'm talking about.
He's talking about
internal parliaments.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Who is asking in Germany? Who is asking in Germany questions?
The
AfD. The
Communist
one
Party, whatever.
No, the one party.
I've seen people. I've seen there is an MP in German. There is an MP in German that asked them, if you don't know what happened in 1945, just go outside and check so you can see with your own. Yeah, you see this kind of thing here in England. No one talks about that. Everyone is like, let's kill some Russia.
This is what I am talking about. This is what I am talking about. The people are beginning to learn what is happening with them, and then they will get the need to react on that.
Okay.
And I am a little afraid of this woman.
Gentlemen, sorry for interjecting. Gentlemen, please, Prata, please. We have Mr. Lambo is back, so I was hoping he could continue his introduction, and then we resume to our conversation. Mr. Lambo, please.
I like the name.
He's still on YouTube.
Hey, yo, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, does it work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
There you go, man.
Yay!
I apologize. I have like a laptop of 10 years old, and
Don't worry, you'll buy a new one.
Buy a new
because
one.
of
Who are
Open
you?
Mic.
Where are you from? What do you believe? You know?
but I have here. I hear myself again. So, but I don't care. So I am from Belgium.
Which city?
I live in Knokke Heist.
Knokke Zoet.
Le Zoet, yes.
So French-speaking part, right?
So,
southern.
No.
So I live at a 10-minute drive of the Belgian Navy base.
He's Flemish.
Belgium got Navy. I didn't even know Belgium got Navy.
How big is Belgium to have a navy?
Because
We
we
have
They have
like-
3 fishing vessels. That's their navy.
It's like
So what's the situation in Belgium now? No, regarding the Ukraine war, regarding the all this energy situation. Tell us more about the situation in Belgium.
You might have to ask again,
So-
Wyatt. I don't know if you heard the first time.
so Belgium. I'm gonna say the military is the biggest joke ever.
Yeah.
So
we know.
I'm gonna say the Navy is like we are specialized in mine sweeping. So all the old mines that you can find in the North Sea, we sweep them. We also do the maintenance of the ships of the Germans, Luxembourg, Netherlands. So we have the anti-mine ships and polyester hull. Now they are busy building 4 new ones to replace the old ones for much modern for remote control, like with drones swapping mines. So that's a specialty of Belgium. We have like 2 small second-hand frigates that they bought from the Netherlands. They're going to buy 2 new ones, or they are busy building 2 new ones. So that's actually the Navy of Belgium.
4 ships. That's a big navy.
Wyatt, you had a
Then,
question.
and then Belgium has F-35.
Lambo,
Capable
could you
of
tell us
launching
what
nuclear bombs, American nuclear bombs.
Yeah, we have them in Kleine Broho. We have the nuclear bombs in Kleine Broho.
What
you
do
have
the
an American-
Belgians think of the average Belgian, not the government? What does the average Belgian on the street think of the Russia-Ukraine war?
There you go. That's why I wanted to ask.
Easy.
They are falling for the propaganda, for the news propaganda. So simple is it. I don't fall in it, but everybody falls in the news propaganda.
And I wanted to ask something else.
Can we change topic and go back to Bakhmut?
Before that, could I
Because
ask you
Bakhmut-
something?
One second, Prada.
Prada, you said you were from Portugal, but we never talked about Portugal. Do you have any connections
Why
within
should we talk
Portugal
about
that
Portugal?
can tell you
Portugal is not
what their
important.
current understanding of the war is?
I can talk
Yes,
about Portugal.
I tried to say that
Yes,
many
no,
times. So
joking,
Voz as
but-
well can talk about it. I think most Portuguese commentators are a bit of left wing, and they are very pro-Russian in the sense.
Really?
In the sense,
Is that true?
Yes. Yes,
The
it
people,
is.
yeah. Portugal is a socialist country.
Official television?
Yes,
Nope.
it is.
No way.
Nah,
Yes.
there's a socialist country, but they don't talk about this on TV.
So is that true?
There is a guy, Prata, there is a guy on YouTube. I don't know if you know him. He's Portuguese, Alexandre Guerreiro. I think he's the
Amazing guy. Amazing guy. Yeah.
He's the only one make a difference.
No, they're more. They're the generals.
I tried to find more, but no. He's Portuguese, yeah, but he have people like Eva Bastos.
The generals, or the tenant generals, they are really talking about it, and they are really good, amazing people.
And they are either neutral or pro-Russia?
No, they are neutral pro-Russia.
Okay. And
because this is the reality.
Yeah, but they have to keep it quiet.
Go on, yes. Go on, yes.
I think in Italy it's like similar situation, right? So they have like also a little bit pro-Russian stuff. But not so official government.
Not for Russian. No.
One little thing. I forgot the Portuguese thing. My friend is wondering. I have a question out of the mic here regarding to Prata and Vosh. I have forgotten what was dopovo meant, because I remember Vosh meant voice, and Prata, was that people?
People. Silver.
Silver?
The metal, silver.
Remember, Spanish and Portuguese are quite similar. So, whilst in Spanish it's plata, in Portuguese I think it's prata.
Okay.
Yeah. Silver.
So it's the money of power.
I just want to ask you a question though, because you said there's strong similarities between Spain and Portugal. Yes, you remember saying that. And is from your understanding, in Spain, is their view of the war very similar to Portugal's or not? No. Okay.
They don't.
Sorry if I answered over Prada. It's just that I actually avoided the Spanish media precisely because they're mostly pro-Western and they don't even make an attempt to be neutral.
Well, why do you think that is in Spain but not in Portugal?
As for my point of view on that, go ahead, brother.
Portugal made this revolution by complete cutting off. And the Spanish Revolution is about continuation and changing. It's a balanced revolution. The Portuguese is a cutting revolution. But it's about Portugal and Spain. We are talking about the Spanish and Portuguese speaking communities. And there's also a big difference because Brazil tends to be very cutting and the Spanish America tends to be more understanding, if I may say. Go on, Semillon.
Okay, so like I was saying, I completely cut myself off from Spanish-speaking media very early on because you could see at the start they were like, okay, Russia could achieve this, Russia could achieve that. 2 months into the war, they were like, oh, Russian army's trash, Ukraine has held on to so on and so forth. Russia won't manage to advance, it'll take them 20 years to move on from here to that. There are some channels that are a bit more neutral, like Cosas Militares is one of them. Sorry if I spelled it with a bit of an English accent, just used to it. But yeah, there are some channels that are a bit more neutral, but most are very pro-Western, pro-Ukraine, Slava Ukraina, however you spell that. And that's mostly over here because we're I would say the backyard of US, so most high-profile people just buy into that shit for the investment and because that's what information comes here. There are some that are pro-Russian, mostly those that actually, look into English media, and there are those that just are complete propaganda channels.
Do you get Portuguese-speaking media? Do you understand them? Do you want to read them?
I could understand them like a few years ago when I lived 2 years in Brazil, but I can no longer understand them because I can kind of understand them.
To actually listen to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brazilians, they don't speak Portuguese. They only Portuguese, It's very different.
Yeah, they have very different Portuguese dialect in different parts of Brazil. It's a bit more of an original Portuguese than the one talked in Portugal itself. The Portuguese,
But it's easier to understand Brazilian than Portuguese. If you see a Portuguese person,
more on this than myself.
So I wanted to get back to relevance here. So you were talking about the mainstream media and how they are. I wanted Semillon to be kind of expanding a little bit on what you said about the Spanish media. They have this kind of a very slanted bias, right? Very obvious bias that is very common in most of the Western world. But I was more curious to what are actually people like that far away actually, like how much do they even care about that conflict? And
honestly, not much.
Right,
like,
why would it?
I talk to my dad who's next room and he'll say, oh, they're just telling us propaganda. We are very clear to some extent of what the situation is, but we don't actually care. Like,
so they still
I actually care because I'm involved to a certain extent, but just that. Like, yeah.
But basically, the media is still the media is still
you
spinning.
have like people that don't care at all, or if they care, they are more pro-Russian.
Can I give a contrast here? Because if you take Australia, which is a part of the Western world, now I had a conversation here with JSO here and Papa Roach, and basically like it was the main media barely cares to even mention the Ukraine war. It's like a non-issue. Yet Australia is essentially within the West. However, what Semillon is saying, because it was Argentina, if I remember correctly. Now, that actually makes less sense that they were to be having it, unless one were to be assuming that the media is more tied to U.S. media. Would that make sense? Like,
yeah,
I mean, money-wise, business-wise, they are more tied to.
Most of the local media over here was bought over by U.S. companies in the 80s or in the 90s. So yeah, they are very much tied to U.S. media. I think the same happened over at other Latin American countries, mostly in the afterfall of the various coups that occurred here. So yeah, you won't get any neutral media here. Like, it'll be very supportive of US actions overall. That's the mainstream media. There will be those creators that are more supportive of US actions, and there will be those creators that are less supportive, but the mainstream media will always be supportive of Western values, whatever that may be.
Are you in Venezuela right now?
Can I just
are you in Venezuela?
Is there a burgeoning criticism of U.S. interventionism at all? Do you see in South America, like maybe not in your own country, but maybe are people starting to say that, okay, now it's okay to criticize the United States because all these other countries are...
Oh, they have been for a very long time. Like, it's not something new that's happening. It's been going on since the 60s. So, like, let me tell you a curious story here. So, you know this figure called Perón? Well, guess how he got imprisoned before getting to actually be president?
Do tell.
So you're in
there was a book called the...
You're in
Argentina it was the
now.
White Book.
I'm
from Argentina. I'm in Argentina.
Yeah, is there an American base in Argentina?
As far as I know, no.
No,
because they don't need
but we have the United States has docking rights.
I want to stick to the media point. One more thing about the media that you said. Considering what you just said about that the Argentinian media is very much tied to the U.S., and so that may be influencing how people, if they even care at all, it will influence how they view on the Ukraine war. Now, you said like your father or whoever, he thought it was just propaganda, right? That might be a general sentiment for the people in Argentina. But more specifically here, I wanted to ask, like, what is the general opinion vis-a-vis Venezuela?
As for Venezuela, most of us have a very poor opinion of Venezuela. I myself don't share that opinion, mostly because I actually read stuff. But most of the people just follow the media on that.
Their economy is still totally fucked. Excuse my French, but I mean, their economy is still... They never were able to claw their way out of it. I mean...
we're getting right into that.
China
another problem that they had was they had this... Well, another problem they had in Venezuela was the brain drain. and all the people that had skills and education left, and that was I think it'll take a generation.
Let me explain something about Latin American countries. Most of our infrastructure and most of our institutions are export focused. That's how it was made. Most of the investment was just to export raw resources. That includes personnel. That includes mines. So essentially, we are export countries. We export our mines, we export our resources. Maybe we might be able to set an industry here and there.
So you're saying you export your brain power? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, exactly. Because my people are from Ireland, and they always said that Ireland's greatest export was their people. And it got so bad in Ireland that actually the Irish, I don't know what I don't know what they call it over there, their prime minister or whatever. Actually, it was JFK who was Irish, but he was president. Where he actually, because the Irish had a socialist educational institution, and they had a very good one too, because it was run by the Jesuits. And so the government would spend a huge amount of money educating all these people, and then as soon as they graduated, they left and they went to the United States, Australia, England, every place, all the Anglosphere.
They left England to go back to Ireland so they could go wherever they want. Most of these Irish studied here in England.
Yes. What is your opinion on the visit of Biden in the North Island?
My opinion?
Yeah.
I don't want to say about that publicly because my family was actually involved in the Easter Rising, and 99.9% of you don't even know what that is.
Coping, did I manage to answer your question? Can't recall.
So I take that your opinion is a negative one.
No, well, all right. Let me say, all right. I'll just tell the truth. Yeah, my family was involved in the Easter Rising. I don't know if any of you guys know who Michael Collins is.
Heard about him.
Yeah, he was kind of the guy that created the military wing of Sinn Fein.
Yeah.
Both on my mother's side, both her father and her uncle both fought. One of them actually died the day that when the Irish lost the battle at the Federal Building. But I can't stand Sinn Fein because I believe they're just a bunch of leftists who use nationalism as an excuse to unify Ireland. I believe that they subverted nationalism and they combine nationalism with communism. If that makes any sense, does that make sense?
It makes a sense.
Yes. So that's what Sinn Fein did. So I don't know if you know what Sinn Fein. That's the Irish. It's Gaelic for. It technically translates from English to "we ourselves" or "ourselves alone," depending on how you want to translate it. And I believe in nationalism. I don't believe in communism. So it's kind of a love-hate relationship.
JS, the Sinn Féin, if I'm not mistaken, were they not the political arm of the IRA?
No, they were.
No, they're both Sinn Féin. There's the IRA was you would say IRA was the military arm of Sinn Féin.
Exactly. So the Sinn Féin was
Sinn Féin is a political party that exists in Ireland.
Right, but they are like kind of, if you want to kind of put them in a power dynamic thing, they were the former IRA. Like they are the political representation of what IRA was during the so-called the Troubles.
Yeah, the Troubles. Yeah, that was a kind word for it, wasn't
it? Let him say now. Let him make the point, GS. To you, GS. Sorry, GS. Make the point.
Well, no, I mean I don't really have a lot to say on it other than because it's pretty much over now. And there was the Easter Accords in the mid 1990s. Where the IRA laid down their weapons and the British took down their guard towers, and that was pretty much the end of it. Then unfortunately what happened is there was a bunch of splinter groups of the IRA that formed their own little terrorist organizations. But at that point, the IRA had become nothing more than a mafia. They were basically, and I get literally putting a target on my head right now. But the truth is, they were basically a mafia that they were shaking down businesses for protection money, and the idea of them wanting to unite the 6 counties in the north, that was bullshit. They were just all about making money, and they were just fucking terrorists. I'm sorry, that's what they turned into. Now, don't get me wrong. At one time, the IRA legitimately had the support of the people, and for good reason. But that time has long passed.
That was in the 80s, in the 70s.
The 70s and the 80s.
70s, yeah. But what did Joe Biden there then?
Say again?
What did Joe Biden there?
Joe Biden?
Yeah, Joe Biden was in Northern Ireland.
I don't know. Joe Biden doesn't know where he is. I'm sorry.
I was going to say the same thing.
Draco, you should tell Joe Biden that, because he didn't know where he was. He thought he was in Missouri.
Yes, I was
But
curious what he was doing.
Which one was the most non-sentient, Biden or Reagan?
Which one?
I have a question to you Americans, or especially JS, I guess, since you are for once we have only one American. Usually you Yankees are
I'm surprised.
So, but JS, so fuck, now I forgot what I was going to say. Reagan and Biden. Reagan and Biden, both of them were quite. Reagan was quite demented towards his second term, right? He was
Biden
more
went. All right, let me explain that to you. Okay, so
yes, please.
The difference between Reagan and Biden is a couple things. One, you were right. Reagan didn't start his slide towards dementia until his second term. But more important than that, well, Biden went into his first term having dementia. But more than that, even when Biden had, quote unquote, all his faculties, he was still a fucking moron. So he didn't get, it was no great loss, for example. It's hard to tell Biden.
So was Reagan Reagan didn't strike me as a particularly like he had a political way to kind of navigate, but it was more by compliance with the most powerful already established. He didn't seem to me as one who would actually no, this is what the course of the U.S. is actually for. Sure, he had the rhetorics and so forth, but he struck me from the very beginning, from the first term as well, just a more clear-minded and charismatic version of Biden. Right, he's basically all the U.S. presidents are ultimately kowtowing to the biggest center of power, but Reagan and Biden, they seem to be one of the most maybe Bush as well, but I mean. Bush he seems bright compared to these two guys, right? I think it's.
But I think from the.
JS.
You are muted. You are muted.
JS. You muted yourself.
JS.
You're muted. Yes.
You muted yourself.
I'm sorry. Holy shit! An American actually shut himself up. When does that happen?
God damn, man.
No, I was going to say, Coping was saying that you're asking me to rank idiots. Okay? So,
exactly, yes.
So, okay, so you still want me to rank them? Okay, the stupidest one, I would say, is Biden. Second is Bush. Third is Reagan. But they're all idiots. That doesn't mean that any of them is smart.
Yes. Who came after Reagan?
Bush.
The senior Bush.
Bush Senior. George H.W. Bush.
Yeah. Okay.
He only served one term.
I know that, but I thought there was another one.
The guy
that is Bill Clinton. Then after that,
live on television, the New World Order.
That was George H.W. Bush. Yes.
Before Reagan was the communist one.
Jimmy Carter.
The Carter. Yeah.
Jimmy Carter.
He wasn't really a communist.
Oh, he was.
You're muted.
You are muted again.
Fuck.
I think he contracted the Prata disease. No, Prata always
No,
stop
it's the
halfway.
Bond disease.
He muted himself.
I keep muting myself. American who wants to shut himself up. I don't know. This is famous. No, Jimmy Carter was not a good president, but he was not a stupid man. There's a difference. You can be an intelligent man and a terrible leader. It's not mutually exclusive.
Actually, I don't think he was so bad. He was very. He was approaching Russia very, very good at that time.
Yes, but that was the wrong time to be friendly with Russia.
I'm surprised the CIA didn't take him out.
Yeah.
American in my opinion, went on like a Malays type of thing. Like, imagine the cars from the 70s, from the Carter era. they were outdated, underpowered, not fuel efficient. Like they were horrible cars, and I think that's the main thing that people probably remember about Carter, how America lost, like their fighting spirit, lost like their will to fight. And they were like,
I was a small child. I remember the 1970s. I was very, very young, but I remember how bad it was. The United States was completely demoralized. We had no sense of ourselves. We questioned everything. We were coming out of you have to understand, like the Watergate thing. We had no trust in our government. We're experiencing. We were just taken off the gold standard.
It was after Vietnam.
Vietnam. Thank you, Draco.
Yeah.
Draco, yes, Vietnam.
It was very important.
Everything. So the 70s was a shit show, and we had horrible music. We had polyester. It was.
Yes.
I'm not kidding. If you look at the clothes fucking Americans wore in the 70s, man, that was justifiable cause to nuke the United States, just based on the clothes that they wore.
Sorry to add here, but the 80s weren't that much better.
No, that's not exactly true, Coping. I mean, unless you're going to argue about fashion.
James Brown, come on, JS.
Coping. Let's talk about Norway for a change. What's going on in your country?
They're profiting.
Fucking American dicks.
Yeah. Thank you, Semillon, for being specific. As long as the Russians and Ukrainians keep bleeding and dying, Norway makes big bang. And by Norway, I don't mean the Norwegian people. Let me be specific. I'm talking about the oil and gas industry, which is to a large extent also privately owned. And
but
even
socially, you're totally fucked up. Socially, you're like slaves. You're like communist country. Like you are like a communist dictator in Norway with money.
A lot of money.
Doesn't impose their will. I mean,
EU,
maybe with the recent gas thing, but for the most part, Norway, unlike the United States or other powers, Norway is not trying to impose their will on other countries. Or if they do, it's only at the behest of someone like the United States. Norway has no thirst for conquest. So
Norway had nothing to do with the Nord Stream.
Norway has nothing to do with Nord Stream. I am a very law-abiding citizen, and Norway never had anything to do with Nord Stream.
It was 5 men, a girl on a boat. That's it.
Yes.
On a yacht, bro. On a yacht.
It was an orgy gone bad. No fucking sonar view or anything. Just an orgy gone bad.
So they insulted the pipeline not big enough, right?
Time, so if I can get like one question at a time.
Nobody want to ask you a question anymore.
Bosch, you were asking me something about Norway, and Semillon was somewhat specific about we actually gaining from the war. The oil and gas industry, the arms industry, and the retail industry gains because they can artificially increase their profit margins, and just blame Putin. And so that's how we're kind of, it's an incredibly, very ignorant. Like the Norwegians live very much in a bubble. And this is kind of explainable because they're quite detached from all the actual geopolitical action. But it's this thing Semillon said about Norway not imposing itself. This is half-truth. One, Norway doesn't have to impose itself because it's sort of like the little bug that rides the back of a big monster called the United States. And so when the United States is done maiming, then Norway is like one of the many parasites that is on the U.S. back that jumps off and starts gangbanging that country economically. So we don't have to show military force. We are basically allowed to enter via the IMF. And also when we're talking about where we do apply coercion, we combine that typically with bribes. So one way you can look at where our aid is focused. Our aid is peculiarly focused in countries that are oil rich, for example. So that may explain a little bit also where do we build political capital. So Norway has bilateral relations with Ghana, for example, as of quite recent, because our state corporation increased its involvement in the oil fields outside of Ghana. So sorry for ranting here, Semillon.
Coping. I can see the guys that own the oil rigs on Norway at the end of the war when they're on the negotiating table, the Russians and their Ukrainians. They'll go over to the Russians and they'll be like, "Thanks, dude." thanks for the profits.
Yeah, because
into the Germans, like
we got all the market, right? So this thing with Nord Stream, whether Norway was involved or not, irrelevant. The thing is that now we are secured with a sell of high prices, and the high prices are likely going to keep on going because OPEC is refusing to increase production, unlike what the United States is saying. So we get the best of both. So as long as the Ukrainians are bleeding and dying, as long as the Americans are wasting their tax money on that money laundering machine called the Pentagon and so forth, Norway, the state, the corporations, and its leaders are going to be benefiting tremendously. However, the trajectory for the Norwegian people has been very contrary to that kind of perspective. Yes, we have had dampened effects through subsidies and stuff that make it not feel that bad as in many other places in Europe. However, it is still a downward trend because we are still paying more for our fuel, even though we're actually gaining.
No, I don't understand why that is, though. Why is that true? Because you have because you're a socialist country. So from what I understand, I mean,
so the general fuel prices around here tend to be $2 on the liter, and converted to gallons, I think it's 4.6 liters per gallon. So that means it's like $9-10 a liter, a gallon. I mean, do I got my math right? If it's about $2,
you get it backwards.
It's 3.73 liters per gallon in the US.
Okay, because I'm probably using the imperial gallon.
There is a super chat.
How it's
So here we got $6. Just to give an example, here we have $6 in Norwegian currency. Just so you guys know, and GS just gave $6 to say we are just earning a lot of money. True, but people are getting poorer. True, but not as bad as the rest of Europe. Also true. We are one of the soft power supporting US. That is very true. Now, Norway is a distinct member here. When you're talking about NATO, you should consider Norway and the UK as having a more of a special relationship with the US than the rest of Europe. And this is specifically true for France and Germany, right? So they are the EU. They are the center of the EU, and they are basically, when they have their own interests that kind of go a little bit aside from what the Norway and Sweden, and the Finland for that matter. RL, you were shaking your head.
I wanted
The center of the EU is Washington.
Yeah. The main instrument they're using is Germany, and it's very evidently that the main instrument they're using in it's not Norway. Norway has just happened to be very fortunate circumstance. The main instrument that the US, that Washington is using, that is Germany and France.
Yes, but Coping, how are you guys dealing there in your country with this very violent propaganda that your state is making towards the politics they are doing? Because I feel a real pressure which I can compare with the pressure which was put on me as I lived under the communist regime in Romania. So how are you dealing with that?
That is, on all accounts, Dracu, very true and accurate and well put question, because it is indeed true. Our media is very aggressive, very anti-Russian. All these, just look at the pro-Ukraine panel. Wyatt, by the way, kudos for setting that panel. We have a lot of disagreements. I think it was a good idea to get these guys on because they are a valid reference point, especially to me, because Morten is also Norwegian. Right, so we were talking about the Germans on there.
He sounds German.
And working for the oil industry.
Yes, and working for the oil industry.
Let him cook. Continue coping.
We earn a lot of money.
So if you, generally speaking, you can very quickly be like socially ostracized for having a contrary opinion. So basically, if you don't support Ukraine, you're considered some form of a nut job. If you even refer to it that they have Nazis infiltrating their government, then you are considered pro-Putin. There's no middle way for discussion, really. You are either for supporting Ukraine or you are some sort of a potential not they won't go as far as traitor, but it's like, oh, you're brainwashed, you don't know what you're talking about, haven't you seen the news? Because the news are somehow like by itself like the Holy Bible or some shit. I don't know.
Ostracizing you.
It's extremely bizarre, I can tell you that. But it's not it's not universal. So I'll refer to, like, we had the Morten, right, on the pro Ukraine. Now I refer to NGS, one of our super chatters here. He's also Norwegian, right? He clearly understands there's more behind it than a the average person. I can assure you, most people would be much more similar to Morten. Most Norwegians would be much more similar to Morten than they would be to Björn, for example. He's kind of, but Björn is a special case, I think. And Björn, du må komme tilbake til Telegram. Okay. So I want this guy to come back because he's the missing link for us to have a Scandinavian panel, even more specifically Norwegian panel, where I can answer questions that dracu have posed, and we can have a conversation in English so you all understand.
So
you
feel this pressure. So you feel this pressure.
I have an ability to navigate it, but yes, most certainly feel it.
You feel it. So
yes,
that was my question, because if you feel the pressure, you will have sometimes in your future you will have to take measures against that, because this pressure is constantly, and it is a very big issue for your consciousness.
Well, the interesting thing you're pointing out there is that it's not so different from the United States either.
No. The armies had the same problem now. Yes, I actually was agreeing with you. Sorry, I actually was agreeing with you. In my opinion, United States has the biggest social problem in the whole Western Hemisphere.
Well, it's also because of its size and the preponderance of power, right?
Norway, for example, would never be able.
The Norwegian state will never be able to exert that level of social control on its population the way the United States is doing. So that's why the Norwegian population, to a large extent, is also bribed. Like, okay, fine, maybe you get some of the negative consequences of this, but we're going to use your tax money because we got so many other assets we can roll around with here that we can make you pacified. But the thing is that we are still operating in an economically stratifying society. So you have people like we're starting to have the economic predation is somewhat regulated by the state, but these regulations are slowly eroding away. So when you're saying communism, that will be kind of a half truth. It operates a little bit. It tries to kind of operate a little bit like that, and has become quite effective because of its link to the United States. And somehow I don't ask me how, but somehow it's the drawing line for most Norwegians is that Russia invaded Ukraine. Okay, and the basic argument here is that no, they invaded the sovereign nation. That all other issues are off the table. There's nothing more to discuss. Any provocation, any of those doesn't matter. Nazis in the government doesn't matter. They invaded a sovereign country. However, and this is the most peculiarly bizarre thing. What about then? So are you then okay with the United States being involved in Ukraine, considering that they have invaded multiple countries over the last decades? And yeah, exactly. No, that's not an issue. We invaded Libya. Norway participated in the bombing of Libya, resulting in civil deaths, right?
Yeah.
Jens Stoltenberg was then our prime minister, and then he took us into that war, and voila, he's the general secretary of NATO.
Fuck him.
Yeah, it's similar to Germany, by the way. Everything you're saying is just copy paste it. You can.
It's here the same. For Belgium, it's exactly the same. It's just the same.
Very interesting.
We have biggest problem in Belgium is the economics, or for the population or disaster. If I just speaking about bakeries, they need a lot of energy to make their bread, gas. They're closing one after each other. It's
really?
Yeah. It's I am a crane operator. So I am there with my crane going to jobs and helping building houses, something like that. What I am seeing this year, I have less work than the other years. It's just the small companies building less, the bigger companies, they're continuing. But you see that the smaller companies, there are less investments. You see the difference is very big. And the propaganda is exactly the same. It's always good for America, bad for Russia. Always.
So, guys, I want to ask you something. Coping, Mr. Lambo and VM. because Arel, you can go also. It's for the European guys, for Central European guys. How are you feeling in your country the impact of the foreign immigration which is taking now part in your country?
I see every day Ukrainian cars. I see them every day. I have also a colleague since last year that's went the way of Ukraine. So I have two colleagues, both Ukrainian. One is there in Belgium for 10 years, I think, and the other one came last year. His story is, so the war was in his region, so he let his family go. He went to the army to participate, and for health conditions, they say no to him. So he flew also the country to come in Belgium. He directly started to work for us, and he directly started to learning Dutch. Only that Dutch is not really easy to learn, so we communicate in English. But I don't see at him a big effect of I am very sorry because I left my country and now I'm gonna start to cry because I am in Belgium and it's a bad country. I think he's in a paradise compared to
Dutch.
I am not talking now
German.
Dutch. About the Ukrainian immigration. I wanted to know about immigration, North African immigration.
In my city, we are. I think they. We need. I think there are more than 50 people in a city of 30,000. We are more than 30 people. There are a lot of Ukrainians in Belgium, of course. If you like, where I live is like the little Monaco of Belgium. I am not living in the I think I live in the most cheapest apartment of the town. I am not rich at all, but we have the biggest fortunes of Belgium that has here a second residence. I think they just sold an apartment 100 meters from where I live for 9 million euro last week. The most expensive apartment, and the owner refused it to sell because the offer of a Swiss guy was not big enough, was 20 million euros. They say no, because he wanted to have 25 million euros. That's Knokke. Knokke is very expensive to live in.
I don't understand.
But we have a lot of, you come as a refugee here and you get everything. We have a lot of migration for the other wars also, from Afghanistan, from Iraq. We have a lot of immigration in Belgium.
There you go, a EU guy, always blame immigration. Always blame immigration.
Belgium is particular. Belgium is particular. I'm from Liège,
Okay, Liège.
And which is the biggest city in the south part of Belgium, where the people are speaking French. We are close to the Netherlands, 30 kilometers from the Netherlands, 35 kilometers from Germany, Aachen. And
you're living at the other side of Belgium.
You go to Brussels, you go to Charleroi, you go to Mons, you go to Namur, a bit less Namur because they have money, but you go to Liège. I mean, you have people from Congo, you have people from Senegal, you have people from Ivory Coast, you have people from Morocco, you have people from Tunisia, you have people from Algeria, you have people from the entire world. And they were there for quite a long time.
I can also say, I am born in Ostende, so that's the center of the Belgium coast. You need to know Belgium coast is like 60 kilometers long.
In Ostende.
Yeah, I am born there. So to go to Al, I think I need to drive 3 hours, and I'm on the other side of Belgium. So just to give you a size, but no. When I lived in Ostende, so I was like, I lived there I was 10 years old, so it's like 26 years ago. We had in our school the first refugees from Kosovo during the war.
Okay.
And now if you go to Ostende, the number of people from that side of Europe is huge.
Yeah, now there is a Kosovo community.
Yeah. So the people from the Balkan countries, we have a lot of them, and Ostende particularly.
Have you ever wondered why
We know
because Belgium is the Asliker of Europe. So Europe asked to.
It's because of that.
Yeah,
that's why you
Belgium is
what's
because
happening?
Of the war. You know the amount of people that came to Europe is because what NATO do to these people.
Of course.
Yes.
Stop blaming them. Stop blaming them.
No, I'm blaming nobody. I have no problem for that.
Your government is the one in the wrong.
Please, we are not discussing that issue now. We all know
you want a good statistic about immigration in Belgium? If you want a good statistic.
Wyatt, just mute everybody for a second. No, Vaz, I think the point is like, yes, there was a war that was, that NATO or the West instigated, right? But why was it that these people who were war refugees chose to go to the countries that started the fucking war? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me or anybody else.
No.
Why the fuck are they not going to countries like, you don't have people like in Syria saying, hey, you know what? Why don't I move to fucking the Sudan or something like that?
You see, when these people
that they supposedly hate that are causing the wars, but yet
that's
where they fucking go to.
JS, these people, most of these people, they get picked up in their own country and bring here in Europe.
Yeah, traffic.
They don't come here. They get picked up.
Well, they pay a lot of money and
no, your government pick them up. Your government pick them up.
That's
that also.
Trust me. United States doesn't pick up.
I know that's not true.
Trust me, bro.
Hey, JS, I can give you a good statistic from Belgium. Belgium is the country in Europe, except for Muslim countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina or Kosovo, with the most Muslim in Europe relative to the population. They have the biggest share among their population of Muslims. Most of them are coming from Morocco, from Algeria, from Tunisia, but not only, we have also many Turks.
Yeah.
And it's the country in Europe, except for Muslim countries like Bosnia, who has the most Muslims. That's why Belgium was the biggest provider relative to their population to send jihadists in Syria.
Yeah, but like if you look at the United States, for example, where we have a huge immigration crisis, we call that the whole reason that Trump got elected.
It's nothing. Relative to your population, it's nothing. Trust me, bro.
It's nothing.
Just calm down. Just relax and calm down. The reason, for example, people come to the United States is because we got all the gimme dats. Like, for example, you can come, because Ireland, for example, I know, that's where my people are from. In Ireland, you can go there and you get free healthcare, you get free education, you get free everything. It's same with the United States. You come here, you get free healthcare.
Same here in England.
Yeah, same in England, right? Exactly. So I go there. You can go because all these countries that they're where all these immigrants are coming from, they're third world countries. They would love to come to when the war broke out, many of them were fucking happy to leave, even if there wasn't a war. If there was a reason for them to live in a first world country, they would fucking jump on it. Why wouldn't I? Would do the same fucking thing. If I was in a shithole country in sub-Saharan Africa and you offered me the chance to move to the United States where I get free everything if I'm poor, because in this country, if you're poor, there's no one starving in the United States, despite what they tell you. No one starves to death here. We have 0 people every year starving to death. That never happens in the United States. That happens by the millions in sub-Saharan Africa. No one in the United States starves unless they're too fucking high on fentanyl that they don't bother to get food. But in sub-Saharan Africa, people starve to fucking death. You can go to any hospital in the United States, citizen, illegal, whatever, and they are required by federal law to treat you.
Yes, Europe also.
But what's the point, Jess?
JS, you should put a caveat to that one, because while they might be forced to treat you, that doesn't mean they are restrained from billing you. So that's why a lot of people in the U.S.
No, they get built. If you can't take blood from a fucking stone, dude. If they know you ain't got any money, they can bill you all you want. They don't even know your fucking name. If I was from Senegal or Sudan or the fucking Democratic Republic of Congo, and I showed up in the ER and they asked me my name, and I said my name is go fuck yourself, they would still have to treat me.
So I can tell you from a very recent experience, what you're saying is simply not true. At least not from.
No,
Ghana.
then you're full of shit because
allow me to elucidate.
I live here.
Hold on. So Ghana differentiates a bit from the remaining of West Africa, and I cannot speak for them, but I can speak for Ghana. So I had the brother of a very good friend of mine got hit by a car. He didn't have the public insurance papers on him, but they were still forced to treat him. However, they would also bill him at the same time.
Right,
and
but
so
I'm talking about the United States.
And the public insurance, just so you know, it would still be like it would just be like capping it at the level that is still very high for the average Canadian. It's very similar to the United States. Is my point.
I don't know about
Ghana
the similarities.
is very similar in many ways.
Apparently, they're very different because in the United States, so I don't think they're similar at all. Because in the United States, that's why in a lot of places in the United States where they have quote unquote public hospitals, their public hospitals have gone bankrupt. So assuming not public, I'm sorry, private hospitals have gone bankrupt. The emergency rooms have gone bankrupt. Like you look at states, you look at hospitals on the border of Mexico, all you have there are public hospitals, meaning government hospitals, because they're funded by the government. All the private hospitals close down their emergency rooms because they cannot afford it. Because people come in here,
I'm not paying.
They have nothing, and then they say, we'll send them a bill, and they say, well, his name was like Jose Gonzalez or whatever, and what's his address? His address is 123. Go fuck yourself. So that's complete bullshit. All due respect to the rest of Europe, I have no idea how that works, and in all honesty, I really don't care, except for whatever. I'm talking about that's what it's like in the United States. Okay, they force doctors to treat these people, and when they know they have no ability to pay.
Yes,
I think
how many people?
Yes, called the credit score. So how likely are these people, even if they get economically stabilized, to have favorable positions for getting, let's say, loans and mortgages and etc. Right, these things are, you don't see it on the surface. Yeah, they get treated and they don't have to pay. But this does affect their credit rating, which, I mean, you can't, in some states, I know.
Dude, you're talking about credit rating. These people don't have a fucking address.
Coping, what you don't understand. Let me explain. Let me explain.
How many people?
Voz, please, just a small point. When you are getting to America, they have, and you are ill, they have to treat you. No problem. So no exception will made if you have money or not. And if
like
you are an
I
immigrant,
just said, that same was for Ghana.
Just let me make the point. So if you are now like an immigrant from Haiti, you are coming to America, getting ill, you go to the hospital, they have to treat you, knowing that you don't have money. Then they will put the amount of the money which cost your treatment on the bill. But you cannot pay that bill if you don't have money. You understand?
Yeah.
So that will be then like fucking bad business for the hospital.
Right, that's why I was complaining that
if you have money,
Dracu, it's not just that. They're giving a false name and they have no address.
Hold on.
Yes.
So Jaya said if you are in sub-Saharan Africa and you will just simply not get treated. And that is simply not true. That was the only point I was making. Everything you're saying there about the United States also applies for Ghana.
No.
I think every country has funds for that.
I have a very recent experience with a very good friend.
I know the brother. I don't think you're lying to me. I'm just only talking about what I know. That's all I'm talking about. I don't talk about what I know.
There's more to it. Africa is not like Ghana.
Exactly. Thank you, because that was another point I made. I can only speak for Ghana because Ghana is a little bit exceptional. I can actually give you a very specific example how Ghana is exceptional, and I'll refer now to ChatGPT.
No, shovels. I want to talk about shovels.
Hold on. Dude, this is just simple, right? You said Ghana is exceptional. Let me give an example why. So when I use ChatGPT, I could get ChatGPT to get me well into the laws of Ghana, which banks are here, which banks are storing this and that kind of currency, and so forth. As soon as I started asking about Togo and so forth, it had nothing. Like you said, like you were the central bank for something like that. But I like that so I inquired it, and it said, well, I have more like I inquired, why do you seem to have so much more relevant information in Ghana compared to the other countries? And then it listed tell me 3 reasons, and it listed. It had basically, I mean, maybe I should just put it up here and let's see.
You put it in the private chat.
Thank you, JS.
To go to France.
Yeah, it was a good one, Arel and JS. Thank you.
JS.
So if you want to know more, we get on the open mic.
Voss wants to ask you a question. Coping, Voss
Yeah, how many people from Iraq and Afghanistan went to the United States in the last 20 years?
I have no idea.
How they get there?
Not they go to England.
I don't know.
They went to England.
I don't know how they got there. My point is that
the United States got them there.
Well, when you say the United States, so
to make United States look good, they helping by killing them at the same time, pick up them and get them in the United States. Same here in England.
Yeah, but in the United States,
there is a lot
in England is crazy in England.
If you're an Afghani and you come to the United States, that's the equivalent of an American hitting the fucking lottery, because you get everything. Because in Afghanistan, most people are extreme. I mean, it's not even a third world country. Most of Afghanistan is a fourth world country.
I don't think there is a country. I don't think there is a country in the world who treat refugees better than the UK. In UK,
they're going there.
In UK, you get everything. I mean, everything. Even if you want a fucking car, they're gonna give you.
And they're passing by Belgium and France to go there. They're taking the rubber boats to cross the channel. It's fucking mental. We have. I know. If I can do it if I want to. I take my car. I drive 10 minutes, and I can show you refugees that are waiting to taking trucks to go to England. 10 minutes driving of the first city.
The benefit in England is the same for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're British or refugee. You get the same amount of money.
May I come to England too?
If you, if you can.
Yes,
if you know how
I don't have a car here. I don't have a car. I don't.
You can take the Eurostars.
If I go to England, they give
me a car. I can answer that question a little bit actually, because I lived in the UK during the ending period of the Brexit process. And so I moved right before Brexit was finalized because it would be paper-wise more difficult for me. So I had a pet with me. Now, Britain was already a peculiar country that differed from most of Europe. Like most of Europe, I could just go wherever. I didn't have to make a plan for my cat, for example. Like animal transport is generally like an issue in anywhere in the world. But if you're within Europe and the EU, and Norway is very much in that regard, it's very much like the EU. It's so much integrated that I don't need to apply for anything if I want to go. I can travel in between EU borders. Right. So, but the UK was different, especially when it came to pets. So they had peculiar laws, like you cannot have the cat with you on the cabin when you go into the country, but you can have it when you get out. Which basically forces you to either pay more on cargo holds that are tied to British companies, right? So they had it was quite obviously tied to the financial incentives for structuring it up. Now, but the Brexit made this more difficult because now the UK would not have a lot of these special exemption rules that came with the EU, and that made them a third listed country in the eyes of Norway. So Norway, who is not a part of the EU but operates with EU rules, would now be having to operate differently with the UK. Like it became so. Here you see the convenience of the EU. The convenience of the EU is actually a very prominently
what does that have to do with
dangerous
what we're
thing.
talking about?
Because I forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
People, can I bring up a couple things?
Titanium shovels.
Titanium
Okay,
shovels.
let's
Thank
talk
you.
about the shovels.
Monami, that's a
right?
good one.
Let's see. By the
Made
way,
in
what's
Russia,
happening
shovels.
in Bakhmut and Ukraine? I think Wyatt has a bit more of an idea on this one.
Watch the Syria. Oh, Syria haven't posted yet. Watch the Bakhmut update. There's every day is more or less the same. I don't know what's there to talk
Wyatt's
about.
stance is Wyatt does not hate shovels. He's completely against that. Wyatt is against all sorts of hate, including hate of shovels. Is that true, Wyatt?
I hate the NAFOs, so I cannot say I against all form of.
No, Wyatt is against hate. I'm going to speak for him on this. Wyatt is against hate.
I'm going to throw some fuel to the fire and say I am pro shovel because I like digging. I really do dig a lot of dirt, a lot of sand, a lot of rock. I really do work my hands with a shovel very often for real, and I'm not joking. So I'm going to just come out there and say it as it is.
Yeah, so
I work with a shovel a lot.
buries a lot of bodies of young women.
I am pro shovel.
and when he buries those bodies, he has to use a shovel. So that's why the only reason Coping uses a shovel. He's burying bodies.
Yes, I can't work with a shovel because I'm worried someone would attack me because I have differing views. That's how bad it is here.
So about Bakhmut now, very actual. I heard yesterday that Prigozhin said that now the Wagners can concentrate on Bakhmut again because the northern part of this front is now protected by the Russian army. So the Russian army is now involved in the protection of Wagners, and that's why we see now again offensive action of Wagners in Bakhmut. That's what I heard.
Coping. There is a super chat.
Who cares about UK and Ghana? Let's go. Pre-go chat
mode.
I thought we were supposed to talk about Bakhmut.
Pre-go chat.
Shovels. Let me remind you the title of this open mic. Wagner shovels are overpowered. We need a UN resolution to ban shovels.
Who's that?
Who is the one that is touching the mic? Yeah. Who is it? Who is
it's
it?
not me.
Okay, that's gone. I think it was Sam fixing his mic. That's on the background.
But Sam is not. We cannot hear him because he's in the backstage.
So. Okay, weird. Either way, I had a couple things that I wanted to talk about. On the point JS made about migration, it's funny because
can I give a funny interjection? My friend wondered why are there no women on here.
I saw two on chat, unless they using female's name.
Yeah.
Semillon, when you are moving and you are touching your microphone, then it comes this.
Nope.
Oh, not you. Maybe.
Nope.
I don't think it is. I think he's fine. But Semillon, you were saying something.
Yeah, we in Argentina have a similar situation to US, though not quite the same. People don't come here to stay to live here. What we have is a lot of people from Bolivia, sometimes from Chile, sometimes from Paraguay, come here for the free stuff, and then they leave. So, for example, people from Bolivia come here for the hospital to give birth, and then they go back to Bolivia. People from Chile come here for the education, then they go back to Chile. It's funny how it works. Don't you have something similar in US, but people actually stay there?
In the United States, I forgot about that. Thank you. You reminded me. In the United States, there's something like, because we have if you're born in the United States, you're a U.S. citizen, and you're granted all the rights and privileges with that, and apparently none of the responsibilities. But so if you're born like 1 inch over the Mexican border, like 1 inch north, you're an American citizen. If you're born 1 inch south, you're a Mexican. So the joke is we call that magic dirt theory. So in other words, like you become an American just because you're on this side of the fucking line, which is retarded in my view anyway.
Before Brexit,
in France and in Belgium, it's the right of soil.
before
Okay. If you are born in Belgium, you are Belgian. If you are born in France, you are French. It's the right of soil, and
can we
you have
continue with
the
the
right of
question
soil
Dracu
and the
had
right
made
of
a
blood.
while ago?
You have both.
Semillon, go
The
ahead.
question, yeah, the question that Dracu had made a while ago is he was asking for Carlos, Misterlambo, BM, I believe it was, and RL to spell out the situation over at their countries, how the war affects them, and Carlos never got the chance. And I think BM also never got the chance to say that, so I wanted Carlos to actually continue with the topic.
So in the case of Spain, let's see. We were talking before about the price of fuel. So in Norway is €2. In Spain will be €1.90. In Portugal will be €1.85. And the salaries are going to be in Spain half and in Portugal a third of what you have in other countries. Problem Spain has is it's a country that demographically it's fucked. Sorry to say that. And the pension system we have, it's a very generous social welfare system because it was made in a dictatorship when we had 3 people working for each pensioner, and life expectancy was 70 and you would retire 65. Now Spain has the second longest life expectancy, only after Japan, I think. So people spend 20 years getting a pension from the state. And it's not like in the UK or like in other countries where, you're putting, as you work, some of your money is saved for your pension. No, it works like a pyramid scheme. You get taxed, that tax, the government gets it and gives it to a pension. So right now the government is spending half the money. We're not having enough kids. Only, I would say, probably the migrants are coming. And in my opinion, I mean, some people like to criticize them. Most of them, they take the jobs the Spanish people don't want to take. But I'm talking about the people that come from Latin America and from Eastern Europe. Especially Latin America, they already know the language, so we have a huge Bolivian, Ecuadorian community. They come, they work, no issues. Moroccans as well, they come, they learn some trades, it's easy life. About the war, most people, believe the media. The people that are pro-Russia, because there are some pro-Russian people, it's like tinfoil hat on people. It's like some people that's like, come on, almost like Alex Jones, lizard people, Andrew Tate community, which is okay. Yeah, sometimes they might make a point, but it's not intellectual. It's not an intellectual thing, basically. Security
Spain
wise,
also has a very large Argentinian population because I remember over when it was the World Cup that a whole bunch of bars in Spain were full of Argentinians.
Yes,
it was funny to see.
Yeah, we have. Honestly, Spain has people from all around. There's a lot of Argentinian people, a lot of Chilean people, Venezuelans, a lot of Venezuelans that left in the early years of Chavez as well. So Mexicans as well. A lot of things owned by Chinese, but I think that's everywhere in the world nowadays.
Yeah, and now let's move on to BM because
I think that's one of the challenges
that
I think we briefly touched on it, but one of the challenges is when you have countries like the United States or all the European countries, is whenever a developing nation gets in economic trouble, they experience this huge brain drain, and people don't realize how devastating that is. When you have the best and the brightest leave a country, that is a problem that can't be solved overnight. That is a problem that takes a generation to solve, and I don't think people really understand that. Most people.
Russia is where it is now because of the brain drain they had over the last 30, 40.
Yeah, but in Russia things are different. You have a brain drain, but also brains that are coming to Russia. They have a Western immigration, Western European immigration in Russia. And the people who are immigrating in Russia from Western countries, Western European countries, are people with brain.
Yep. Not only Western, also ex-Soviet
states. They are not beggars. Yeah?
Okay.
Like the immigration we have here.
You need to have a qualification to go to Russia. It seems like to go to Australia. A lot of English people, they immigrate to Australia, but you need to have a qualification.
Russia doesn't have the gimme that you have in Europe and the United States, where you can just loaf And the Russians don't have that. If you want to be in that country, you have to be a productive member of society, as opposed to the United States, where you can just collect a fucking welfare check.
That's the big difference. That's the big difference.
And among the brains from Russia that left Russia, a lot of them are coming back to Russia, because where they are seeing Russophobia.
Yeah.
Even if they are anti-Putin, anti-government, anti-Russian establishment, just because they are Russians.
No, Aurel, that is true. What you're saying, that is true. But
a part of them are coming back to Russia.
Yes, they are definitely. I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying there was this huge brain drain, and this happened in the 1990s, right?
Yes.
So it's a generational thing. So, but what Putin did he took power in 2000.
2000.
Okay.
99, 2000.
Same thing. But it took him several years for his reforms to take hold. Yes. So, but once that started to happen, yes, he revitalized Russia and stabilized the economy. So there wasn't the same impetus to leave as there had been during, from 92 to 99, right? So, but you are absolutely right, because the rest of the world has become Russophobic, or whatever you want to call it. There are people who are moving back to Russia because the rest of the Western world is treating them like shit, for lack of a better word. Except in Asia.
Even billionaires who live here in England, they're going back to Russia.
Now, can we continue?
They have
with
money,
Wagner's question?
proper money, not just millions, now billions. They've been treating like shit here in the UK, so they're going back. They try other countries, it's the same thing, so the only way is going back home.
So I was just now.
Yeah.
Just now I was hearing Mr. Lambo talking about shops closing down, bakeries and stuff. Closing down. I really want to know more about is it what's the situation in terms of the economics? Is things really because we hear all these things on Twitter and maybe the pro-Russian Telegram channels, they're laughing at the European economy is very bad, things closing down, but it was much more last year. So I want to know if this is still continuing, the other companies are still closing down, what could be the possible reasons why they are closing down. Mr. Lambo, can you share a bit more?
It depends on the business you're on. If you are an independent and you are making a business that needs energy, like a baker, you're kind of fucked.
But most people need energy, right?
If you're a big company, you can ask money from the government to help you.
Yeah, I'm talking about small businesses, because the economy is always based on.
You have a lot of bankruptcies among small businesses in Belgium, but also in France.
Yes, but also always COVID was
everywhere in Europe.
Yeah, because it was COVID and then the war in Ukraine, so it was.
Yeah, because why I ask is because for people who are not in Europe like me, when I saw these things, I cannot verify. I can't really tell if this is really the case. Because you only hear, then you saw on Twitter at the time, especially when the electrical bill was nonsensical. People all these things are going viral, but I cannot get a sense of the reality. Yeah, Mr. Lambo.
The reality is there. For me, I feel it in my wallet. I really feel it in my wallet. We are paying much more than before. If you only look at the food in the supermarket, how much it's go up. It's crazy. Everything goes up. Everything. The fuel now, I think, for take diesel, it's like 170.
France is 190 minimum.
Yeah, but they went very low a few months ago, huh?
Yeah,
and then Macron stopped everything, and
my dad lived in France, so he told me that. But everything is more expensive. Everything. You want to buy? I bought last year an electric step. I paid, even I think the difference in price was crazy compared as last year. I think it was I think I dare to say it was also maybe 30% difference for a fucking electric step. The same exactly step. It's crazy. The food, the bread. I always thought that bread was something that you crucial for everybody, that you need to have a certain low price for bread. But the bread now, it's crazy. It's crazy.
100%. We have
If I compare it with last year, with 15, 16 years ago, we have in Belgium, like and Germany, you have the Kaiserbroodchen, the little round breads. We paid for that 15 years ago 30 cents maximum for one. 30 cents. So little white bread like that. Now in my city, you pay most of the double for the same thing. A croissant, it was like 16 years ago, it was like 55 cents. Now you're more than €1 for one fucking croissant. It's crazy.
Go to France. Go to France. It's cheaper there, isn't it?
I go to shop in France. I take my car to shop in France. I am at 1 hour drive of here, and I go to the supermarket in France for the Coca-Cola. Stupid thing to say, because in Belgium we have also sugar taxes, and also for water we have fucking sugar taxes. So one day they say they're going to put sugar taxes because we need taxes. I think the price per liter is more than 40% different with the France.
We have 50% of raise in the price of the meat in the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. Why? Because you need more energy to cook something.
Not in the last, I just don't count please let me give me a second, please. No,
the only thing that is less expensive in Belgium
RL,
is
hold on
beer.
a second. RL, hold on a second.
I'm still talking about price.
Come on, guys. Jess, wanna say something?
€3 in the cafe.
They had a sugar tax in where I live, the city where I live in, or the county, right? And they said that you had to pay like an extra 10 cents for a bottle of soda, right? But then they said that, oh no, that tax was racist because minorities tended to buy sugary drinks more than white people did. So then they put the same tax on the drinks that had no sugar in them.
Oh, that's tremendous.
The only thing that is less expensive in Belgium is beer.
Well, you don't have that. What's the name of that Mulvaney, he, her, it, whatever it is? Anheuser-Busch did that.
We have NBEV. NBEV is a big boss, is the biggest in the world in beer. So we have in Belgium, we have Jupiler. Stella Artois, you're going to know in United States. Stella Artois. UK, you're going to know it.
I like Stella. That's a good beer.
Oh, yeah. And the British hate Stella. They say it's a wife beater.
Yeah.
But the British can't drink.
Don't drink that.
My cat calls Stella. I give the name of my cat Stella.
You don't think Stella's a good beer? It tastes good.
Oh, I love it. It's my favorite beer. Yeah. But we have Stella? In Belgium, we have one bar in Brussels. There's the Delirium, I think it's called. You can choose from 800 different type of beers.
How to choose, man? 800 different types. You never know.
800, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
There is one thing that's not expensive in England. Beer. You can buy $3 in supermarket for £20. Yeah, that's not expensive. That's not expensive.
We can buy the tank station and a gas station.
The problem is, where is the money? Because that money that's been spent can save you your gas bill for a week or 5 days.
Yeah.
So you gotta balance yourself. Do I want a beer or pay my gas or electricity?
Yeah, but that's a question that only peasants
beer.
questions like that. I don't worry about
I want beer. I want beer. I don't want
I got last year my
I can
electricity bill.
afford the beer and gasoline. I don't know. That's the question for the peasants. So I don't
if you drink enough beer, you don't need electricity because you'll be like always
if you're
sufficiently coping, you can get by with very little.
Listen, in
and
Nuland,
beer is, I can tell you, beer is very good for coping. It's not, I would rank it as moderate quality coping. Moderate quality coping, because it has a lot of downsides if you, so you got to know what you're coping with here. But generally speaking,
and you told me some stories. You told me some stories.
Yeah, beer can get you. But where's Euro when we need him? That fucking story. Oh, if you want to know that story, folks, you have to get on the open mic.
Yeah. That's private. That's private.
Yeah. But many can attest to that. Beer is indeed very good for coping, and that is why beer and gasoline, because you need a gasoline to get wherever, to get that whatever, and primarily your beer, right? You see the cycle? Like, it's kind of like that's how it works.
So I'm going to just tell a stupid story about last year's decision I made because I need to spend less more money. So the alcohol, okay, I can agree. Sometimes it's good to have a good beer. So I changed to tobacco instead of cigarettes to save 2/3 of the cost of the cigarettes. And say I just say some bullshit numbers. If I spend €300 per year for cigarettes, now I only spent €100.
One thing good about my life. One thing good about my life. I've never smoked. I've never ever smoked. So I save a lot of money.
Don't start.
I'll make a point for those who do smoke, since we cannot have advertisements of tobacco. I'll say that first and foremost, Norwegian tobacco is way better than the rest. You can just try it out. Dracu, if you want to test it out, I can assure you our tobacco is better than yours. Second, rolling tobacco that Mr. Lambo was saying, I can tell you one more thing about that. Mr. Lambo was referring to rolling tobacco. I think that is
no. I am a filters.
Cigarettes?
There is a super chat for JS.
You buy
JS super chat for you.
Yeah, but that's
I have a machine that made them for me.
I understand. My grandmother used to do that. But right, but then you have the cigarettes that you buy, the ready-made you buy in the store. Have you noticed how fucking harsh they are on your throat? It's like a cancer cannon going right down your throat. It's the tobacco, it's a bit smoother. It tastes a bit more like, you can get flavors at least that doesn't just taste like shit.
So if any tobacco company,
none of you
watching,
motherfuckers know shit about tobacco.
Oh, shut up. Wyatt is talking.
The best
Wyatt is talking. Shut up. Wyatt,
you were referring when it comes to tobacco.
You were referring.
So if there's any representative from the tobacco companies or cigarette companies, I don't smoke. I'm against smoking. But if you want to sponsor the DPA Open Mic, go ahead to throw money at me. I'm perfectly fine, because I think people who smoke will go crazy, man, watching the open mic. People is always smoking non-stop.
You all don't understand what smoking all about. You know which is the best conservant in the world? The smoke. So when I am smoking, I'm conserving myself from inside.
Now,
you mean you're killing yourself slowly?
No. I'm conserving myself.
Dracu is correct to a certain extent. Dracu is correct to a certain extent, because he's already dead. So he's a vampire.
Yes.
So he can take up all the tar and survive forever. But I can assure you, for you and me, Bosch is actually correct. It's probably not a good choice for you. But
do you know?
I just give a stupid example. Yeah. The beer went up from and I think in 10 years from €2 to €3 for one beer glass in a pub and local bar. For me it's crazy, and it's for the ones that don't have much difficulties financial. Other bars go more up in prices.
You are cheap, my friend. We are paying.
We made them in home. We don't need a lot of transport to get it. I work in Bruges, and in Bruges we have the Brugse Zot, There's one of the best beers in the world. Is a good white
Mr.
blonde.
Lambo, sorry that I interrupt you. Sorry that I interrupt you. Austria has the biggest beer company in Europe.
We have in the world.
Which one?
Gesser is the biggest beer company in Europe.
Geissler, yeah.
Gesser is the biggest. So we pay now €5 if you go to a pub for a beer in Vienna.
Like
I
I
not
said,
get drunk taxes.
like I said,
fucking whining. We pay
if you buy,
shut your fucking apples, boys. We pay well over 12 per pint.
If you buy your beer,
if you're lucky, you get it for 12. That's an average.
If you buy,
maybe you
in
get
London,
a happy hour price
in
London.
Dracu, see that bottle of red wine? I bought it €5 in a supermarket.
Yes, I know.
So in Norway, you would have to pay
It's a
over
big
10.
difference when I'm paying for the beer in the pub as
That's
when I'm
cheaper.
paying for the beer in the supermarket. In
London, if you buy your beer, in supermarket, it's cheap. But I'm telling you one thing: don't even think about taking someone out and you're gonna buy. If you only have £20, £20 you can buy £3. £20 in the pub is three pints or less.
Yeah, I know.
If there is something expensive in London, is drinking beer in the pub.
What Vosh is saying is actually the same in Edinburgh, Scotland, which is a part of the UK. So that's where I lived when I lived in the UK. And buying beers at the store, you could get a ton of beer for relatively cheap. So that was really nice. But if you wanted to, you want to be a part of the pub life, it would still be comparatively cheap compared to Norway. It was much cheaper compared to Norway, but it was still I noticed this can easily be an expense. If I were to be drinking as many beers as I like to drink, if I just want to drink, right, I don't do it on the pub. Then I just buy it on the store, and then I just have myself. If I want to socialize, then I go on the pub. It was a kind of nice.
Yeah. Most of the pubs here in London, most of the pub, one pint is £8.
Yeah, but
that's
when
about
you go to the
$10.
pub,
yeah, that's about $10.
That's insane. That's $10.
But when you go to the pub, you're not paying for the beer. You are paying for the rent. You rent the table, the chair, the space, the aircon, the service, the waiters. That's what you're paying for. You're not paying for the beer alone. So that's why you cannot.
What service?
I don't know.
Did you ever be in an English pub?
Hold on. White makes a really good point, because this refers back to how Russia evaded the sanctions of the NATO. One of the reasons was because the Western services were much overvalued, whereas Russian commodities, resources in general, which you would also find generally in the so-called global South, was undervalued. But its real value became apparent when you come up with a country like Russia, because unlike most other countries, Russia is very self-sufficient. So the real value of the commodities come forth in a much different way than, for example, services. Services don't mean much. You can subsidize it if you kind of have a way to financially go around it, because you're still going to have people who are going to need your resources. Right?
Yeah, that was the important thing that RL said several open mics back about why you can't compare GDP from one country to another. It doesn't work.
It's Coping.
Oh, Coping.
Yeah, it was Coping. So while he was talking, there was always all this sound.
Yeah.
It's actually all him. I was I muted everybody, was like, hey, how come there is still sound of it?
It's because I'm too close to the mic. Is this better?
Yep.
This is better. Yeah, because it's probably because I was a bit close to the mic like that. I was supposed to.
No. It's because you are.
It's because you tapping on the mic
under the table. It's because you're jerking under the table, and then
stop jerking.
Coping being exposed
here. Dracu, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Dracu, but you're simply not my type.
Lambo.
About the sanctions, one thing that I can't understand is we all know that Russia can provide himself from energy, food, everything on their own. They are fully independent for everything. So what does Europe do? Punish sort of Russia, and we are getting the bill as citizens of Europe. We are getting the bill. Russia don't feel it, don't even feel it. And I have one question about the gas, because I live next to the LNG terminal of Fluxys. I see it from my apartment. So as one of the biggest LNG terminals in the world, I think, from Europe. They get still their gas, because I see the ships. I sometimes work there. I see the ships from Yamal. Yamal is Russia.
Yamal,
So these are icebreaker ships. Yamal, yes. Yamal. Need to Google it.
For me, that sounds like Arabian, but
no, Jamal is Russia. Yamal. I don't know how to pronounce everything good in English.
Keep going, please.
So, but these ships, so that they are semi-icebreakers, so they don't need to do the big turn to transport the LNG gas. They are still coming to Zeebrugges. They are still delivering, because they made a special terminal for that type of ships, also to expand the terminal. They are still coming to Belgium. Up to date, up to now, they are still coming. Because almost every time I go work there, or I'm looking on marine traffic or something like that, I see these ships at our harbor. So I don't understand anymore about these sanctions.
Okay.
You're still coming to here.
Word, and it's related to what Misterlambo is saying here. Okay, so this is for Carlos, mostly. It's two things, actually. So, Spain is close to the Gibraltar Strait. Like, it has a claim on Gibraltar itself. But either ways, it seems like there is a lot of activity of Russian shipping near Gibraltar, where they actually exchange from one kind of boat to another to the large.
Yeah, you're talking about
it's very possible.
They
It's
do the
very
internship
possible.
transfer.
This is
because this
Okay,
has
and
happened
the other
like
question-
with Iranian
Okay.
Iranian crude going on. I think it was on Greek or Turkish ships in the Mediterranean as well. Like, so, this has happened. North Korea even does these things as well. So
yeah, Greek ships in the Black Sea, same.
And the other thing, it's mostly just sort of.
Hi, Sam.
All right, Sam.
Hello, Sam. How are you doing?
Can you hear? Am I too loud?
No, you're okay.
You're all right.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, what was the
Okay.
question, Semillon?
So, the other thing is, I know there's a whole mess between Spain and a conflict of interest with Morocco. Could you expand on that?
Okay, so the bottom line is Morocco has some claims on the Western Sahara, and Spain doesn't want mass migration. So we are basically, the government is so weak in Spain that in 20 years we have gone from having like a realist approach towards Morocco and telling them, we're the ones calling the shots here. Like, they're trying to take a little island, like a football field size island, and Spain sent like half the navy, aircraft, a helicopter assault. Like, they went all out again for like just a show of force, not to say, look, we're here to defend our territory. Our border with Morocco was very fortified. It had like barbed wire, like couple layers. However, the European Union said barbed wire is illegal, and back then we had Labour governments, which we have had good Labour governments. Okay, Labour can be good. Socialism can work to a certain extent. If it's not too socialist, it can work. But the ones we had in like mid 2000s, it was horrible.
Socialism always gonna be better.
Yeah, they said no one is illegal. Take this barbed wire off. Okay, 10,000 jump in like a week. And they overpower the police. The police not allowed to shoot them. They throw stuff at the police, and the police is like, well, the government, our order is not to shoot back, not to do anything. We cannot even send them back directly. So what does the government do? Goes and just like gives, basically, they're giving money to the King of Morocco. So the Moroccans, like gendarmes go there, they like prevent them from jumping. However, if the negotiations break or something doesn't really go the way Morocco wants, they will tell the migrants, tomorrow, this hour, you all jump. So they don't try to come, like one by one. No, they organize it. So you get these images on TV, like getting overwhelmed.
Interesting.
May I add to that? Let's think about that as an instrument of power. Okay, so if you are one of those who are, because what we're generally seeing around Europe, also in Norway, I can tell you, is small businesses going down. What we're seeing is consolidation. So take the SVB bank that collapsed lately. That was a bank consolidation of the bigger banks taking over, and we're seeing that generally happening now. What are we also seeing at the same time with this mass migration? Because what does it cost? It causes the labor value, because they have already been, these countries where these people are coming from already have an economic restructuring that causes their, they have no bargaining power, no welfare, nothing that actually prevents them from that. They are coerced into the economic system to such a degree, but they are also with so little opportunities that, relatively speaking, they are willing to do a lot more than a Western person is willing to do, because they have to do it to survive. So they have to maybe work like 8 to 12 hours just to survive, because the labor conditions are pretty deplorable. Now, when they come over to Europe or the United States, what happens here is a wage convergence, right? So you combine and mix the two wages of the higher overvalued sector, for example, and then you have like these commodities. So, for example, in Norway, we have a lot of
Coping, you're like saying everything that we know already. I'm sorry, brother. I love you, but you're redundant.
Coping, what are you smoking?
Can I ask Carlos a question?
Sam,
can I ask you a question, Carlos?
Sure. Yes, of course.
Your issues may be very different to the ones in Australia, but when people present themselves at the Spanish border, immigrants, are they claiming refugee status?
Of course.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, many of them do. Others,
most of them, wouldn't they?
I don't even know if
all of them.
I don't even know if it makes a difference for them.
One moment, sorry for interjecting. I just want to finish, because there was a point I wanted to get at here. When you are actually in a monopolistic positioning, as they are, we know you can manipulate the framework entirely. So why would you want to have this immigration, right? Why would they, for example, remove barbed wires and so forth, when they generally also tend to have a very militarized border? They're controlling it as they would prefer it. But what they also do want is to make sure that your wages get depressed, right? Now, how much has this been accelerated? Because this is more of perspective. Yes, we already know this is occurring, but consider how much more drastically didn't this start with the COVID, right? And then it's just added on with this Ukraine war. But these are just
it's been over the last 10, 15 years. So it started around the mid-2000s. After 2000, we changed government in 2004. So around 2005, I think it was the speech when they were like, "Oh, no human being is illegal," and saying that everybody will have the chance to see a judge and present their asylum claim, present why they're. You're telling other people they can come. We cannot even send them back.
I want to ask a proposition for all of you, and an answer here. How would you solve it? Because here, if we're just looking from an economic term, I would say it's cheaper to actually just help these countries develop, so their population wouldn't care to actually move. But
that might help you. That might help in about 50 years' time.
It's simply not a national interest. This is an economic interest of those already in power. Now, how would you solve that? I'm genuinely interested. You lived in the regime. Why don't you start?
Coping why?
What would you have to this?
Oh, God, you interrupted me.
Wrong question.
Can I finish asking Carlos the question?
Why solving that issue? Why help
you can make a statement, but you can't ask a question. Just make a statement.
Well, okay. Well, my statement is this: that if what I think a lot of countries want is they want the status of being signatories to the Refugee Convention, but they want to keep people out regardless about whether they claim refugee status or not. You want the best of both worlds, is what I think is happening.
Who's this
now,
we?
One thing Spain could do.
This we? You said we. Who is this we?
Well, this is why I wanted to ask Carlos a question, and the question was: are you a signatory to the Refugee Convention?
Well, you know the answer whether he is or he is not. So it's
and that's it.
It's what they call a statement in disguise.
I believe yes.
Why don't you just say what you're?
Well, because I think countries want the best of both worlds.
What are you trying to say? Are you pro third world immigrants into the first world? Yes or no?
I have issues about it, but I don't think
I'm
they
not
relate
asking
to
if you have issues about it. I said, are you pro third world immigrants into the first world? Yes or no?
I've got no fundamental problem with it, even with economic migrants. I've got no
problem with it.
I've got no problem with it. No, I don't.
Yes,
you're
you do.
trying to get him a yes or no question, which doesn't apply.
So Sam
So
Gillis
what I am
is basically
asking,
a socialist who wants to import third world immigrants into first world countries.
No, I don't believe that's so.
You are a socialist by your
No,
own
no.
admission.
Look, I am certainly a socialist. And I don't fundamentally believe in borders.
You're a socialist, and we all know what we think is socialism.
I would
No,
advise you
that's what
all
you
to
think is
avoid
socialism.
generalization.
Okay, you don't speak for
Socialism
everybody.
isn't a blanket term. You can take
JS, you don't speak for everybody. No, you're pretending. This is what we get all the time. We get people who just pretend that they speak for everybody when they don't.
Just chill.
Wait.
Carlos, what's happening at the moment is I think countries, they want the best of both worlds.
Coping your mic. Coping your mic.
He's doing that on purpose.
They want the status of being signatories to the Refugee Convention, but at the same time they want to keep people out.
Sam Gilles,
if you're a signatory to the Refugee Convention, you've got to process people who are claiming refugee status. If you don't want to have to do that, abrogate the Refugee Convention, but you won't do that because you don't want the anonymity of being known as a country or the first countries in this latest waves of countries that abrogates the Refugee Convention. You want
most countries want that. Because
no one has to abrogate the Convention.
Well, if you don't want to abrogate the Refugee Convention because you do want to protect refugees, which I want to do, then you have to put up with the downside.
One moment. Let JS ask a question. Okay,
no,
please.
Seriously.
This
Notice, like Sam loves the idea of third world people coming into first world countries. He's attached to this.
Hold on, stop. One moment, please, gentlemen. We are not to be shaming each other because of perspective. I would like to get like JS tried. Sam, please. JS tried to ask your question. Why don't you just answer it so we can move along? Because this quickly becomes a slugging fest.
It's not a simple yes or no answer. I think the community has a right to decide whether they want a flood of people of different countries and of different cultures to come into their country. But the community never gets that decision. They never really, we like to talk about ourselves being a democracy. I don't think there is any country on earth that comes anywhere near close to being democratic.
Yes, there is.
Not one.
China.
Luckily, there is not, because otherwise we would have a humanitarian disaster.
I would like to jump in. Sam, first you have...
RL, Sam, let RL talk. You've been preaching to the choir for a second, and you're almost just speaking to yourself.
Wait, one by one.
I was going to have to mute you. RL, please go ahead.
Sam, I would like to jump in that discussion. First of all, you have to define me what's a refugee.
The refugee is a person who is covered by the Refugee Convention.
Who is that?
No, that means nothing to me. You have to explain me.
Logical fallacy.
I don't have the text of the Refugee Convention in front of me.
And what is the definition of a refugee? Please.
Sam. You have to let people reply to you. So the thing
what is the definition of a refugee according to that refugee convention? Saying me that a refugee is something coming from the refugee convention is not telling me what is a refugee.
First of all, I think he means like your definition.
Secondly, we are living in social structure, political structure, where it's the leader who decide. The leader you have elected collectively.
That's not democracy.
So saying that a group, a community should decide that's bullshit.
No, right. So you like the idea of an oligarchy?
And now what we are seeing with the so-called refugees in Europe is that thanks to the Syrian mess and the Afghan mess, most of the so-called Syrian and Afghan refugees are not Syrian nor Afghan. But when they come, they pretend to be Syrian or Afghan. Yeah.
That's
why my first question, define me what's a refugee.
There are a number of categories of refugees. One of them are people who claim that they are escaping political persecution.
But what is that? But Sam, that's a nebulous
persecution.
Anyone can say I'm escaping political persecution.
You have to let him answer. You are cutting him off. Let him answer. If not, this will never end. You have to let Sam finish his answer. Yeah, Sam, you can carry on. The first is political refugee. No, the thing is, okay, you cannot do not know. The problem is, if you do not know something, then you cannot argue about that point.
No,
for example, let's say I know nothing about Ukraine war. Then how are you going to discuss about Ukraine war? If you understand what I mean?
I'm saying is, but Wyatt, I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know all the categories of refugees.
Correct. So you can talk about the things that you know, so that you can. So because if not, Carlos cannot answer your question.
People who claim that they are running away from political or religious persecution. So let's say I'm a Muslim in a Christian country, and Muslims are persecuted in that country, and I'm claiming that I'm one of the people who are being persecuted. Then I can make a claim when I arrive in Spain, because Spain is a signatory to the Refugee Convention, that I should be permitted into the country because Spain made a promise in 1954 and told everybody, look how wonderful we are. We signed this refugee convention because we're defending refugees. But now that it's inconvenient, we don't want to do it anymore.
Sam, may I talk also 1 minute to Sam?
Come on. Let Carlos got something to say. Let Carlos say something.
Please.
No, I say something now. Look,
Carlos.
Sam, the problem is not that the countries in European Union are not obliging to the Convention of the Immigration.
Really?
The problem, please, Voz, may I talk 1 minute without interrupting me, please?
Okay, go on.
Please, man. So the problem is not that the European countries are not obliging to this convention. The problem is that they cannot make for sure who is under this convention and who is not under this convention. This is problem because let me finish, Sam.
Yeah.
Because maybe like 60% of the immigration, of the modern immigration, the immigrants are coming to Europe without papers. Because they know if they are coming without passport, without any documents on them, then the European Union have to take them.
Yes, exactly. And Sam is all for that. Sam believes in gaming the system. Sam, do you or do you not believe in gaming the system? You do. I know that about you because I know people like you. You were despicable individual. You were a socialist. No, I have no respect for you. I'm sorry. But Wyatt, I love you and I love this channel. But people like Sam are despicable individuals and they are not honest brokers. I'm sorry.
No. Okay, stop. That's irrelevant. I want to ask.
I'm happy to wear.
Wait. I want
some respect here.
I want to say something. Australia is a signatory. Wait. Australia is a signatory to the Refugee Convention as well. Do you know? Australia is a signatory to the Refugee Convention. Do you know what Australia do to refugees?
They put them on an island.
We've been debating this. We get something like 300 refugees in a year, and everybody is in an absolute panic. We put them in detention immediately, and their cases.
Where's the detention? Where's the detention?
There's one at Christmas Island, which is about, I can't remember, it could be about 2,000 kilometres off Western
Where
Australia.
these refugees from?
Mainly they're from the Middle East and
Muslim Southeast Asia, a lot of them.
Southeast Asia. But
in UK.
Why should anyone listen to what you've got to say when it's only just based on your prejudices about your ideology, which to me is just as despicable. So why not?
Okay, you find what specifically about my ideology? No, my ideology. What specifically about my ideology do you find despicable?
Let me start with your asinine, ignorant statements about democracy being about two wolves and a sheep deciding what to have.
I do not believe in democracy, nor have I ever professed to believe in democracy. So exactly what specifically?
America who doesn't believe in democracy. Wow, that's new.
I didn't ask you what you don't believe, JS. I asked you what you do believe. Come on, let's turn the tables and let's see what you do.
No, sure. Okay, what do I believe in?
Yeah, don't repeat the question. And don't.
I just want to get clear about what will satisfy.
You see how you can be bullied? You see how you can bully? Why not just answer the question?
Okay. Well,
JS, let me just say something. You know, most of the refugees in UK. Most of the refugees in UK
JS is going to say something about what he believes.
At the moment are from Albania. So stop blaming South Asia and Africa. Most of the refugees in UK came from Albania.
And make a case for being refugees. Everybody who signed the convention knew that. Everybody knew that they would have to go process to see who was lying, who wasn't lying.
Can I answer the question that you just asked me or not?
That was something we always understood was going to happen.
The reason I don't engage in discussions
you do engage.
with
you want to
socialists
but
like
you don't want to say something.
Now you should let him
answer.
The reason I don't engage with discussions of socialists is because there's an audience here, so we can expose you. That's the only reason I'm doing that, because they are sick, diseased souls. They are immune to logic, and they are impervious to reason. They are purely ideologues, and they are sick, diseased souls. And if you in any way you allow them, if you engage with them, you are just playing. See, he won't shut the fuck up. No, he's a sick fuck.
Come on.
No.
Super chat.
I have no respect for socialists. I'm sorry. They are sick, diseased people. You never give them a platform because they are sophists. They are sophists. They don't believe in anything except their own circular logic.
Yeah. No, you've got your prejudices. If you think that what you just stated isn't expressing a man of ideology, you're fooling yourself. To simply say to somebody who you
it's been like 30 minutes and Carlos still waiting to make a point. Come on, guys.
This will not go anywhere. I just want to say, because Australia actually have processing centers in Papua New Guinea. The Australia do not accept refugees straight into Australia. Even if you say Christmas Island, that is hardly considered Australia, although it's controlled is Australian territory. The idea is what Australia basically do the same thing. They don't let the refugee just go straight into the Australian country, because then that defeats the entire purpose of citizenship. So no countries will allow that. So the same thing when you ask Carlos the question, there's some kind of hypocrisy. It is true, because that applies for every single country. I can tell you, Singapore outright rejects refugee. We will not allow their ships to dock at all. We'll basically our navy will escort them and then send them to Australia. Send them to Australia.
Is Singapore a signatory of the convention?
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they sign it or not because
we don't.
the way we do it is
No.
like, 1 second. Like you're asking me a question.
No, Sam. Wait. Let me talk. Sam.
Yeah.
The whole point of international agreements or anything is pointless. All treaties are signed on convenience.
Are not laws.
So that's why they, even though you can argue that certain countries sign certain agreements, countries only follow them when it's convenient for them. There is no police in the world to force countries to do anything. The only police was United States. Yeah. So the whole point of that, if you keep arguing about because you signed this thing, so you must follow this rule, it doesn't apply. It doesn't work that way. Australia also signed it. Australia don't follow it. They have their own ways.
It's illegal.
And there's no such thing as illegal.
So what? It was just a signature on a piece of paper.
Sam
Law.
That they are prosecuted politically, religious, sexual belief, identity.
Guys, can we get some order here?
Sam Gilles, do you know how many refugees Europe accepted in the last 5 years?
Irrelevant.
Why is it relevant?
It's very relevant. It's very relevant because it's a very
Exactly.
I asked you, do you
you're
know?
absolutely right. No, Dracu, you're right. He has no idea and he doesn't care.
Of course.
You know why he doesn't care? He's an ideologue. He's a sick fuck. If you engage with people like that, it's dangerous. These people, there's no reason with them. They're immune to logic and purpose. They are sick fucks.
Sam and JS, both of you stop.
No.
Both of you stop. I have one important
You know
thing
me.
to point out.
This guy is a dangerous fuck. I'm seriously. You cannot engage with people like that.
You're not made of porcelain. You're not made of porcelain. No need to be so scared of this guy. The problem is how he regulates himself, and he embraces a few things that I find contentious. But the problem I find with you, Sam, is that you have a tendency to basically, well, it's not relevant. Well, actually, the numbers are relevant, and then these points become just contentious because you don't really address them. So if we could slow it down, because I get what you're saying. You're throwing in a perspective there and you're rushing for it. And let me give you one thing. You're referring to the Refugee Convention. I'm sorry, my dude. That is just appealing to the law. Okay. The law can be whatever and arbitrarily enforced. Right. So, but you are also simultaneously saying it's not relevant. Right. This is kind of where that's where we get so many contentious issues right here. So if we could if you also at the same time allow a question and answer. And JS, may I please remind you, it doesn't matter if they're pro-NATO. I am anti-NATO. I would still want them to get on here. So whether you despise socialists or not should not really be a crediting factor, or how you define a socialist either, because the socialism term is very broadly applied and it's also a political tool, right? So we are here generally expressing our perspectives, right? So ad hominems, JS, if you could please just reduce that one.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you 1,000%.
Because okay, so my issue, right, with Sam is that Sam, you need to have a like an endpoint where you want to reach, because you tend to raise an issue, but then you actually do not have a conclusion, and you also don't want to reach that conclusion. So what will happen is that when we argue about the issue, we just go round and round, but we cannot reach an endpoint, because actually when you raise an issue, you did not have a endpoint. For example, you ask Carlos a question, but all you want is for him to admit that, oh, so sorry, Spain is an asshole country because we are hypocrites. That's all you are looking for. You're not looking for a conclusion where it's sensible. So
no. Well, I don't.
So you want to explain yourself a bit, because
that's why
you explain yourself a bit.
I don't understand. You want an answer or not?
Come on,
that's why I asked you something very, very clear. Do you know how many immigrants accepted Europe in the last 5 years?
No, I don't.
Okay.
A lot. Millions.
No, like 10 millions.
Yeah.
Immigrants were accepted in European Union in the last 5 years.
Yeah. That's a lot. So, where are they?
Do you think?
Where's the number?
Do you think we are more Democrat than Australia? It is.
I don't think either country is Democrat. I certainly don't think America is.
but more democracy in Europe than in Australia. Because you know what my meaning about Australia is?
Yeah.
I think you are living in the most fucked up dictature on the earth right now. Australia is one of the more fucked up societies.
Okay, Dracu, that's out of the point. So the thing is,
yes,
why the number matters?
You're right. You're right.
So why the number matters? Yeah. Hey, boss, don't laugh because it's very noisy. So why the numbers matters? Because if you have too many refugees, it affects the economy. So it doesn't matter if your people is very awesome. You are very open-hearted. You are willing to save all these people, even despite they speak a totally different language or different culture. The thing is that once you have 10 million people, it affects your entire economy. It makes your government fail to do its job. Then you can talk about all the democracy you want. It's useless because your democracy failed you. Because what's the point of electing all these people where they cannot even solve your economy? But the thing is, you also want this refugee to come. Oh, because we signed a piece of paper. So that is a contradiction itself. So that's why you.
Wyatt, that was my point.
If they really want them to come, they wouldn't put them in the fucking refugee camp.
Wait. So let Sam reply.
No, but Wyatt, I just want to impart this to you. It's very important. Ultimately, Sam only believes in democracy.
It doesn't matter. Wait. Let Sam reply. So that's your opinion.
JS can't argue a point. He's got to make it personal all the time.
Okay, Sam, what do you want to say?
Okay,
ignore JS. Please reply what you wanted to say.
What I'm saying is, look, there are contradicting forces in any society. The business community is more than happy for refugees to come into their country and to savage wages. They love that idea. They did it in Britain. And they're doing it all over the country. They don't want to stop immigration. They want to encourage it because it means that the power that workers have to get increased wages is reduced. But in a proper democracy where people are making the decisions, not leaders that we elect, and we know once we elect them what happens, they get bought by the donors. They make decisions behind closed doors. They do all that, and before you know it, your country is overrun by people claiming refugee status, and the people's living standards are gradually reducing more and more and more. That's why the people need to be making the decisions about how many people we will let into the country and the conditions under which they will be let, and an assurance that they won't be reducing the salaries of the people who live there.
So this is my question now, because Sam, you are not here for the first time. Is that you came a few times, and I think this is a similar point that you're always making, because about how our system is failing and you are not getting the democracy that you think that it should be working. The question is, your solution was, we need to change the system in a way that the person that you voted in is accountable to you to decide the numbers, perhaps the refugee numbers, whatever, so that they can be accountable, right? Because you have to elect someone. If not, you cannot have everybody making decisions all at the same time. The problem is that is exactly the system that is now. So that's why. Do you have like a solution to know what you're talking about?
I believe I do, but it's not a short-term solution.
Sam, do you know which country in the world it has such a democracy as you described?
No, I know that we've had one, but we don't have one now. I think we did so in
No, there is actually a country in the world which has such a democracy.
No, hold on, Sam, and a specific question was just raised by Draco.
There is a country in this world, Sam, listen to me. There is a country in the world which has such a democracy as you describe it.
No.
Oh, yes, it is.
No.
It was not a question. I told you. This country's name is Switzerland.
Oh, that's stupid. Sorry.
And the name of this kind of democracy...
I agree with Draco.
The name of this democracy, it is direct democracy. It is always there, and it is there for now a long time, and is functioning.
Okay. Look,
So,
can I just say, because I'm familiar with direct democracy.
Please don't call me
Well, I
stupid,
mean,
because
I
I
wouldn't
didn't
say
call you
direct
stupid.
democracy is a bad thing. If you are able
That's
to
the
actually
name of the
effectively implement
democracy.
it,
That's the name of the democracy in
I think it
Switzerland.
depends very much
Direct
on scale.
democracy.
Hold on, Wyatt wants to talk. Like as Copings said, everybody
So,
shut the
so,
fuck up.
so
and Wyatt talk.
Sam disagree. So I want to hear why Sam disagree.
Oh, come
why
on.
is Switzerland not? Wait. We have to let. What's
Let him say.
Sam?
It's been
why
speaking for
Switzerland is
half
not?
an hour, man.
No.
Wait.
What you want to do is you want to fire questions and say, "Oh, look, as soon as he talks back, he's not answering." Which do you want?
No. Sam, stop.
If you don't
Go to objective. Why Switzerland is not the?
Switzerland is not a direct democracy. It has some direct democratic features. It allows, if there's enough signatories, to put a particular proposition to the people, which is decided by referendum. Okay, but the people who are making most of the decisions, most of the time, are parliamentarians, just like we have in our system. In ancient Athens, they had a real democratic, a real direct democracy. Direct democracy is giving decision-making powers over important questions, major questions, in the hands of the people. We actually make decisions. In every country on earth, we don't make the decisions. We elect others to make decisions for us. I don't call that democracy. It's certainly not direct democracy. I call it oligarchy. We have it in America. They're the
Sam,
kings
I
of
think
oligarchy.
one exception you
We
should
have it
note
in
there.
Australia. We have it
One
in Europe.
exception. Hold on one moment, please. One exception you should add is that Switzerland has made some pretty radical moves over the last year, which is very uncharacteristic of Switzerland. They participated actually in the Ukraine war. This is like crossing the Rubicon. You've always managed to be neutral in the most difficult circumstances. You have way more powerful neighbors all around you. The way you survive is that you get a neutral ground for you and everyone. There's a way for everyone to interact with business, politically. You can meet there, etc. There are exceptions allowed to Switzerland, just like Singapore, for example, has exceptions, just like Norway has exceptions, right? But so when you take Switzerland into account and you say it has democratic features, right? I think I would contest that with the very simple fact that they crossed the Rubicon and broke that neutrality. Now they are participating. Did Switzerland vote to participate in the Ukraine war?
Yeah, did they? I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking. Did they vote?
I don't know.
I didn't hear what Sam said.
You can't say it's democratic unless the people got together and they decided.
As far as I know, they did not vote. And so what you're saying is simply null and void. It was true. Indeed, it was true up until this war in Ukraine. Then
until the oligarchy in Switzerland decided to break it. If it was a direct democracy, the people would have said, wait a minute, we've had this policy since the beginning of our statehood. Now we're going to make this monumental change, and we're actually going to participate in a war. Was that ever put to the people? It doesn't sound like it was. That's not direct democracy.
So that direct democracy actually have a problem because not everybody is educated enough to every single issue. So not everybody understand economics. Not everybody understand the implications of certain budgets or immigration or whatever. So that is why direct democracy cannot possibly work because most people don't understand the issues. For example, if you look at United States when they vote in Biden over Trump, as an example, even though that is not a direct democracy, but if you look at the pure numbers of votes, if you go by pure number of votes, Biden definitely have more votes because California is a huge place with a lot of population. So all Hillary Clinton will be voted in. But the thing is, these people can be manipulated because as long as you have big corporations able to control the mass media and they can drive a certain narrative, the information will contaminate your ability to make decisions because we can only make decisions based.
I
could wait. Let me talk.
Everybody,
why I say United States because it's easy to easy to understand because there is vote counts, so you can actually direct it as direct democracy. So it's just that, but the people themselves can be brainwashed because we make decisions based on the information, and if the information is contaminated, we cannot make good decisions. Then your entire direct democracy concept, it will be a failure. For example, let's say if you let the Europeans today vote whether to go to war, enter war to Ukraine, NATO enter war into Ukraine, they will vote yes, and then you have World War III.
Well,
one point. I'm just going to make one short point.
They will vote
When
no.
we're saying
Because they understand the implication of having a war against Russia.
We get into
Intelligence of people, especially if you are talking about their life.
Is true now. What Wyatt pointed out is the case now. But this is also skewing of what we call necessarily direct democracy. Why should necessarily half of the population of those who do vote have influence over the rest of the country?
Exactly. Two lions.
Exactly.
That's democracy is two lions and one man deciding who's going to be dinner.
You know who invented that quote?
Have direct democracy. That's why it's dangerous. Because
I'm posing a question to all of you, including Wyatt. Why does the application of that vote?
Hold on, Wyatt.
So I understand what scoping points. That's the point I'm trying to make. Direct democracy is not a good solution. Why? As long as you have 51% of the people vote, okay, NATO will go to war with Russia. We start World War III. 51%. The other 40
in every country on earth today.
Correct. So, but the 49% will have to follow.
Democracy. If it's a
correct. Wait.
With direct democracy, it's also a problem with our system today.
Correct. The
Same
thing
problem.
is,
So why?
No.
That only applies to direct democracy.
It's a different problem. It's a different problem because
it's the same problem.
the people who are voted in, especially the people who are working within the ministry, they are all very highly qualified people. The people who are usually voted into the politician tends to be highly qualified people. They will make good decisions, make good foreign policies, even if it's hard. For example, in Singapore, we make very hard decisions all the time. So if you allow that direct democracy to make decisions, what will happen is that the newspaper will become super powerful because the social media will become super powerful. They will able to create narratives and they will make you believe things. Ukraine war is a good example. How would Germany become overwhelmingly supportive of the war and supportive of going anti-Russia, which actually directly affects their economy? They don't care.
There are always going to be people who have got more influence in the system.
Because Sam is talking about direct democracy. That means every division is voted on. That is direct democracy. What Sam is talking about.
You put your response to me, but you don't want me to answer. I'm happy to butt out of the conversation, but I can tell you what I don't think.
You're free to leave at any time. No one's forcing you to stay here.
You see the stupidity of that guy? Because he can't have a logical discussion.
Get caught up on it. Don't feed the beast. Sam, continue with your point. Don't feed the beast. Continue, please.
Okay. You're thinking in terms of the system as it exists now. You're imagining the structures that exist now and the whole system, and you're seeing people who vote other people in. In Finland, nobody got a decision about whether they should put their neck on the block and join NATO. It was decided by these intelligent people, these super smart people. There is not one person in this room that doesn't think they're not smarter than most voters, and they're not. I work closely with politicians, most of my working life, and they're stupid. They're not smart, but what's worse about them is that their motivation is different. They're more interested in their careers and getting on. People, when you get people together and you say to them, your object when you vote is to think about what's best for the community as a whole. There'll be those who won't care. There'll be those who won't care. But the higher proportion of people will be better rulers than politicians in this kind of system that we dare to call democracy. Okay.
So the problem is the same group of people voted in these people who are idiots.
Yeah.
You understand? That's the point. They voted in these idiots. How do you expect these people who voted in the idiots to vote good decisions?
Because you're imagining it in the system that we've got
And
today.
also,
So can you share with us your imagination of the perfect system? Because
now,
we cannot imagine what you're thinking about.
Super chat, brother.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to discuss it, but if there are various ways of doing direct democracy. The system that I believe would work is basically based on the system that they used in Athens. And
in Athens.
In Athens,
the worst system.
In 500 BC, which was the closest we ever got to a direct democracy. They didn't vote for people. They voted for
the one that led to the death of somebody.
Let him talk.
They voted to make decisions on issues that affected the community, right? Now, what we can do is we can have an assembly over the internet, right? And we can provide the structures that we have here, where, for instance, I was a public servant for many, many years. I was paid to advise the government. Now, under a direct democracy...
Oh, Christ, and I know he's a fucking Aussie. The government actually fucking paid you money.
Let him talk, yes.
Democracy.
You are talking about stuff that has no reality ground. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Every country, every culture has its own sensibility. You can't transpose a universal way of governing in each country for each community. That's bullshit. That's globalism.
Direct democracy.
I'm sorry, doesn't work. The Switzerland direct democracy works well for Switzerland. Will never work in Australia or in France or in
the United States.
Different.
Nothing works in the United States. Let me assure you.
And you are talking about direct democracy in Switzerland, which is not a direct democracy. I'm sorry, you just stated it. They need enough vote for a subject to be voted by the population. That means it must be an issue that the most of the people in Switzerland are interested in for voting. So it's actually a direct democracy.
You got no idea.
Reality.
You got no idea. Sam, may I ask you something?
10 million, I think we said, wasn't it?
And let me tell you about the democracy in Athens 500 years before Christ. Let me explain to him what was the reality of that so-called democracy. It only lasted less than 50 years, and then it got immediately corrupted. And one of the problem of that democracy is that people were killing each other because they were knowing what the guy was voting for, because it was direct democracy. They were all seeing each other and they were killing each other. And just after that, you got the Pericles century, which was a farce of democracy. So the democracy you are explaining to us just lasted less than 50 years.
And if you're familiar with the interest,
I'll give you a good example. What Aurel is saying, I'll give you a good example.
399 BC.
Sam, please, let me give you a response. Let me add something
500 BC to 399 BC. And during that time, they flourished.
Ethnic federalism. Do you know about ethnic federalism in Africa?
Semillon wants to speak. Can we listen to him,
please? Go.
Okay, so you see, that democracy, has it been instated anywhere else aside from Athens?
I don't believe so.
Okay, why is that?
I don't think the aristocracy or the people, the power elite want it. They definitely don't want it.
But there were,
and they got all the power and the money to stop it.
Other structures across the world, and they continue.
Yeah, and in America, the American aristocracy gave us the American Constitution.
There was something before the American aristocracy.
Yeah, there was. There was the British aristocracy.
And there was something before that. Tell me,
what was,
how do humans normally behave?
A monarchy. That doesn't matter. I don't understand.
That's the core of the question. That's the core of the question.
Okay, the core of the question is that we try to improve upon the past. The Americans definitely improved upon the past.
Then go full Chinese Communist Party, man. That's the best. They are the best. They have improved the living standard of their people as never before seen in human history.
No,
but the fuck are you talking about?
Because they depend on
if I may help you a little bit here, Sam, please let me help you here a bit. You see, one thing people are taking an issue with is that you are bringing forth idealism, which is cool. Okay, noble. Nobody has a problem with that. The thing is that you're not actually you're not being very concrete. You kind of you're like, let me put it like this. You're talking about this of ethnic things and direct democracy and stuff like. I can give you one example. Ethnic federalism has been one of the major causes. That this was one of the structural reforms put in African countries, which was a major factor to accelerate civil wars, because you had power decentralized from the main power structure into the various ethnic groups. Now, what do people tend to do? They go by not necessarily what is national politics and what it would be best as a big cohesive state. They will go by social connections, and especially so the partisanship we see with nations, which is like the nation concept, it is a construct by itself. But try to face that against the ethnic one. So I'll pose this to you: like, how many of the people do you know personally, or the one you dislike the most? Well, they're actually generally in your family or your closest acquaintances, right? This concept is pretty vague. So people go by this, what you're saying, idealism, right? But then we see what happens in practice, and there is no example. That what Semillon was saying. There is no example of direct democracy. For this very reason, people don't think rationally, they think socially. And concordantly, we can have all these, there's a reason there are these plays on the media. There's a reason all these, but the underlying economic factor that tends to be driving it, we also see that. Even if you're not an economist, it's pretty obvious. You're either living in it or you're familiar enough with it to see it from afar, right? But you are referring to an ideal. But what I would like from you, Sam, when you are proposing this ideal, right, in the context of all of that I just said, how would you then propose that it actually come into existence? Because it has some very, very, very significant barriers. Now, I can agree to the ideal. It sounds really great, right? But what we really want to find out, because this is interesting, right? Like, I think it's an interesting thing we're getting into. But I would like to hear you actually go from idealism to let me hear your perspective on practice.
I'd love to. I would love to.
And kindly try to be concise.
Come on, just to the Athens democracy, and you will understand how it will end up. I mean, after so many killings between each other, they decided to state the secrecy of votes. That's why the votes are secret.
Elaborate
and then after that, you saw corruption. To get the votes.
Please let me make a point. Please
let Sam answer. Coping asked a very long question. You should let Sam answer.
Okay. I've thought about this a lot. It's not a short-term process. The first thing that it only will take money. I don't have the money to do it. One thing that will do is, I think, you set up a web page. This is how I would do it in Australia. You set up a web page and you call it the Direct Democracy web page. And anybody who is entitled to vote in Australia is entitled to register on the Direct Democracy vote, and they immediately become a member of the Australian Direct Democracy Assembly. Then, every time there is a significant bill that is put in Australia, oh look, let's privatise the banks, right? This web page puts the same proposition in the Direct Democracy web page. Now, and while you're there, they put also resource information, all the arguments for it, all the arguments against it. Then just before that is elected that is voted on in the Parliament, the Direct Democracy votes for it in the web page. Then they write to the Parliament and they say, our Assembly voted for this not to happen. Now, the Parliament will say, oh, there's only 20,000 of them, we don't care. The next year, hopefully, there'll be 100,000 of them. The year after that, there'll be 200,000 of them. Hopefully, in 20 years' time, there will be 1 million of them. Why? Because people are fed up with the system. They want to be decision makers. This is giving them a chance to be a decision maker. And that's one process by which I believe slowly you can achieve a direct democracy. In the end, once people get a taste of it, they won't let it go.
So I got a question. So who will come up with the motion?
You're an idiot, Ariel.
So wait, who will come up with the
I mean,
motions?
in your world, Rupert Murdoch will be.
No, I know it's very impossible, but no, who will come up with the motions? Who will come up with the bills?
One way of doing it would be to say, all right, our Parliament is going to debate 15 bills this year. Everybody votes which bill they want to shadow this year in the Assembly. And you pick 5. The 5 that's got the most votes, they're the bills of the Parliament, the terrestrial Parliament, that we on the internet Parliament will debate and decide, and then inform the terrestrial Parliament that we have decided that that's what we want.
So,
and you invite people.
I got a question because now you still so within. No, I know, Jess. You have to let Sam go through this entire process because he really have this.
Yeah, but I'm gonna fucking dive all day before he gets those.
Because whatever Sam talking about,
I think you're free to go, Yes.
For whatever Sam actually talking about, I actually also considered before. It's just that it's nearly impossible to do. But I that's why I'm curious to know more. The thing, for example, the thing is you're still gonna have a parliament. You're still gonna have an election to vote in member of parliament because if not, then no who will come up with the bills, right?
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is this process gradually weeds out the Parliament. Eventually, a day will come where you say, well, wait a minute, we don't need them anymore. There is so many of us who are voting on these bills and making the decisions, and they're rubber stamping our decisions. We don't need them to rubber stamp them anymore. And one day there will be a proposition in the Parliament of the people which will say, let's abolish that department.
This is why he's showing you utopia.
May I talk for a minute too? May I say one
Thomas
thing?
Jefferson sold us utopia. George Washington sold us utopia. He wants his utopia.
Actually, if you want to talk about Jefferson and Washington, I know a shitload more about the.
Wait.
How are you doing, man?
Sam.
I stopped at the point where you said you know shit. I didn't hear what else you said. What did you say? You said you knew shit.
Hey,
I
just want to say, I got to go to work. Y'all have a great time. This is a pretty fucking epic panel, especially this particular part. Y'all need to understand, get along, and Sam, you got to go through the fire, bro. So just deal with it and don't cry and argue your point. Have a good weekend, everybody. See ya.
Bye.
Take care, brother. Love you, man.
So Sam, because I have
exactly. Ron has to go to work. Your system can only work when people have no jobs, have nothing to do.
Yeah,
except then talking about laws and things like that. I'm working five days a week. I have no time for those bullshit.
Well, too bad.
Too bad. I have no choice. Too bad. What are you fucking talking about?
Well, get yourself an emperor and an oligarch who's making all the decisions for you anyway.
I prefer that.
That's why we are making protest. That's why we are making revolution, man. If we have elites that are bullshitting with us, we are revolting. And in the United States Constitution, it's a right to revolt. Same in the French Constitution, Article 34. I think it's that we can revolt against the power if they are making too much bullshit. You understand that?
They're not changing anything because they don't have power.
Only future we tell.
I'm
curious. So wait.
Yeah? Only future we tell.
Let me ask one
thing.
The
problem.
You are not working. You are doing nothing in your life. So you have plenty of time to say those things. And it's all out of question to have the older people decided for my future and the future of my kid.
Well,
Out of question.
That's your prejudice. I'm trying to put your power in your hands.
Out of question.
I'm trying to put power in your hands and you can't deal with it.
No. Sam. So the issue is because you say that eventually the parliament will give up the power, but the thing is then you have no. Correct. The thing is, then you come back to the same problem I was asking initially. How are you going to come up with the bills? Who is going to ask the questions? If you're going to let the people, so if you're going to let the people generate, no, there's no parliament anymore because now, okay, let's say we have already gone. The parliament have this ban. Okay, so who is going to come up with the questions to
the
vote
people
on?
who do it now. I used to write the bills all the time. Instead of writing it for politicians, I'll write it for the assembly.
Correct. So the thing is, maybe your bill is not interesting. Okay, and then nobody want to vote it up to be voted for, but they decided. Well, wait. So, but they decided to vote on killing all Muslims because maybe something happened. Then they decide, kill all Muslims. Then that vote get voted out. No, that is democracy.
That's not how it works. No. Wyatt, every year the government would say to me, or would say to the public servants, we want to do this or we want to do that. Tell me. Work out a way how it can work.
Exactly.
Put it together.
No. You were saying that your system, right? There's all the different views.
A binary choice. Sometimes
yes.
there is a binary choice in politics.
No. I know that is current. We are talking about the future. Okay, so there is a lot of all the ideas. Everybody, because there's no more parliament, right? So everybody will write in and let their ideas to be voted on. So the problem is people are emotional. So sometimes you have stupid bills getting voted on to be voted on.
Stupid bills. There is no super group of people who is more intelligent than everybody else. That's only
if you let So what I tell you what happens, because for example, if this system is applied in the United States, then maybe during the 9/11 time when it happens, then everybody will be voting for let's kill all the. Let's nuclear bomb the entire Muslim world. I can tell you that they will vote through. They will vote through that parliament, and then they will decide because of direct democracy. Someone proposed this idea, it was voted out for a vote, and then people voted yes, we shall nuclear bomb all Muslim world. And then this.
Well, can I speak to that question?
What happened to America in 9/11?
I got a question for Wyatt. Can I
exactly? That's my point.
Yeah, but my point is, do you think that we are not capable of setting in place systems to deal with emergency situations when your country is attacked? That doesn't require the vote you're talking about. You get an advance vote. These are the
hold on a second. Wyatt, can I please say something about this?
Only if you're civil. Only if you're logical and civil.
No, hold on a second, because
are you going to be logical and civil? Are you going to be logical and civil?
Wait. Sam, let him talk.
Define it first.
Well, let him be logical and civil and not be insulting.
Okay. Define it first, because logic can be totally upside down.
Yeah, you do it very well, Jay.
Wait. Let JS talk.
Why are you fucking up now all the discussion?
I was like I lost friends on 9/11, right? And that was a long time ago, right? Like to some people. I literally lost lifelong friends. I mean, some of these people I'd known since before I was in kindergarten. Okay. Now it would have been very easy. And I fell for the quote unquote propaganda to some extent. Like I was never for the Iraq war, but I was all for the Afghan war. I was all in on that. I had friends that I had known since before I could remember that were dead. Okay. And you have to understand how impactful that can be on a guy like in his early 20s, right? You lose people like that because of this, and they're telling you that it was done by Osama bin Laden or whatever it was. I lost friends, lifelong friends, 5 of them, okay, on that one fucking day. I was willing to say, do whatever it takes.
Yeah. That's why you set protocols in advance.
So Sam, so that is the question. That's the problem I say. If let's say you say it's under attack, yes, there will be an emergency vote. Okay, so people will be
no, not a vote. There are protocols already in place to immediately deal with the. They were voted at a time when there was no.
Who will run the government? No. Who run the government?
There will be emergency governments to do it.
May I give a very real life? We are in real life. So let me get a real life example. Sam, please. Here we are in real life discussing direct democracy. Now try to take the direct democracy, this works. Direct democracy works here in this little forum that we are in now. This is very much direct democracy. Now try to scale it up.
No, it's not structured.
If I structure it, you will be kicked. Wait, Sam. If I structure it, you will be kicked out of this forum immediately.
Probably.
Did you understand? So because I'm the ruler here, I decided that nobody can vote out anybody. That's the reason why we are still chatting here. You understand? That's the problem with direct democracy.
Not that he would do that.
Direct democracy gives that guarantee.
Wyatts
There's
is
no
a
guarantee.
dictator.
Yes, there is a direct democracy.
Wyatts is a dictator. Thanks him. Thanks him for being a dictator. Yeah.
No, the thing
Thanks
is,
him.
in a direct democracy, someone
All hail to the ruler.
Wait, let me talk. Even in a direct democracy, someone have to make laws. And if you can make stupid laws, the people will make a stupid law saying that, okay, anyone who wear black shirt will be killed, for example.
No, they can't.
And then, why not?
Because you can't in America, which claims itself to be democracy.
No, I'm saying
one of the things that America gave us, it was a great idea.
Stop. You're off on tangent. I'm talking about in the beautiful, perfect direct democracy.
Yeah, me too.
I propose the bill to vote on there's nobody can wear black shirt, if not he will be killed.
It's unconstitutional.
And then
can you stop?
There's no constitution anymore because it's direct democracy.
There is a direct constitutional democracy. We embody it in a constitution, and we guarantee. One of the things we should do is develop on the lesson that America taught us. There are certain inalienable rights that the majority can't take away.
No. That's a moral argument.
Wait. So can the direct... Wait.
You're developing on a brilliant idea that we got from 1789 or whenever it was.
Okay, Sam. So current in any country now, there is laws that allows changes of constitution, because as long as you have a super majority, you can change the constitution. Can your system change the constitution?
Ultimately, yeah, but you need a definite process that ensures that you can't change it easily.
So let's say they change it. So they change it and allow
people who don't work. You need people who have nothing to do in their life.
You can't put a bill like that up because it is recognized. You can say these bits of the Constitution can never be taken away. These rights of an individual can never be taken away by the majority. America does that now, and it was a brilliant idea. We need to build on brilliant
Sam,
ideas.
and I'm sincerely trying to be respectful for you, at least for this personal exchange. The United States actually has done that, where they've actually passed amendments to the Constitution that have actually taken away rights that
according to some.
Not some.
Yeah, but that was kind of your whole point. Was that
others are saying that's not true.
No. Sam, just let me finish this. Sam, I'm really trying to be respectful to you, brother. I really am. But like as you said, according to some, that was kind of your whole point, was that the idea of like in your view of this utopian government, for lack of a better word, I know you didn't call it that would not happen. And amendments that have been passed to the Constitution, where they literally amendment means you changed or added on to the Constitution, changing it, which have taken away rights from people.
Can I ask
There
something?
will always be. Yeah, please.
I'm going to ask something. So I came in
Everybody
late to
can
this
ask something except me.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
Draco.
Draco, you're muted.
I'm not.
Go on.
I am not muted. So, am
10
I
minutes, Draco.
am I
10
very
minutes.
so I wanted to I want to recommend you something, because in my opinion you are a very dreamy democratic.
Does it have to be personal? Why don't you deal with the argument?
No,
Doesn't matter
please,
what I am.
Sam.
Doesn't matter what I am.
I wasn't mean it
It
respectless.
doesn't matter. Well, just deal with what I said. Not who I am, what I am.
Let me say one more time, because I want to give you an advice, my friend. That's why I am doing now. That's what I'm doing. Please let me do that, because it's a democracy. I have the right to do that. Okay. So please. So I because I consider you like informed about democracy, but not informed about politics, because not the democracy is not the perfection of the politic. So please let me say.
Deal with what I said.
Yeah, please let me make my point.
The point is about me.
He's an ideologist.
No. I'm gonna give you an advice now. There are 2 books in this world, just 2. You should read. The one is Politica from Aristoteles. You know Aristoteles?
Yeah, and I read it.
So, not Aristoteles like the philosopher that you read. Is Aristoteles, but there is a special book from him which is called Politica. This book you should read. And the other one is the Green Book. You will Google on the Green Book and on the Politica from Aristoteles. Please read this book, and you will understand what you are thinking wrong.
Are you going to say what I'm thinking wrong?
Okay, so I just want to explain why I want Sam to complete this conversation, because Sam have been trying to push this concept about the system is failed, and then we need a totally new system, and then we need direct democracy because our votes or our opinions or thoughts are not represented by our government. So which is why this conversation must finish through the whole thing, and I think we more or less get there. For me, the whole point is just that I don't think we will ever reach there, because that's not how the world, how human works. With technology, maybe, but the problem is with no voted leaders, no one will take control of the government, which means your civil servants will become the king, and then they will just run the whole country, and then the deep state will run the whole world. So which is why the election is not about just electing leaders to make decisions, but they actually runs the government. They keep a check on the parliament, the civil servants. Keep a check on the government, who the civil servants, the lifelong government workers, from taking control and going crazy with their power. So, and you need these government people to control your election system, your voting system, and then they can rig everything. So in the end, you will still get back the same old system where a few will decide everything. So that's how I thought about it. So, but I hope that we don't visit this topic in the future, because this is like trying to talk about something that is fantasy that is very hard to arrive at, and it will just argue pointlessly. Like then people everybody will just argue each other pointlessly and just hate each other. Yeah, we talk about something more pragmatic, and I want to bring it to Dan, because Dan was wanting to say something.
Because I came in late, and like the classic screaming was going on, and I totally agree. I call these topics black hole topics, where you guys go into these things and it sucks you in, and there's actually an infinite amount of things you can keep saying. But I would challenge you, Sam, and anybody else who likes to go on these topics of rants, to look inward and try to finalize your ideas, and that's it. Like, say something and then finalize your idea and leave it at that. You don't have to keep trying to prove your point, because it makes
this whole thing a bad experience for everybody. So just calm down. And I have my last question is: did you guys already talk about the shovels?
Nope.
Not
That
really.
wasn't touched.
To
Nor
talk about
die.
the titanium
It was like
shovels made in
shovel
Russia.
OP, please enough.
What's
So,
about the shovels?
No.
Speaking
Dan has
about
an excellent
Ukrainian.
point. The shovels, I want to talk about the shovels. The shovel, it depends on the length of the shaft and the angle that you have on your shovel. If you have a pointed shovel, you can file it, but improvise it with a grinder, and it will cut through roots, it will cut through flesh, it will cut, and you can, if you want to have something you want to throw, you want to have a
So
short
violent.
shaft on it.
Yeah,
And-
we don't believe in discriminating against shovels. Okay,
You just need to
make that clear.
I'm just saying shovels will fight for their rights, so you might disagree with their existence, but you try to push the fucking shovel, they will
I
shovel
identify as a
back.
shovel.
Well,
There you go, shovel.
it's part of the LGBTQS.
No, the
movement.
shovel is a shovel, period. There is no other equivalent. The shovel
I
is a
think
shovel.
we can
But
you
all
have
you
machine-
thank
with a
the
shovel.
British intelligence for bringing us that
you have
bullshit
machine
story about
imitation. You have
shovels.
machine imitations called digging machines and whatever, but you don't have anything like a shovel. You can
Coping.
never underestimate the fact. Yes.
I think Dan is trying to talk about Bakhmut. Stop talking about the gardening tool.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk about Bakhmut.
We haven't talked about Bakhmut at all.
Tell us something.
No, I mean, I like to ask questions, and we can go around again. Because the original question
I am
was,
new here,
well,
so if you want to make a question for me in terms of ideas and such, go ahead.
yeah, my only question was last time we had the open mic was if this Bakhmut gonna fall before the Ukrainian offensive. Now it's starting to look like it will. So basically, what do you guys think? This loss in Bakhmut, is it gonna be a classic scenario where they take a bunch of prisoners, or is it gonna be total destruction? What do you guys think is happening in that city? When is it gonna fall?
It depends on the Ukrainian. It depends on how the Ukrainian will behave. If they, because for me now, it's like quite clear that they will lose Bakhmut, and it depends on how they behave. If they want to fight until the last man, they will all die. If they want to give up, then they will take prisoner. So it depends on because nowadays I am not sure about anymore how Ukrainians are reacting, because sometimes they are reacting completely mad to some action that are taken against them, and sometimes they are acting like normal people. Normal would be like now to give up.
Mm-hmm.
But if they cut the roads, if they cut the main roads, have they cut them?
But they already
under fire control.
They already
under fire control. Not much is getting through. Well,
Yeah,
that's
most-
the time on it.
they
That's
can
what
go
the
through,
time
but
is.
it's very painful. They tend to have losses when they try. They can still go through.
But
but
they
it's,
won't be
it's-
able to feed the war machine enough.
Yeah,
for
very
it to
hard.
go very
That's why
long.
they are losing grounds. That's why they are losing grounds because
So
they
must
cannot
be
reinforce
close.
safely.
So it
yeah,
must be
but
close.
they are always giving up too late, like also in the
I
other
can get
city.
some wine.
It will be like Soledar. You
Yeah.
will see a lot of bodies, dead bodies, and a few prisoners. A few. But
That
a
would
lot
be
less.
shitty. That would be the
That's-
biggest shit.
That's what we actually see for Bakhmut. Very few prisoners and a lot of bodies.
I hope it's not like this. That's why I said it depends on the behavior, because I'm hoping they will get some brains in their fucking heads and they will give up.
I think there are more foreign
Dracu,
fighters in
hoping
Bakhmut
leads to
than in
hoping.
Soledar. I think. There are more and more foreign fighters
Yeah,
on the side of
seems
the
like
Ukrainians.
Dracu, we grilled Sam now for 1 hour about idealism, and here you're going, but you're hoping. I can tell you right away, hoping leads to coping. You should not be going about the same mind trap that he just
But
did.
may I express my hope? It was my hope about the life, because I'm always hoping the human are capable to learn from
I
mistakes.
love your optimism.
It
That
looks
thing
like.
you're doing, that's my name. Thank you. I love it. Thank you.
Human stupidity has no limit.
Do you
I
guys
know
think that
that
this
too.
is the
I
first
know
battle?
that
Also
too.
true.
That's why
You
I'm
guys,
not. I'm not stating. I'm just hoping.
I'm wondering if you guys think this is the biggest battle of the war, because a lot of you guys know that I've always said that the war will end in 3 and 4 major battles. I want you to tell me if you think Bakhmut is the most significant this far.
Can I go first?
May I start?
Yeah, go
May
ahead,
I
Master. Master, we'll start from Mr. Lambo, and then
Mr.
we'll
Lambo,
work.
we don't care about my name. No, I was just asking if we want to do like the other weeks, each turn, his opinion about Bakhmut or not. If you prefer that or not.
We'll start from you. The question is Bakhmut the most significant battle of the war? Yes or no? And a little bit of opinion on that.
For the moment, I think so. You're busy from how many months? 6, 7, 8 months, and it's a meat grinder. So I think Russia is there sitting there. Okay, come on, guys, let's shoot them. Poop, 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 poop. So we don't need to destroy the whole country. We just destroy one part of Ukraine. So that's my opinion. If you're looking, they're just now busy with T-90 tanks inside of Bakhmut also. So Russia say, okay, let's kill more, faster. You have again better supplies. It's gonna be. I think they were just waiting that Ukraine going to retreat themselves first. They are not in a hurry. Russia is not in a hurry. Wagner is not in a hurry. If I need to believe my media here in Belgium, Ukraine is winning. I don't watch that. I'm watching you all, and no, it's a meat grinder. It's a meat grinder. I am afraid to see the real numbers of the casualties there from both sides, but it's going to be disgusting. And I can take if you see in which tempo it's go, but they do one apartment a day. How many casualties a day per apartment? It's going to be disgusting. They're going to take, I think. No, the weather becomes better there, so maybe Ukraine is going to advance in a better way of going to start to attack more of, but it's going to be a big mess. The person that says that Ukraine going to win the war, go home. That's my opinion. Bakhmut is not a hurry. That's my opinion.
Okay,
I think so.
So would be JS now or myself?
It's you.
Okay, so I do believe this is the first major battle of the war, not the only one there will be. I think the next one will be Slavyansk, maybe Kramatorsk. I don't know which one they'll pick, but they'll have to pick one because they won't have enough forces to fortify both. They'll have to try, of course, but it'll be like a Bakhmut Soledar situation. One will break. They'll have to focus on one. And I think it'll be a Slavyansk. In any case, like I said, this is one of the major battles. It has a lot of casualties on both sides, mainly the Ukrainians, who are the ones that are stuck there and have very little support from artillery and the Air Force. So yeah, this is likely not so much a meat grinder like exercise in shell shower. But yeah, what I think is the following. I think the Ukrainians will launch a small-scale operation before Bakhmut falls, but that will only be to secure the retreat route. They are already having forces on the flanks to sort of retain their position there and not completely collapse, though I don't think the Russians would actually collapse upon that open area, mostly to spare themselves losses and also to spare themselves the effort. Like, they don't need to. They already have fire control over there. Why extend them some more? They are attempting to do that. Like, there are attacks, probing attacks to see if something breaks, but they are not pulling their full effort there. Furthermore, like I said, the attack will be against the city, against positions that the Russians are fortifying as they advance. So that attack will completely fail. I don't think they'll gather anything from that. And the result will be the following. A lot of dead Ukrainians a crumbling front line with few reserves to pour in because they already have bought a lot of reserves into Bakhmut and the surrounding areas. On top of that, those forces that we heard about, the 80,000 Ukrainians around Bakhmut and the surrounding area, those are being treated by the day because Russia is not just letting those guys be. They are striking those areas, monitoring where they are, what their paths are, and what their actions are. They have the information, they have the means to neutralize the threat, and so they will neutralize the threat if they have the capacity to, which they have. Which means there is likely less, considerably less than 80,000 by this point, Ukrainians around the front line. That was probably just an estimate, which is untrue by now. And so the next point where they'll try to hold will be Chasiv Yar. But it'll be so weak, the hold they'll have, even though they'll have a lot of fortifications there, that they'll have to retreat more. And this will be a constant setting, at least until we reach Sloviansk, which is a big city, and you can't just rush in there and completely take it over in a couple days. You'll have to grind through it. That's my point of view.
Semillon, may I? Sorry for cutting you off here, but I have a question for Dan actually when it comes to that question, because I tend to be a little bit when it comes to semantics here. You say defining battle. Now, the defining battle, as far as I'm concerned, could be Zaporozhye or Dnipro or Odessa,
Coping,
right? It
could you
depends
wait the
really
turn
on
until
You don't want to wait now.
right. No, but
Wait
you're
the
saying
fuck up until you are on the.
Dan was asking a very specific question.
Wait, you're not on the run.
All the clarifications.
Shut up.
Hold on. Dan was asking, what do you define as a?
We all know what
to
he
make it
asked.
easier, Dan, please,
that
if you could just
question
make it
until
easier to
you
kind of
try.
narrow down, what do you mean by defining battle? Because yes, they could kill a whole sure, it will be definitely something that's noteworthy, but
Now
is it
you
going
want
to
to
like?
influence our
Are you
answer.
talking about? Are you talking about when you say defining battle? Are you saying, this is going to change the course of the war? Or are you saying, or this is just going to be noteworthy? You know what I mean?
I
Because
don't
it's
fucking
important.
need your assistance. Please.
The question is asking to us.
Yeah, the
Let
question
me
that I'm asking
understand
to you
myself.
guys is if you think that this is the first major battle, and I've always said that a major battle is defined by the loss of the most valuable resource, which is human life, to any one side. But that's just what I think. What I'm asking the panel is if you think this is a major battle or the largest battle since the war started, and then to elaborate further why you think this is. So that's what I'm asking.
No,
Do
your
you think
question
that this
was
is
very, very clear to me.
yeah?
Oh, by
Alright,
the
so
way,
you can
did
go
I
next.
answer that
But you
question?
meant the turning point. I understood you to be saying the turning point.
No,
Dan.
it's not a
It's
turning
not
point.
a turning point?
No, I'm not
You're not
asking if it's a
asking, is
turning
it
point.
going to be the turning point?
No, I'm
Carlos,
asking if it's
answer
the
the
largest
question,
battle.
please.
Yeah.
So let's go, Carlos.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Carlos.
everybody.
Before that, Dan, did I answer your question? Or
Yeah, about
Yeah, you did.
what was the question
You did.
about
Thank you.
Bakhmut? I
It was
think
very
for me,
informative.
Who's
the
next?
key about Bakhmut is we've already discussed, like what's happening and the sit reps and everything. I think the question is, will Chasiv Yar hold, or is it going to be a repeat of what was this battle between Severodonetsk and then Lysychansk? Everybody thought Lysychansk has like the upper ground, they're going to defend. Look how long it took him to take Severodonetsk, and then it all crumbled like really quickly. And like the way they withdrew, I mean, History Legends did a lot of videos about it. Like they were talking about how it was almost like small units, like just saying like, look, we're getting hammered. They have artillery, Grad, helicopters, Sukhoi 25s. They have the whole shebang. What are we doing here? Let's go. In small groups, 2, 3, crossing the river by themselves. This sense of panic, like this is why I think they can withdraw too late. And maybe I don't know if they're gonna be able to get out of Ivaniski or Chasiv. We'll see. But that's kind of like how I see, because Russians, in my opinion, they have learned how to fight this conflict a lot better. I think a big mistake, and this is going to be my closing statement. First, at least from the West, we overestimate the Russians. You know, look, it's a massive country, millions of soldiers, tens of thousands of armored vehicles. Oh, how can you stop this? You know, and then they perform at the beginning and they don't do well, like in Finland, like in the first Chechen War, like in the early years of Afghanistan. They didn't perform well. If we don't take them as a credible threat and like they can really improve and they can make some things, I think Ukraine is doomed. And the Western help, it needs to be a lot more, and now or don't do it.
Well, it looks to me, and I don't know.
Hold on a second. Were you next?
Oh, I had my finger up.
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah, he's next.
Who's next? No,
Yeah,
so
he's
I'm
next.
not knocking you. I just want to make sure that we go in order.
It's a good direction.
It looks to me that it comes down to how many reserves the Ukrainians have committed to Bakhmut. And it looks like they've committed a lot more than they originally intended. And, it's all speculation. But if they have really committed a much larger proportion of their reserves, it's very possible the Russians could break through Bakhmut and just steamroll all the way through, right up to the Dnieper. So who knows?
Mm.
It's going to rest on that. I think the thing has a real possibility of steamrolling once Bakhmut falls. It's going to break the morale, or it's going to affect the morale. And if there aren't the men to back it up and stop it, they could just steamroll all their way up.
Would you say, Sam, that this is the largest battle since the start of the war or not?
I think they're saying it. I think it's bigger than Mariupol in that the amount that both sides have committed to this conflict. They both had a lot to lose in terms of status. Once they both committed, they both needed to win. And unfortunately, with the right, it's not unfortunate necessarily, but the fact is now they both put their head on the line, and whoever loses is going to lose a lot out of this.
Awesome. Thank you, man. You're up next, JS.
Just to clarify your question, you were asking me if Bakhmut is the most important battle, or you want a projection?
If at this magnitude, whichever way you would define the largest or the most important, what do you think Bakhmut like? Is it the biggest battle up to date? It could be resources, it could be humans, it could be casualties. This is what I'm basically asking, because somebody can say, oh, that doesn't define a major battle. But for me personally, a major battle, like I said, is defined by casualties. But whichever way you want to define a major battle, would you say that Bakhmut is that? Yes or no?
I probably lean a little bit more, because you're asking a binary question, which I appreciate, right? Otherwise, we get bogged down in definitions. I would say no. I don't think Bakhmut is deterministic about the outcome of the war, as some people do. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's like fucking irrelevant or anything like that. I just don't believe it's the end all be all for either sides. And nor do I believe, and of course, Bakhmut is going to fall, right? For all we know right now, Bakhmut has fallen, while we're having this conversation, because I think the Ukrainians are down to Wyatt said something like 20% of the city, or whatever it is only held by the Ukrainians. But no, I don't believe, I think it's more of, it's become kind of symbolic. No, don't give, and by it, just because it's symbolic doesn't mean it doesn't have strategic value. It does. But I don't believe that's where it's really going to be determined. It seems to me that my theory on the Russian offensive is they are dug in for like a 1 year to 18-month war. That's all they really have in reserves, that they can effectively fight, full out. So they are going to try to literally just force the Ukrainians to just totally drain their reserves and they have another 8 months out of that, and then they're either going to have to go full on balls to the wall and take Kyiv, or they're going to have to just accept a new border, because the Russians can't afford to weaken their military to the point where they can have show holes to the NATO alliance. That's my 2 cents.
Can I give you a secondary question because of what you said? So which battle would you say is bigger or greater than Bakhmut up to date then? Which battle has given...
Oh, good question. Probably none. You're right, because Bakhmut has just gone on so long, and also because the Ukrainians have poured so many resources into it. You're absolutely right. I think Bakhmut is the largest battle that we've seen, just because so many resources, men, material, everything else has been poured in there. Yes, absolutely. But I just want to just say also, I think that the Ukrainians, the reason I don't think this is going to be a game changer is I think the Ukrainians are going to get a bunch of AD, air defense from the United States, NATO countries, or Russian-hating countries coming in. And that's going to, because if you can't control the air, well, hey, Dan, I don't need to tell you, brother.
Yeah. Go ahead, Aro.
Good thing said by everybody here, but yeah, in terms of casualties, scales, yeah, Bakhmut is the biggest. But then, what's next for Ukraine after Bakhmut? We still have Avdiivka, which is kind of same situation, an urban area which was fortified even more than Bakhmut. So maybe it will be the next big scale battles. And then we will have to see if the Ukrainians have enough manpower, if the Western equipment will help them to make more casualties. Because I think the plan of the Ukrainians is to use every single buildings, every single Soviet concrete buildings as a fortification. So after Bakhmut, you will have Chasiv, it's small, but then you will have Kramatorsk, then Sloviansk, and so on. So I think, yeah, well, for the Russians, it will be painful. I don't think Russians will be able to break through, like to destroy a dam and all the water is flowing through. No, in every urbanistic area, you will see Ukrainians putting defenses and making the work hard as much harder for the Russians as possible. But for me, the kind of prestige battle that was won by the Russians was Mariupol.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
because it's a big city, very important.
Land bridge.
And the land bridge. But
when the war started, RL, the push to Melitopol or something like this.
Melitopol.
They I think, in my opinion, they expanded and they rushed to the city so fast that Mariupol was surrounded anyways. It was by luck and chance perhaps that they managed to get the land around it and completely close that city off. And then they just hid in that freaking industrial place until the battle was over.
Is that why they didn't try to retreat? Just because they didn't see it coming?
I mean, they were surrounded from the beginning. But yeah, Mariupol was a good success.
As far as I understood, they didn't even try to retreat, which would have been smart, right?
Comfort in buildings.
They didn't expect the Russians to able to encircle them at the first place, and they also, how to say, nobody actually fought a modern war before. They don't know what to expect as well, so they thought that they can be heroes, I guess. So I think that was the reason why they stayed, and it just turned out really ugly. It didn't turn out very heroic. Yeah, okay. Sam, are you trying to say something?
I was going to ask Dan if
I thought you were raising your hand. I
was. But go on.
And just one final word. In Bakhmut, it's not the Russian army mainly. It's Wagner. Mm-hmm. So what about the other future battles?
I was going to ask Dan about that offline.
We'll see.
Offline,
it's going to be interesting.
Has everybody answered?
After there's dracu and coping. What I was going to ask, if if I could make a point after we're all done with our points.
Yes, Semillon, you go. I was going to make one point, but you can go first.
Go ahead, Dracu, because I'm going to make my point after we're all done.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Sam, you take your finger out. I don't like your finger pointing all the time.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Be polite. Don't interrupt me with your finger.
I was trying to be polite.
Sam, Dracu is an acquired taste, Sam. You'll get used to it.
I see it. I see it.
So for me, a battle that you all seem to forget was Lysychansk, which was a very important battle, very, very important strategically. It might be that it was. We cannot say now what the repercussions of losing of Bakhmut will be. I think the most important thing that will happen when Bakhmut will be lost will be that Avdiivka will be weakened. I think Bakhmut is making Avdiivka strong. So I think if Bakhmut fell, Avdiivka will be weakened, and this will be the real goal of the Russians, because this is the biggest issue of the Russians is Donetsk, is the city of Donetsk, because the Ukrainians are still bombing this city. So, and they have their civilian losses every day, and it might be. I don't think that Chasiv Yar will be that important, because Chasiv Yar is too near on Bakhmut. I think it will go on one move, but I am not sure. I just
Dracu, do you mean that the Ukrainians will just give it up and not hold it, or
I don't think they will be capable to hold after losing of Bakhmut, because Bakhmut, I don't think Ukrainian is now capable to hold anything.
No, I understand. I just was curious if you meant that.
No, I don't think they will give up. But I don't think they have the technical capability to hold something like they are doing now in Bakhmut.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So because these 80,000 reserve that they talk that they have in the north of Bakhmut, they seem to be unusable because they don't have the technique to be sustained by. So it seems like, because otherwise I don't understand why there is no counterattack like right now. The counterattack should have begun 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but is that because of the weather? I mean, I could be wrong, but like a couple people.
I don't think maybe the weather is also an issue, but you cannot let because the Russian have the same weather problem. Not only the Ukrainian have the weather problem. So I think
Putin has weaponized the weather. So
yeah.
Well, that's what Summary Channel is saying. It's saying they think they've developed a climate bomb. Military Summary is saying that. But one issue that's got to be important, isn't it, is the dent that the loss of Bakhmut is going to make on NATO resolve to continue to finance this war. And sure, the bigwigs in NATO are going to say we're going to fight right to the end. Can you? Do you mind? It's your turn. Do you mind?
But I was not.
No, you're never finished.
I was not finished. I was not finished. So you interrupted me, not me.
I don't think I interrupted you. But go on.
Shut up. I am talking now.
You're gone.
So
you're right. It's a taste I haven't acquired yet. But I'll try.
Sam, I didn't interrupt you. So
Sam, kindly shut up.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
So
be quick, Dracu, come on.
For me, one of the most important battles until now, to answer directly, was the Battle of Lysychansk. I think strategically this battle was giving the Russian the momentum to make what they are doing, to do what they are doing now. And what will happen after Bakhmut, we will see. I cannot say now, but I also cannot say after Bakhmut, we will see if Bakhmut was the most important. Now I cannot predict that. I cannot say Bakhmut is more important.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. I couldn't think of the words, but actually, you just
that wasn't the correct.
No, exactly what you just said, Dracu. I have no. Thank you. What Dracu said, I echo that.
So, isn't there a good chance that this is really going to dent the resolve of, if not the NATO bigwigs, the people in the country of the NATO country is going to say, what are we pouring all this money in for? I think this is just a fact that we can't ignore. It'll be interesting to watch once all sides admit that Bakhmut has fallen.
So, Dracu,
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I just want to add on to Sam's point is that the NATO's resolve I don't think will be affected just by Bakhmut. But if let's say the offensive fail, because they have all this hype up spring offensive, right? So if all this build up of NATO equipment forces fail to win, and maybe a big chunk of this force is destroyed, I think the NATO will start to rethink, because how much more do you have to invest before they can have a win? Okay, then.
Yeah. The Dracu, thank you for answering the question. And I asked JS a question after, so I'm very curious. So Lichi, I can't fucking say these words. The Lysychansk. You think Lysychansk is more important, in your opinion? It's a bigger battle than Bakhmut right now. Has more meaning to you?
For me, is the question.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes, for you.
Yeah. So
it's a yes or no, Dracu. It's just a yes or no.
I cannot say it until now. Lysychansk is more important than Bakhmut.
Okay,
until now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe
that
next week. Yeah.
All right, Coping, you're next. Thank you, Dracu. That was a really cool answer. I learned a lot.
First of all, thank you, Dan, for that question, because from the outset, I knew it was an impossible question, but that is one of the greatest things about it, because we got everyone here to give a try on the most speculative things. This is a defining battle. Okay, so fine. I'll throw in my take on it. My short answer is no. The Ukrainians are probably going to be willing to fight longer, and the Russians are definitely going to be that. And let me be very specific. From a material reality point of view, the Russians, I think the significant signals when it comes to that is not really, is it this battle or that battle? It is, are we seeing the Russian army expand yet again? Are they mobilizing yet again and preparing for, if NATO wants to escalate, then Russia will be prepared for it. But up until now, they seem to be taking it very chill. And so the question that you pose, it also needs to be posed from the Ukrainian point of view. Now, how long can the Ukrainians actually keep on fighting? I think they will be willing to be fighting and putting in, NATO would still be giving enough trickle to Bakhmut is not going to be the Lysychansk. I don't think you can just as easily put it as Zaporozhye or Dnipropetrovsk. Let me be more concrete then in my answer. I think Russia will first have its political and economic infrastructure consolidated within BRICS to the point where it can safely increase its military expenditure. And if it necessarily needs to escalate, if NATO is willing to go into war production mode, then at least Russia has a buffer. As for Ukraine, this is very conditioned on, this is very speculative. I cannot really tell, because Ukraine's economy is very much now floated externally. It's also being purchased and, power is redirected, as these oligarchs are also, they're unaffected by it, right? So the procedure that is operating
I just
here.
want to add to this that my tax dollars are going to pay for the pensions of Ukrainians. As the only American here. Just,
You don't have a choice, JS.
So I think the more defining factor is that when we see that the BRICS economic structure is getting into place, and the Russians are escalating because they are the ones really pulling the tricks. We see that if they wanted to, we know if they want to, they could definitely escalate. They could definitely push hard, but they haven't, because they are thinking on different terms there. They first have to consolidate their positions on not just the military level. So the military level, like Bakhmut, is important, no doubt about it, and that is why everyone has a strong opinion about it. I will just say the simple no, because I think the Ukrainians can go on further. I don't know how long further, but I can tell you when the Russians have their things in order, they will start escalating, and then the ball is then in NATO's court. And the question is then, what is NATO going to do? Are we going to spend more on the military budget, on the deficit spending, and so forth, so forth? Are we finally going to turn to war economy?
Scott Ritter has been saying yesterday that the Russians have been planning the next stage of the war, which is the aerial war. And he thinks that they have just now launched the aerial war. And
Sam,
this is
hold
going
on.
to
I think Wyatt needs to go before.
No, it's okay. Finish your point. It's okay.
Yeah.
Because we still have to do closing, so it's still long.
Yeah. So Scott Ritter said that he thought that they've started their aerial war right now, and this is going to be the defining moment.
I don't like Scott Ritter.
Oh, good, Doctor. Good
Thanks
to know.
everybody for your answers. That was awesome. Seeing what everybody thinks.
We didn't answer.
Yeah, actually, Dan, I'd actually be curious.
We are on the run.
Why? Yeah, my bad.
Your own question, Dan. I'd really want to hear that, brother.
I will answer after Wyatt.
Okay. I'm gonna
So you want my?
Yeah, of course.
We're pointing at Wyatt now. Come on, Wyatt, share your wisdom.
You are the analyst.
So what was the question again? I'm confused now.
First of all, answer the question is Bakhmut the largest or most important or most significant battle to date? You can define whatever you think is the most significant, like define it, and then just answer what the biggest battle to you to date is in the war.
Okay,
hey, Dan, you are the only one who hasn't answered that question, as far as I can tell. I would like to hear your.
After Wyatt.
What do you think? He's gonna go next. Copings is gonna go next. Go ahead.
All right. So I think the Bakhmut is probably the biggest battle, concentrated battle, the biggest one in this war. And the number of troops involved, equipments involved, I think is the biggest. So it is the biggest. Whether it's pivotal, it depends on how far Ukraine want to push. So if the Ukrainians just keep throwing troops and equipments into this battle, then it might actually become a pivotal point for the war, because there will be a limit how far you can go. And then, like, if, for example, if the Ukrainians just no fight and then they realize they cannot win, they retreat, this war can drag on for a very, very long time. But because they chose to fight, they are destroying a lot of their reserves. And this actually leaves the rear line weaker. So when the Russians actually defeat Bakhmut and then they actually push forward, there will be actually lesser troops to man the defensive positions in the rear. So I'm sure that of course they will have more troops, they will reinforce more training, more like mobilized troops that were trained overseas and whatnot. But if you use them, then you defeat the purpose of training there, because they are supposed to go on an offensive. So then, and if this thing continue to drag on, they will start to use the troops that they are meant for the offensive to fight in Bakhmut. Then we will never see the offensive happen. That could also happen if they continue to get grind down. And the Russians are grinding the Ukrainian troops. They are attacking in multiple fronts. They are just not attacking in Bakhmut alone. There's also, they are bombing constantly in Zaporizhia, bombing constantly around Voleda, Marinka. The Adivka region is heavily attacked. Crimea region is a hellhole for the Ukrainians, because they go into the forest and then they just got bombed all the time. And the Russians they're not even pushing forward. They're holding the line. They already have the capability to take over the land, the grounds. They don't. They just stay the same front line and just let the Ukrainians come. And then we have the entire Svatove region, Kupiansk region. Similarly, the Russians are not pushing. They are just bombing and destroying all the Ukrainian troops that is replacing the troops that was destroyed, and this is not good because the Ukrainians do not want to retreat. So this they cause themselves this limitation, because if they chose to have a strategic retreat or they hold a further line, then they are able to tempt the Russians to move forward. Then they can do the opposite. They can actually strike on the Russians moving out of their entrenched position. So now it's like the Ukrainians are trying to move into their entrenched position, and sometimes they get caught out in the open. So this is a kind of a bad situation. Then eventually you got to run out of troops. Then you will start to use some of these mobilized troops that is meant for the offensive. Then your offensive is gone. And if they try to do offensive and they gather their forces, they also get striked. Then that also is another problem, because you can't really, in the modern age, I don't think you can gather a large force in one place and not attract attention. Like there is this alleged missile strike on this camp, right? In Lviv region, that is this tentage. I'm not sure if it's legit, because it's the pro-Russians are celebrating about it. So this kind of thing could happen, because the moment you try to gather any big force together, they get striked. If you get spotted, you get striked. So yeah, so it's just not looking good for the Ukrainians. I'm not sure how the Ukrainians are going to like break out of it. And retreating sometimes also doesn't look like a good idea. Not retreating also is not a good idea. Yeah, so I do not know what the Ukrainians can do unless NATO go into the war, and maybe something will change.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Thank you. So I'm gonna break my answer down so you guys understand why I asked. So if you follow the DPA channel, you basically have an outline of how the war has been going. And this is why I consider Bakhmut the largest battle and the most important battle. Before Bakhmut, you weren't hearing so much investment, even on the media, out of this battle. In the beginning, the battle started off as insignificant. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the battle started insignificant. It started insignificant in a way, but it was built up. And Russia used this battle as the old days, when generals would go out and find a place where to fight, and they would invite the enemy, come, we'll fight here. So this is the first battle that you actually see Russia say, this is going to be the battlefield. And Ukraine took the bait. Essentially, they took the bait because Russia gave worth to that battle, and then Ukraine put in more. It's like a poker game, right? We'll put this much, you'll put this much. And it's just piling up, guys. Strategically, like I said, when you lose men in a battle, that means you can't put them somewhere else. So even on the media, it was big. Now strategically, it's big. Why? Because the amount of men that's going to die on the Ukrainian side, and I'm not going to talk about the Russian side. The reason why I think it's important is because Ukraine will lose a lot of men. And we covered it. You won't be able to use these men who are obviously dead in other holes. Now, this is not the beginning of the end for Ukraine. This is just the beginning. This is going to be the first battle of its kind on the major scale. Investment in economics, investment in bodies, investment in media coverage. You cannot find, in my opinion, a more important, a more larger battle than this. And if you think you can, just start doing the numbers. This is a game-changing battle for Russia. It's the first time where you see the double envelopment actually imposed on Ukraine. In the beginning of the war, Russia would push out, and then Ukraine would find itself in a salient. But it wasn't by planning it. Russia was just pushing like fingers. But this is the first battle where it has significance strategically, economically, media-wise. And I think it's what it is now because people started betting on it. By people, I mean the Ukrainians and the Russians. And that's my opinion.
Well, can I ask you a question
closing
about
statement?
the idea that the Ukrainians have pretty much done a total mobilization of their society, of their country, and the Russians have not. So the Ukrainians have more soldiers in the field, in the theater, whatever you want to call it, than the Russians do. That's just a mathematical fact. So how does that enter into your calculus?
So we have to understand that every man who's found between military age is mobilized. These people are hounding down their men. So yes, they have men. And obviously the entire war, if you want to see it as the entire war, JS, yes, Ukraine has invested way more than Russia. So, I mean, the war means a lot more to them. So that means that every battle then means more to the Ukrainians and the Russians. And that just, it magnifies and it multiplies in battles like Bakhmut because they are just going to throw men into it. And it's just going to raise the stakes every time. They took the bait, JS. That's all I'm saying. They took the bait that Russia set, the trap. They said, let's fight in Bakhmut.
But do you think that this was like, I'm not disagreeing with you, but do you think this was like something that like it was like luck that the Ukrainians took the bait, or you think like the Russians actually thought this through and like were playing?
I think they thought it through because of the double envelopment. Yeah. Okay. So you don't set up the way they set up JS. It was the first time where the flanks were strong enough to hold, and they expanded and they expanded. So they basically said, okay, look, this is us now. And like I've said before, you don't know that you're being encircled. If you're the Ukrainian in that salient, you don't really know. It takes time for you to know that you're being outflanked. So by the time that they knew, it was way too late, and now they just had to choose: are we going to fight or are we going to leave? And they had to fight. I mean, then you started seeing the trolls from Wagner like, oh, Russia really ramped up their media on this battle. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Wagner guys have been pumping out a bunch of stuff. So they took the bait. They took the bait, and it was by design. They wanted this to happen. The double envelopment was beautiful. I never talked about it until this battle started.
Maybe I'm not agreeing with you in all the points, but a very important point of the Battle of Bakhmut is the timing, because the timing that the Russians chose to really attack Bakhmut was like perfect. It was in winter and they had luck. They had luck that the weather was playing with them. It was cold enough, and now the Ukrainian were like stuck for 4 weeks because of the weather, and the Russian were already there. So the timing was also perfect. So this is speaking for your theory. Finally.
Yeah, they had mobilized, by the way. That's why their lines are strong. Go ahead, Sam, and then we'll go to Mr.
Very surprising is for me that actually the Russian army didn't implicate it until last week, as they secured the flanks of the Wagners, northern.
Okay, so what I was going to say is something regarding something JS said. I understand all this hype over Western equipment, but let's just say that when they did the Kherson offensive, they had Western equipment. They already were operating Western equipment. I understand it wasn't Leopards or anything of the sort, but most of the Eastern European tanks that are not in Ukraine utilize Western standards, Western optics, Western everything. So you're already operating Western equipment by that point, and they just hit themselves against a wall, and they only managed to accomplish a Pyrrhic victory, let's just say, because the Russian logistics were a mess, and they didn't even have contract soldiers there. They had Donbass militiamen, some other guys that they managed to pick up from recruitment from Siberia. Yeah. So essentially, you already saw the capabilities of Western equipment to an extent, and it's not that great. Like, we didn't see proper Western equipment, let's just say, but we already saw some of the capabilities of Western equipment.
Semillon,
it's not going to be that much of an influence.
Don't underestimate the DPR people, because they are fighting now for like almost 10 years.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that.
Just to add to my
guys.
Just to add to my statement, I'm no like fanboy of NATO or anything like that. I was just saying that NATO has held back on a lot of their how do I say it, most advanced equipment, and probably simply because they don't want to start World War III. Because I do believe that the Pentagon's agenda is not to start World War III, but just to weaken Russia as much as it can, because Russia has made it very, very clear that if the war in Ukraine becomes existential to Russia's existence, that they will wipe fucking Washington off the fucking map and turn it into a giant glass parking lot. But I believe that if NATO so chose, and they gave the absolute best equipment that they had, and had it being operated by NATO trained troops, that it would turn the war, in a week. It would switch the other way.
Okay, yeah.
I may be in the minority in that opinion, but I sincerely believe that.
If we get Western operatives on the conflict itself, then yeah, because then we can send as many Western operatives as we want. Like, we can send every single Abrams. Okay, no, not every single Abrams that there is to be operated, but just like, say, 500 Abrams operated by the crew of 500 Abrams. And
by whom?
100 Leopards. We're talking as if
NATO
NATO was going to get a bigger involvement by sending their own personnel there with their own equipment. Basically, it's getting into a direct conflict.
Exactly. No, I agree with you 100%. I believe the United States is trying to do everything that they can to weaken Russia without crossing that, wherever that Rubicon line is. And I think they keep crawling up to it, like, inching to the sand, trying to find that line, like exactly where it is. And I think that,
What happened, Mr. Lambo?
Stop. We cannot just keep going further. It's 6 hours already. So
exactly.
I know Mr. Lambo is raising his hand, so he can make his point and then also closing statement, and then we go from him, then clockwise. So Lambo.
Yeah, I was totally agree with Dan. What they are doing, the Ukrainians, is trying to win. Never gonna work. Take that the media of people try to believe that. You need to know one thing: Russia have a stockpile of weaponry that they still can use. They not even use their best weapons. They're now busy waiting in their comfort zone to weaken Ukraine. And it's like, I think Sam said it a few times ago, when they are weakened enough, Russia can maybe steamroll. In my opinion, Ukraine, I have colleagues that are from Ukraine, yeah? So I have one refugee, I have one that's from the side from Belarus, so he don't give a fuck. And no, it's a meat grinder, and they're gonna be weakened, gonna be more and more casualties. Russia is now busy starting using much powerful weapons like these vacuum bombs. Their big planes don't even fly for the moment, so there's more to my part. You want to know more about me? I am the guy that went a few years ago to Paris to see the Su-35 flying. So I am a little geek in aviation of Russia. I went to Berlin to see the Antonov 225, so I'm not afraid to make big distance to see beautiful planes. So I saw that all in real life. I saw the Sukhoi 35 flying with my own eyes, with the best test pilot of Russia. But Ukraine is just busy doing stupid. They have no Soviet-era weapons of almost anymore, so they're fully depending on the Western weapons. Their biggest saving for the moment, to be able to have that war so good in their mind, are the drones. For me, is that the biggest game changer in this war. And I think they are living in a fairy tale for the moment. They are believing they're gonna maybe win, but it's not true. There's maybe one person that can help them out to win the war, and then there's maybe Hello Kitty. But not much more than that is gonna be. No, they need to wake up. And Zelensky, as a puppet of the NATO, if there's gonna be a war in Europe, or a third world war, we're going to be fucked like Europeans, because Russia never going to need to attack in America, because Biden has no problem to destroy Europe. That's my opinion. Don't give a fuck about us. So I hope normally it's never going to happen.
They are not so stupid like that, I hope. But no, it's for me, Ukraine is just waiting that they're gonna do more and more weekend. Never believe that the people that already flee the country gonna come back after the war. I know that my colleague never gonna come back. He's living too good in Belgium. He's living too good. I am a crane operator. He was also in Ukraine. He had a fucking crane of the year 60s, a piece of shit of 6 years old. And now he's working with state-of-the-art equipment. This guy has never come back to his own native country. Never. So everybody that flew Ukraine, I'm gonna complain them to rebuild their own country also, because nobody gonna return. Or you must be stupid to go to a broken country. So yeah, that's my opinion about for the moment war situation. We just need to wait and see what's happening. So voilà. And thank you to be on the panel today. I enjoyed a lot, and maybe next time hoping talking more about Ukraine than the other stuff that I not really know about. So now, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Semillon is your turn, Semillon, for closing statement. Semillon, closing statement.
For myself? Okay, good.
Yes, closing statement.
Essentially, thank you guys. It was an awesome panel. And something I wanted to say, Coping called me out here. He said, we need South Americans to join the panel. Coping, I'm looking at you, man. You said, we need South Americans to join the panel. And I fully agree with you. We need more South Americans here. Because this is a region that's very unimportant to a certain extent, but at the same time, it has some important resources. And it has some big events. So we need some people from here to explain it better than just some random IT guy that fixes shit. But yeah, awesome panel people. Awesome people. Can't ask for anything better than this.
Where are you from, Semillon?
From Argentina.
Argentina, vale.
Okay.
Sigues, Carlos.
Yes, sir. So, as the third Spanish speaker here, yes, we should discuss more stuff about Latin American stuff. Very interesting panel. And yeah, it was a pleasure coming here talking about stuff. Yeah, I should talk a little bit more about Ukraine next time. But as I don't know who said this term, but the black hole, where you just go there, and there's no limit of how much stuff we can be throwing out. But yeah, really interesting. Have a lovely night.
All right, Sam.
I don't agree that NATO has been doing its best to avoid nuclear war. As a matter of fact, I think it's been really reckless. It's been pushing open the envelope as much as it could to see as much as it could get away with. Depleted nuclear shells that they're sending to Ukraine now. That's doing their best to avoid a nuclear war. Sending special forces over there. They say something like 100 special forces, 50 from America on their own, are going to come in direct conflict with Russians, and that's trying to avoid a nuclear war. No, we've got to stop this crap. We're being led into a nuclear war. We're probably in the most dangerous position we'd ever have been for nuclear war. The trouble is we don't have a say. And we can't solve these problems by expecting to do it in the context of the same system, because those in control can ignore us, and they are.
All right.
Nice.
Dan.
I want to point out that on this panel, there's 5 continents. We have Asia, Australia, South America, Europe, and North America, all in this panel. So you should really think about it sometimes when you're talking to each other, because we have very different ideas, right? So we have ideas from different countries, different continents. And like I keep telling you guys, these black holes will hurt the panel. Be courteous to each other, be nice to each other. And this was one of the panels where I've actually enjoyed the most, even though I came in late, because like I said, there's people from all over. Thank you for having us, Wyatt. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk. And I hopefully you plan one where I'm not asleep, because I don't know how you do it. You do these while you're while I'm sleeping. If you guys don't know, Wyatt and I are on the same time zone. I live in Siberia, Russia. He lives freaking in Singapore. And honestly, thank you so much.
Hey,
Yeah,
one second. Can you please plug the channel?
Well, I'm gonna start. Is it alright if I plug it every time I bounce out, Wyatt?
Yes, you have to plug the channel every time.
Anyways, guys, I'm an American veteran who's living in Siberia in Russia. My channel is Wild Siberia. I make videos inside of Russia, and that is it, guys. Thank you so much. You can check it out. Peace out.
So, JS, you coping on go last, JS.
Yeah, I got nothing for love for everybody in here except for Sam. No, I'm just teasing Sam. I do have. I'm very suspicious of your motives. But I'll just say that I want to thank Wyatt for doing this. It's greatly appreciated, brother. I think that what you do is very important. And the whole idea is like someone like from the United States like me, I think like right now I'm like the only American here. And I get to speak to people like all over the world and discuss in real time about what's going on. And it's important that like not only that I get their views of what's going on, but that they get mine, and they don't have this stereotype, because a lot of people I think have this stereotypical view of Americans, you know, that we're just like dumb like hillbillies or whatever, and you know, and I see you smiling, Semillon, and it's not true. I mean, I'll put my intellect up against anybody except for Sam, because he's smarter than everybody on the planet, but
smarter than you, James. Smarter than you.
Well,
don't interrupt them.
But anyway, no, I mean, I'm smarter than everybody here except for Dracu. But anyway, I just wanted to say that Wyatt, thank you so much for doing this, and I appreciate it. And next person, please go. God bless. Take care.
IL.
Well, it was nice to be here, talking with nice people. And yeah, it was quite interesting. New faces. Welcome, Misterlambo. And I hope this will continue. And yeah, we didn't talk that much about war itself, because at the end, war is boring. So let's hope the Russians took Bakhmut so we can talk about other things than Bakhmut. Yeah, changing a bit.
Whoa!
Hey yo, Bone!
I'm gonna be off working in like an hour, so why don't you motherfuckers just stay on? I mean, this is ridiculous. I hope you all have a good week.
No, you have no place.
I love the stream. This today was fucking
no,
crazy.
no. After chat in the thing.
Yeah, that's why you gotta come on the DPA Open Mic so you can go see the shit. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, voilà.
Yeah.
See you next.
That's all. Yeah, he came in just to interrupt IL.
Okay,
so IL finished already?
Yeah.
Is it done? Yeah. Okay, Dracu.
Yeah, I have to stress this one more time, because I found the discussion about democracy interesting. Sam, please, I wrote you the title of these books in the private chat. Please, and not only for Sam, please, all of you should look at these books and try to read them. Are very important books about politics and about how politics is actually evolved and run in the world. The one is
Wyatt, does Sam have the thing for the Telegram?
Yeah, I already dropped it everywhere.
Dracu, when you say the Green Book, is that the Green Book written by Muhammad Gaddafi?
A closing statement is because closing statement is because we are concluding with our opinion, and no one is interrupting, and that also means do not ask a question, because that's what you did to Sam. Do not ask a question. Give your conclusion, your perspective. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Just do it and let us
I'm
get
just
done.
telling
He
you.
has to
Read,
pretend he's
read
human,
those
right?
books.
6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. That's gonna get hard for most people to be convinced of.
Coping,
I
do
know
not.
he's a robot, so get done.
I do not not ask a question. I just told you what you have to do. So please read those books if it is possible.
Dracu, I've read more books on political philosophy than you
No,
ever have.
please,
Okay,
Sam.
and I've read the
Oh, good
political.
night,
So
guys.
you know,
Please,
Sam.
Sam.
Come on, closing
You read
statement.
your books.
Sam,
I'll
it's a
read
closing
my
statement.
books.
Wait.
Yeah,
Sam,
well,
it's a closing statement.
but
No
don't
need to
direct
reply.
it to me.
You don't have to interrupt now. So these are very, very important books. Are not normal books. The green book is wrote by Muammar el-Gaddafi. Also, it's very important book. Please, it's not normal what I am ask you to do. It's not normal. Are very important.
Yeah, Sam,
books.
you're gonna have to get used to the fact that
So
Draco is not
is
normal.
it.
Just-
So
just-
about the
My
world.
endearing old friend
Man, he's a
Draco, don't
vampire.
save all the
How
good
is he
bits that
normal?
you
I
can
think,
give to the old.
I think we
Draco,
can,
don't give all the good bits to the audience here. They have to get on like all of our new panelists. Do they
fuck
not?
you.
I
Quick,
told you they're not
closing.
my type.
Yeah,
I told
but
you you're not
Coping.
my type.
Yeah.
Quick,
So,
closing.
Okay,
yeah.
so
hungry.
I'm gonna say,
the war
Draco,
is
I
like,
love you. Draco,
yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you.
Okay,
But don't
let me
interrupt me
finish
anymore.
this out of
I'm
respect
gonna
for the
slap you.
audience. The time
Wait,
that
Coping.
goes on.
Stop.
Yes,
Let him
thank
talk.
you.
Let me finish. So about the war, I think we will live to see how it will end. I hope we will live to see. I hope, like all of you, which were talking about atomic war or something like that. I hope this is not an option. We will, which we will have to live on. So that's my statement.
Coping.
So
Wait.
go ahead, please. Go ahead.
No. I was
He
just
just-
joking.
He's just disturbing you.
So you you gotta love the characters you got on here, like Dracu. You see, like you don't find that. How often do you come across something like that? It's like RL just pointed out. It's so nice to meet so many nice people. It is nice. Huh?
Yes, thank you.
We can be discussing. We can be arguing. We'll be shouting, and all right. And we have like this guy who very quickly managed to get quite a lot of disturbance here, Sam Gillis. I have not encountered you before, but now I have. As far as I know, you're not new, but Semillon, many welcomes. I forgot my Spanish, even though I know a little bit, but it would be nice to kind of get a little bit. You see, we really appreciate new people coming on, right? So you other folks that are watching, just know it. Like if you're watching in the time zone where you can join, well, Semillon is a good example. If you're from Latin America, even better. We are under-equipped. We are undermanned when it comes to both the Latin America and Africa. We also have
women.
Oh, I'm getting there. But yes, JS is right. It's also women. There's also people from because Wyatt has adapted. You may or may not have noticed, but these streams used to be going on one day later, which would be a time zone for people living in the Asian time zones. They would struggle, right? Because they have work the day after. Here, Wyatt moved it one day back so that there's a bigger chance that
Closing
you can.
statement, please.
Regardless where you're from, please come on. And as for predictions, no, I'm not going to bore you. I would, of course, though, implore you to press that like button.
Yes.
Or Alan will come after you and turn you into Dracu. Okay, so you're gonna like that button, you're gonna subscribe, you're gonna share, and for those of you who did not come on the stream, we appreciate your comment. I can assure you, many of us, we do actually look into those comments, so don't think you're alone. You know, you may not have participated right on the stream, but please do leave a comment if you did not. And for the rest, thank you for participating. For those of you watching, thank you so much.
And thank you everyone for participating in the open mic, as well as all the speakers that have left. So thank you everyone. It's been 6 hours 30 minutes, coming to 30 minutes. So thank you guys.
Bye, guys.
See you guys next week. See you guys in the chat.
Bye.
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 So that's it. This is the DPA Open Mic 20 the channel episode 25. You see, it's so long. I cannot even think properly now. So episode 25, where the title is always a scam. We are never always wanted to talk about the title. The title is just a clickbait. Today I didn't mean to go into 6 hours because I'm actually very tired. But because Sam came in and then we have a very heated discussion about direct democracy, and I think it's a very important discussion. It's just that it's really hard. Direct democracy is really hard, and there is too many weak points into direct democracy. Is because I literally thought about what Sam was talking about. Using technology, making more decisions with votes, but it's really hard, and you cannot replace a parliament with it as much as we want, because then your government will have no oversight. Then the deep state will rule the world. So unfortunately, that's just how it is. Yeah. So just but it is worth pondering about. Hopefully, we will not revisit this topic unnecessarily, because it's that, like what Dan Castle said, is a black hole. You just get sucked in it, and because there's no conclusion, because it's just fantasy talk, it's very hard to get to an end point that is people can be happy about. Yeah, so stick to real global affairs, things that is happening right now, current affairs will be the best. And yeah, so thank you everyone for watching from Twitter, from Rumble, from the DPA main channel and the DPA Open Mic channel. And do go over to the DPA Open Mic channel to subscribe. I will try my best to be posting all the different clips from the past open mics, so you can actually watch some of the open mic episodes that you missed, and those will be cut into the specific topics, and so it will be helpful to just talk about, just watch about topics that you're interested in, and then you can share it to your social media, to your friends or whatever, to for these topics that you actually like, because open mic ultimately is a very open-ended thing, so it's really hard for people to just sit in and watch everything. So the small clips will help for you to just watch things that you like, the serious topic. Like, for example, if you only like about Bakhmut and the war, then just look at the Bakhmut and the war stuff. You don't have to watch about the economic stuff. You don't have to watch about African stuff. Yeah, so typically, I also realized there's this trend that we don't really talk much about the war about Bakhmut, about the Ukraine war, because I think people is fatigued. We have war fatigue. Even me, I'm really bored of the war, to be honest. Even though I'm covering every day, but I cover it because of commitment. So I'm just doing it daily because of I'm already doing it since day one. So I believe that I'm the only channel that started from day one, the only mapping YouTube reporting channel that started from day one. So yeah, so I didn't want to stop because I don't like to stop things halfway. So I will still continue to do, but a lot of things means that a lot of things around the world I cannot cover, or I may not be able to find the time to cover. Like, what's happening in Sudan is scary. I just saw on Twitter just now, it looks like a full-fledged civil war. So I will see how it goes. Whether I can cover, I will try my best. And So hopefully you guys enjoy the open mic and do promote it to the people you know, especially those that you think they will enjoy it, because the DPA Open Mic is a really very special thing, because it's really meant for you guys, you know, to have a voice, to share, and to really do. It is very hard to find people to talk about current affairs and geopolitics or the war in the normal life. I understand, because none of my friends, almost none of my friends care about it. So you know, the DPA Open Mic is that avenue, that platform that allows you to, you know, come in weekly to, you know, talk about it. Weekly is just nice, I think. No, daily is too much. Like because we in the open mic for the open mic speakers, we do have a lounge, a Telegram chat group only for open mic speakers. Again, I can tell you the conversations go on 24/7. Is a lot. It's too much sometimes. You know, I don't read at times because it's just too much. So, but they do continue to chit chat and share information and discuss about things. So, but the only way you can get into the chat group, is to join the open mic, because it's important that everybody know who are you. You must. It's like a verification thing. You have to show your face to be honorable. To be, you know, to be so-called verified. So yeah, so that's one thing. And yeah, so it's 9:22 for me, 9:22. So it's crazy. So 6 hours and 30 minutes already. So thank you guys for watching, and hopefully you guys have a great Sunday. And so I'm gonna close the stream with dracu's music. So for those that missed the opening, maybe you will enjoy this, and I'll see you in the next update. Let me check. Okay, I gotta drop this.